welcome back to week 3, day 8 of CFW Elman. Joining you here today as your host is Kushari and my analyst, my very close friend Penguin here. I'd like to start off simply by saying, how close are we to playoffs? What's been happening?
Yeah, we are almost done with split one, and all the teams are now very close. If you watched the standings yesterday, the teams all are just 1 or 2 wins between every team, and they're very close, as we can see the standings right now. So, as you said, we're getting close to the end of split one. That means we are going to the last split. We are going to the playoffs. So every team is now showing all the cards that they have, and we are kind of having to see the performance of the teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised by one team in particular is how InnerCircle is still in 7th place, to be honest. That, to me, with all due respect to them, I was expecting more. And I think they still have the potential to get to top 4.
Yeah, definitely. They had a very, very slow start, and they struggled so much versus 999 and Swamp Gaming. We've seen how close the games were and how they were very close on winning on 999 and losing in the end. Both scenario was like everybody, if you're watching the game, it's 9-5 every game versus InnerCircle and 999, and then suddenly the games just flipped. So yes, yeah, Travlo. So definitely InnerCircle is still, as you said, we are all like kind of surprised. Anubis, InnerCircle, they're at 6th and 7th place. We would have expected seeing them in the top 4, but still, it's not
too early.
Yeah,
it's a bit too early.
It's a bit too early. We are not even close to the playoffs, but we are almost close to ending of split one, which is a step to end the season and going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, and a team like ROC, for example, ROC is the statement is there. The audience can hear it loud and clear and see it as well, that they're not here for just CFWL. They're here for the main event, to say the least, and that's their goal. And you can tell it's the most team that has been at least capitalizing on the promises they made to us and the audience and to their organization, and they're fully going through with it.
Yeah, definitely. Especially that ROC Esports is the only team from the top 4 team that's showing the same performance as last season.
Yeah.
Because even Gaimin Gladiators, they started very good, but then they folded yesterday against Anubis 2-1 in the series that we have seen yesterday, and they almost made a flip series versus them, but they couldn't. Anubis won port in a very fashion way.
Yeah, we have some good games lined up today. If you guys want to stay tuned, tell me a little bit about game 1.
We have InnerCircle versus Gaimin Gladiators. This is like finals. This is an early finals for the playoffs. This is one of the most important matches. Gaimin Gladiators have they fold yesterday. InnerCircle, they fold in the early stages of the games. They lost to Swamp Gaming, they lost to 999. They had a very, very slow start. They haven't won any of the last 3 games. And also, they lost versus ROC Esports. So the last 3 games for InnerCircle was all ending in a lose. Gaimin Gladiators, they started very good. They were very promising, but then they fought shortly versus Anubis. So everybody wants to be coming back from a downfall. Gaimin Gladiators wants to come back from a downfall, and InnerCircle also wants to come back from a downfall, but a huge downfall, because these guys are one of the competitors for the EWC.
Yeah, and I can tell most, if not all, teams now are pretty warmed up and accustomed to the new guns, the new changes. Whether we see Mexico 2 or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But nonetheless, when I was here in week 1 and 2, like, we were talking that it's so early that players are still warming up, getting comfortable playing together in new rosters and whatnot. But now is not the time to say that. Now it's game on. Now you're 3 weeks in. You need these wins for whichever team, whether it's GG or IC. You need these wins in order to reach top 4 and possibly get a shot at the world title, let's call it.
Yeah, exactly. And especially when we interviewed Alucard, and he said we still haven't shot everything because we didn't have time to practice and prepare for the new meta, for the new roster, because they changed it. We have seen Pietro is being replaced by Awesome, and they have a new coach as well. So they didn't have time to adapt. But now it was week 1. Now we are week 3. So the guys
have plenty of time.
Yes, now you should have plenty of time.
Over 20 days.
You played a lot, you practiced a lot. Now you've seen the guns, and you are familiar with the guns more. You practiced with it. You even played competitive games with these guns. So now it's time to show your performance. Either it's InnerCircle or it's gonna be GG.
Yeah, and you can tell these teams have been scrimming a lot in the past few days. If not any other team has been performing quite well with the new guns and even the old guns. I don't want to call them old and new. It's just adaptation, right? When things change in a competitive scene, you have to be pioneering. You need to be the first person to try it out and see if it works. Just like Famous, for example, he stomped. He was stomping. No, I don't think he lost a single trade almost when it came to using these guns.
Yeah, definitely, and it was not his first time using HK. We've seen Famous playing with the HK in the streams, in the Twitch, he's playing with it even in the scream games, normal scream games, in the pub games, free for alls. The guy's using the gun, he loves it.
Yeah.
So he said, okay, why not use it in competitive and adapt? Like he allowed me to use it.
To have the same results,
exactly.
Right? Yeah,
so I'm gonna be using it, and he adapted very quickly. We hope to see the team. We've seen also the teams trying to adapt. We've seen how ROC Esports, Horus, for example, how he adapted with HK. He's entering with HK. This is something against law physics, against the physics laws. So you're entering with the HK. So.
What about maps? Tell me a little bit about the maps for these two teams.
Well, InnerCircle, definitely they are in a very, very, very tough situation. They are facing a titan called Gaimin Gladiators, and they are in a 3-lose streak, which never happened to Knights before. So, you would definitely use the basic and common maps. No Eagle Eye, no New Mexico. Just play the normal, basic 5 maps. Like we do Compound, Subbase, Ankara, so import. You don't need to use any of it. Okay, maybe you ban one of the strongest if you don't want. Both of the teams are playing Black Widow very good, but Gaimin Gladiators are very good in Black Widow.
Very good,
so you can just avoid it. But Eagle Eye, New Mexico, I don't think InnerCircle will be going to risk anything in this series. So it's like
don't challenge them, don't pick any spicy picks, pick what you know and what you understand, and try your best to secure a win today at least. I'd like to see the maps, please, because I'm kind of curious to what Penguin said, and I think he's pretty accurate. But Eagle Eye was picked. That's kind of interesting.
Okay, it's picked by Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah. That's what we do.
That's the challenge.
Yeah,
right?
because normally InnerCircle don't play Subbase, so they ban it and they ban New Mexico. They didn't risk, but GG, they know what we just said right now. They know that InnerCircle don't want to risk anything. So they want to be playing the basic maps. They want to be playing Black Widow, they want to be playing Port, they want to be playing Compound, Ankara. So
I think at this point, GG might have won the map drafting, to be
honest. Yeah, definitely.
Eagle Eye and Port slipped through, that's going to be quite a test for IC map.
Definitely, because we said Black Widow is very good map for both teams. For InnerCircle and for Gaimin Gladiators as well. But it's kind of biased around Gaimin Gladiators because they have the upper hand in the all series that they played together. But GG, they picked instantly Eagle Eye because they know that these guys cannot compete but cannot challenge and risk anything except the basic maps, so they choose Eagle Eye for them. Port is the decider. This is a challenge, by the way, for the Gaimin Gladiators because they lost to Anubis yesterday in Port, and they lost 7-2 in the global risk. This is something we don't see more often. When you are playing global risk and you lose 7-2, that means you lost your mental and you lost your game.
Definitely.
So it's good, as you said. It's the Gaimin Gladiators. They kind of won the map draft, but they didn't win the series. But they have the upper hand in the map draft because they use the maps that they want. They have very good Black Widow and they have very decent Eagle Eye. That's if they lost the first map.
But at this point, I think InnerCircle has reached that level of chemistry to play with one another alongside Awesome and them, because some of these players have played together back in On Nights, if I'm not mistaken. And now they're trying to integrate it with Awesome as the lead anchor, you want to call it, the guy at the steering wheel, right? He's the person who's driving this team hopefully to victory, and we're gonna have to wait and see. As unlike GG, they're a main roster. They're the main roster and they're ready to go, and so are we. I'd like to take it to our casters Laz and Pandoxin for game 1.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. It is time for some more Crossfire action. I'm here today with Laz. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. It's been a little while since you and I have been here on the desk, but yeah, it's been a hot minute, but it's good to be back as always.
Good. So today a lot of interesting matches. Thank you, Koshari and Penguin, for bringing us in. I'm not too sure what to expect. I was here yesterday already. It was very interesting, especially the match from Anubis, where they finally got something done, and I'm very happy to see them with a victory here. But today, I don't know what's coming, so we'll just have to wait and see. And it's going to be Black Widow for the first matchup here, IC versus GG. Not too sure what to expect. I mean, Black Widow, like Penguin said, for both teams, that's a good map. So it's either a daily performance here, or it's I don't know. It's just hard to tell right now for me, though.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those ones where you're kind of scratching your head a little bit, because I mean, even for me, the last week watching InnerCircle, like, yeah, they're not in the win column, but they're getting better. I think there is some progress. Like, I would argue that things are starting to look a little bit more in place. Like, I felt like they were pushing ROC pretty well last weekend, where they almost were able to take that series, which was really, really fun and exciting to watch, but it's still just not enough, right? And it's a really good analysis we get from the desk. But look, we're going to find out. Black Widow is definitely a map that's been back in the little bit of a more heavy rotation, I'd say, here for CFWL, which is always fun to see. And yeah, I don't know, Gaimin Gladiators too. Like, that's going to be a tall feat for these guys.
Oh yeah. It's finally time for some more CrossFire action. Hell yeah. Alright, so for now, it's a slow start actually for both of these teams. No one really wants to go too deep just yet. It's only going to be Spoxy with a little bit of damage to his name, but not the worst. So yeah, for IC, this is a absolute must-win situation. I mean, I think Penguin already, talked about it a little bit. They have so many losses on their name for an unknown reason, to me at least, because they should be a very strong team, and they were before. We'll see if they are able to bring it back against the Gaimin Gladiators. For now, it's going to be Alucard with the TRG in a key position here to prevent the push, but the smoke in their way will stall us a little bit, but eventually comes through. Nice tap from Raffen onto Alucard. Landclaw gets one as well, but the response is there. Back and Jinza both find 2 kills as well. And now everything gets a little bit quieter for now. And I think Flex has a wonderful position there, but it doesn't matter. Awesome, he takes him out though.
Yeah, this is really, really good work here from InnerCircle. Again, this is where they were able to get this map win against ROC, right? Like, this is what I was talking about last weekend, is the fact that they were able to get this in a 10-8, so things are looking really, really good right now. And I mean, it is the 3-on-2. And right now for the Gladiators, I mean, they have themselves this bomb down, but they have to figure out how to work this post plant. Dezane playing a very cheeky bit of an angle, but oh man, he goes a bit too quick. Now he's just desperate for a kill. He does get at least one, and now it's all just down to this 1v1. Spoxy versus Awesome. The heavy sniper, the guy that just is the linchpin, the guy that's able to put up clutch after clutch, will be able to find it. And Gaimin Gladiators are going to go right back to the hero ways of relying on Spoxy.
Ah, yeah, Spoxy. Always nice to see him play. I think he just leg shot back there. I'm not too sure. Nonetheless, a long aggression from GG works out fine. There's no one really fighting for it back. A little bit unusual, but I like to see it. He takes out Flex. And let me tell you something. Flex yesterday, he was insane. But he was also, one of the players that always went down first, but it's not, the end of the story there, because, he had so many very important plays for his team. But yeah, GG, they lost against Anubis yesterday, 1-2. It was very, very close all day long. But in the end, map number 3, Anubis, I think they started, like 7-2, and then, GG came back a little bit. But in the end, Anubis took it very convincingly as well. So we'll see if GG, made their homework. Surely I want to, bring this one home, but I see, even though they have a little bit of an, underwhelming performance, they should step it up big time here as well, and this is the case. Alucard, the 2 quick snap kills, maybe a third eventually. He will get it done though.
Yeah, really, really nice hold from Alucard. And again, you can actually see that, Gaimin Gladiators were getting a little bit cheeky. They wanted to retest that cat control, and it felt like some of the utility wasn't really the best. Like, the flashes just missed, and Alucard was still in a prime position that he was able to just kind of sit back and relax and get some kills. Kind of redeeming himself from the first round, where I think he didn't even get a really good shot off. He just got his death. So, look, not bad at all. And, we talked a lot about this last week, is that I feel like Alucard's playing a really good game right now. It seems like his elevation has gotten so much better recently. So, I don't know what's changed, but yeah, I'm all for it. I mean, I think it's definitely allowed InnerCircle to have themselves a little bit more competitive faction, I would say, here, Pando.
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree more. Ooh, hello. A little bit weird, but Spoxy doesn't really hit the shot there. It's interesting from Alucard. He doesn't seem to be worried about anyone watching these doors, but yeah, he gets away with it. Now, we have, what's this? It's Kiko holding B. It seems like it's not going to matter too much as GG is already rotating towards mid here. And we have seen this before. It's going to be quite interesting. No one's really watching it at all. It's going to be a little bit awkward. Oh, yes, it is actually going to work out so good for IC. They get it done. Look at all these frags. It's only Spoxy, last man standing. Bomb not even to be close. Not even to be seen anywhere near him. He's been spotted out as well. Just a matter of time before the IC members will surround him. But Spoxy is going to find Kiko, though. It's a good kill. It's a little bit of an... let's call it a chance for him to turn things around. But the timer's still ticking. Beck is low, though. If he finds him, this is a very winnable situation for him. But he needs to carry on. He finds it. Well, it's actually going to be Alucard taking him out. And yet another very good round here for the IC squad.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice round. And honestly, I was just going to say, too, like, I was kind of worried because, you know, InnerCircle are playing a little bit spread apart from each other, which kind of creates that one-on-one conversation. But Alucard, thankfully, was able to put himself in the right position. I was kind of worried his back was going to be turned. And, I mean, you can even see it here. Like, Beck is starting to be a little bit of a playmaker. He's the guy that's trying to kind of be like Flex, right? He's trying to be the first entry. He's trying to be the guy that's looking for that first duel. And he's actually done quite well. Like, he's sitting himself at a 5-1 right now. So he's actually behind Alucard. So he's been putting up some really, really good numbers. And even this, like, goes for another swing through the window and just annihilates Spoxy. So he goes down. Gaimin Gladiators are taking a huge beating right now and can't seem to find the answer. Like, InnerCircle, you can tell this map looks really good for them. This is where I was talking about the protocols. This is where Beck has been able to put himself a really good foundation for the group. And it's really, really showing right now in this game.
Yeah, a lot of weight. Obviously, Alucard and Beck, they have it all in their back. They're doing the fragging, at least for now. And, you know, GG, they don't really seem to, you know, have an answer. Lion Claw, looking for redemption. It's not going to find it just yet. It's a little bit weird, but seems like they will still go towards B here. Kiko, once again, in the key position here to make things go their way. He spots it. He just needs to play the timer now. He does it pretty well. I mean, he's going to tank a little bit of a, you know, 8 damage here, but still dancing, still breathing. No one really seems to clear him out. He's saying no swinging around. Ooh, this is insane. Okay. Jinza now left alone in the clutch. All of a sudden, this is a very cool situation for, you know, GG here. And Lion Claw, he needs to recover the bomb and get it planted. Jinza, that's a good idea. Oh, look at that shot onto him. Insane.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good, honestly. And there we go. Rightfully so, the timeout gets called and makes a lot of sense because I just feel like, again, we're kind of looking at this veto. I was actually thinking this was not a bad bit of a pick, you know, in the sense for InnerCircle. Like I was saying, like Black Widow, I definitely would say they have the leg up on this, just considering how well they've been able to play this and beating teams like ROC on this map. Definitely a good note. Eagle Eye, you know, that's definitely... I don't know about you, Pando, but I know for me, like, I'm just basing it a lot from the last weekend I was here because they pushed ROC right to the end degree of this. So I still feel like, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators to pick it, yes, they're very good on it, but I still feel like this is an InnerCircle, you know, a little bit of a veto process in my opinion, but we'll have to wait and see. And especially with Gaimin Gladiators, despite their record right now, I'm not really convinced they're playing like top form right now, as much as I hate saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. Not too sure what to expect from Eagle Eye. Historically, it's a very random map here and there. It kind of depends, though, so I don't really want to give too much of a speculation here from me. But, you know, like I said, we just have to wait and see. For now, still on Black Widow. It's GG to take the call here. A little bit of a conversation going on, and to be fair, they had the same difficulties yesterday, so I don't really blame them because it seems to be somewhat of a pattern, at least for them. So they start off pretty weak, then they eventually figure it out. Flex will start to get these early kills, and then everything will go their way, right? But I would say right now it's not only Flex, but Flex not getting these early kills, and you know he's not being able to convert anything from his side. It's probably a big stone in their way right now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that because again, you know, you brought up a good point, and it definitely is something I've talked about in the very much in the past about Flex. Like I love the style he brings to it, but the thing is if he doesn't find that first duel and he goes down early, it really creates a bit of a ruffle for these guys. So that's where it gets a little bit problematic. And even right now, right? I mean, we see this again. InnerCircle find the first opening duels. It's only Spoxy that puts a late return back onto this taking down Jin, but already now they've lost Flex, they lost Raffen, so this is already a pretty significant amount of players going down. But Spoxy alone has now been able to find 2 kills, making this thing back to an equal 3-3. So right now it kind of feels like the strategy is Spoxy, you know what, bro, just go kill. Like, just go do your thing, man. Like, go hit some shots. Whatever you're feeling, I'm going to go with it. I don't even know if he's just spotted this player window. I thought he did. I thought he spotted Alucard's shoulder. Oh my goodness. Okay, Spoxy single-handedly taking this round into his hands. A triple kill on the docket. Now leaving InnerCircle with Awesome and Kiko needing to put themselves in a clutch scenario to figure out what they're going to have to do with this, because they have the window that they have to get out of. And look at the position. Lion Claw's right below them, waiting things out. They actually pop through a little bit. They get out of the clown car, but now the question is, can they be able to find more connections? Spoxy putting himself on the brink of getting an ace, and he's just waiting things out as Kiko now has to look for a double kill, and it just can't be done. And my god, Spoxy saves the day again.
Yeah, Spoxy, of course. He gets it done. Of course, D-Zane in the end helps him out a little bit. And yet again, Alucard with the entry, not able to find a second frag, but GG will come through. Oh, awesome, not able to convert anything. Jinza trying to get it back, but it's a little bit back and forth. Jinza is still alive. Well, it's eventually now taking out a quick round here from GG. It was very spooky in the beginning there, but eventually they figured it out. And I wasn't even able to, talk about the round before that, but whatever, don't care. We continue. It's gonna be an A-log push. It's gonna be a little bit weird for the InnerCircle as flashes come their way, and they eventually just back up though.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Just to fight for this control. A little bit good utility from InnerCircle, just because they're kind of toying the idea that they could be there, but obviously with Lion Claw's got himself in hut now. He's kind of obtained this long control. So now you can see Gaimin Gladiators kind of fall back on this a little bit more, put a little bit more attention, possibly to go for the split A attack on this approach. But Alucard again just playing behind Green Truck. He's just playing his bread and butter spot. Not bad at all. But I mean, a 3-3 game. Like, this thing was looking really good. InnerCircle put themselves in a massive lead. Now we see the Gladiators are kind of doing what they do best, making things really, really interesting and competitive. So now these guys are going to have to figure out what they need. But, I mean, again, they have to rely on either Flex or maybe even Spoxy again to find an entry with these snipers. As they're going to double stick up on this. And yeah, it's right back to the 3-2 split here, Pando.
Oh, yeah. Yet again, GG grouping up in front of Cat, preparing their utility. It's going to be Spoxy with the pop flash. Alucard needs to hit the first shot to make things go their way. Oh, he misses it though. D-Zane and Lion Claw, they work their way through. Alucard, once again, this guy, so clutch for now. Look at this. Oh, he misses another crucial shot, but the damage has been done. Now, Kiko and Jinza looking for a recovery. Jinza finds one with the M14. Love to see it. Raffen goes down as well. And once again, Flex in the clutch here. Jinza, you shouldn't do that. Flex takes his head off, and now it's Kiko. The bomb needs to be recovered. Kiko knows he doesn't really have to go for this. He just needs a little bit of info, and he gets it. 20 seconds on the board. Flex has to make a move. One decision to be made. And he will eventually creep up towards a long. It takes a lot of time, though. He's very, very slow. But he's eventually taken out regardless. Kiko, good kill onto him, and yeah. It's a little bit spooky here and there, but I see they get it done, though.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I was kind of wondering if they were unaware the bomb was there. I was thinking they must have known, but it was almost like they were playing like they were kind of unaware. Like you said, like the fact that Jin was going for a little bit of a cheeky jump spot, like it was a little bit risky, but nonetheless, a big risky round here as they're going to push down long A. They're actually going to try to go for the fight. D-Zane tries to be a little bit of a smoke criminal, but he gets punished for it. So now it's going to be Awesome that finds himself this double. And look at this. InnerCircle have now just taken full control of long A. It's theirs for the taking. And now Gaimin Gladiators Really going to have to recollect some thoughts here. 2 players alive against 5. But you got Spoxy, you got Flex. That's not a bad note at all, but this is now where they have to rely on these kind of one-on-one engagements. Not going to be the bad one here, as Awesome goes down early. And Flex has got a bit of an inkling. His spidey senses are tingling that somebody else should be here, but Kiko, the young gun, takes him out, and that's going to be the bomb drop. This has got to be an InnerCircle round without question.
Unless Spoxy.
Unless, honestly, yeah, exactly. Well, this is it. If it's Spoxy, man, like, it's the only guy that can do it. Like, it feels like 5-1. I think he even had more kills before. Obviously, he did. So this is just, don't feed him. Just don't feed the guy.
Yeah, surely not gonna happen here. Spoxy already low on HP. The setup here from the InnerCircle is basically unbeatable. Unless, no, I'm joking. And this is gonna be Spoxy dropping to the floor. And yeah, yet another very strong round here from the InnerCircle. And well, you know, GG, they keep it competitive. It's, you know, could be better, could be worse. So right now we just have to wait and see. Yet another long aggression here, but they're not going to go through with this. I'm not sure what the idea is. I think they just want to stall them a little bit. And look at this aggression here. GG, all of them. Literally all of them towards a long, but Flex finally finds an opener here. Kiko goes down. And Spoxy finds another. This is looking so good for GG right now, looking for more. They're not going to stall this too much, as they know. Okay, we got 2 entries here. Why not continue through? Awesome. A little bit shaky there, but he gets it done. Raffin goes down. Good headshot. Now recovery needs to be done here from the InnerCircle, looking for answers. And I like Beck's position from the back here. Zane will clear him out, though. It's just a matter of time. It's just Beck actually takes a lot of time here. And Zane, this positioning is insane by him. Don't think Beck will check this completely. Oh, this is a little bit awkward, but they get it done. Spoxy able to convert. Gets the frag. Jinsa and Awesome. Once again, these two need for the clutch, and Awesome already tagged so low. It's not gonna happen for sure. Flex, he's going for it. It's actually gonna be Lion Claw, and you know, last round the InnerCircle got it. Now it's GG. It goes back and forth. They keep it close though.
Yeah, they keep it really, really close. Honestly, it was a decent first half. I mean, a lot of back and forth. You know, not bad. It's funny because this is the exact same scoreline that we saw when InnerCircle played ROC in this map. So a little bit funny, a little coincidental. But I mean, for Gaimin Gladiators, it felt like I was getting a little bit worried, just in the sense that Spoxy kind of felt like he had to be the saving grace. He had to be the one that was the hero wearing the cape, and it kind of was. Like at times, we got to see some, you know, decent rounds from, you know, like Lion Claw was able to get a good kill here and there. But we're definitely going to need a little bit more out of these guys. Like, they played a lot of survival, I feel like, in that first half. But thankfully for them, that did kind of bank them 4 rounds. But as we make the transition over to the second half, this will be interesting because, you know, I felt like InnerCircle did a really, really good job mixing the playbook, and actually was working. You could see here that Gaimin Gladiators were trying to do it. They were going for long A aggression at times to be a little bit cheeky, but it kind of felt like they didn't really, they never entertained the B site at all. Like, they actually just focused mid and A. Like, all they did was take that whole section of the map. They left B entirely. Like, that was kind of weird in its own self.
So, we are back. It is going to be Flex, the first one to go down. Once again, the story repeats itself. I like this aggression here from Beck. Oh no, he's unspotted though. It takes a lot of time. Finds Spoxy though, not able to connect on the Zane towards a long. It's a little bit weird. Oh, Raffin, so aggressive though. Gets instantly punished for it too. Awesome. Takes him out though. It's only going to be Zane at Lion Claw. Zane not able to find the frag onto Alucard, and Alucard even gets the second too. And yeah, Alucard definitely a very important player for the InnerCircle right now. I mean, this guy, unstoppable with the sniper shots. I mean, he was already insane with the arm, and feels like he's a little bit better with the tier G in his hands as well, right?
Yeah, definitely no question. That's what I was kind of saying in the beginning. It feels like he's really stepped up, and yeah, it probably is just the TRG. It just feels like he's playing a little bit different. He's hitting better shots than he was before, so I agree. But look at how fast, like, again, InnerCircle are just getting this map control. Like, you see this is the second round in a row where Beck, he was in the previous one where he was on Cat, and he was able to go for that huge trigger discipline, and he was able to get an easy kill and clean up the site. And even here, they push through mid-door, and he's able to find an early duel flex. So this is again about timing. These executions are just flawless right now here from InnerCircle. Lineclaw desperate for a double kill, but can only find this one. And look at how quick and swift that InnerCircle just take control. It's a B site up for complete open vacancy. And there's a flank right now from Zane, but he's going to take too long. Now the only threat really is Spoxy, because he's the only player close on by. But again, the numbers are a huge factor for this, and awesome. A perfect coverage. And now InnerCircle, I mean, surely on the brink of getting themselves a 7th round here, unless we see, again, the impossible situation of a clutch where Zane, he's been a little bit quieter in this game. A moment to shine, maybe, but now he's going to have to find 3 kills with only 22 seconds. Sending off some warning shots. He's trying to see what he's able to find, but there he goes. He gets done, put to the grave, and InnerCircle, they are making this look polished.
Yeah. Absolutely, I love what I'm seeing right now from the InnerCircle. They look so much better. It seems like they always seem to find these gaps, right? Especially Beck, but in this round, Spoxy once again steps it up huge. And Flex does so as well. 3 for Spoxy in this round already. Awesome, trying to recover, but surely not. What a quick round here from GG. I mean, they get it done. This was a little bit too easy. And, you know... I was just about to mention how good IC plays and, you know, how good they came back from all these losses. And, well, GG. They find an answer as soon as possible, and they actually get it done, though.
Yeah, they do. And it really, again, just comes down to these, like, cheeky plays of being ultra aggressive, right? Like, they don't use any utility. They just go for full firefights where Spoxy was quick peeking mid. Flex was helping him out as well. So it's kind of funny to see when they just put the most simplistic strategy on there. It almost feels like it's working in favor for Gaimin Gladiators, which is just like so unheard of. Where, as you can tell, for a team like InnerCircle or IC, is like they're putting a lot more strategy, a lot more kind of like methodology around what they're trying to do, which is a great thing to see too, right? But it's kind of feeling like Gaimin Gladiators kind of, you know, using the armor, using that that firepower that they have to kind of, you know, get themselves back in this. But is it sustainable? That's the biggest question for me, and I don't know if it is, but those kind of quick rounds are really fun to see. Like, it's definitely like a nice big change in pace, but you can see here, I mean, down already with Zane and Flex has kind of put them on a little bit of a halt. Raffin's got himself some good aggression, but he's going to have to clear multiple angles, which is definitely going to be difficult for him.
Yeah, Raffin trying to get a huge play, but it's not going to find anyone just yet. As we can see, the InnerCircle members grouping up in front of A, and of course, you know, GG. They seem to have an idea. At least they favor A a lot more. It's going to be Spoxy here. The key position. Let's see if he's able to get anything done from his position. He finds one, though. He doesn't find the second. Lineclaw will help him out. Yeah, it's just a disaster, but eventually Jinzer and Beck find some frags of their own, and it's going to be Raffin. Here's your play, but there's Awesome from the back, and see how much it means to him, man. I swear, this is looking so good for the InnerCircle, and yeah, they're desperately looking for a win right now.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're definitely looking for a big win if they can, and this is where, you know, an 8-5 is definitely putting themselves in the right conversation for it. And I mean, now Flex trying to get a little bit more aggressive on this. I like the double combination to Zane. Unfortunately, yeah, a bit of an overextension on it, but look, they still got themselves a man advantage. Not bad at all. InnerCircle, they do have to still fight for that bomb control in the sense that they're going to go back for it, but right now you can see they're kind of just desperate for a duel to making this back to an even Stevens if they can. And Gaimin Gladiators are in a really nice position here. You got the double player in A. You got Lineclaw just kind of floating through mid-door. You have, you know, Flex that's just going to be essentially the sole anchor in B, which makes complete sense. But really, I think we've only seen the one B take so far, and that's been from InnerCircle. It's actually been a lot of them just toying the idea of mid-door and finding the timings. And now Lineclaw's got the good inkling, the good read on it, so time's still ticking away. They got a minute and 20 remaining on it, but they got to do something here, you know, relatively soon if they want to get something done here, because it kind of feels like they're just desperate for a pick.
Yep. They're playing the time a bit, looking for anything they can find, and, you know, GG is doing a great job not to give them anything unnecessarily. I mean, you can really tell by, you know, where the bomb is right now. No one is even, you know, really close to it. But again, GG, they want this, you know, this round to be done. They want to close the gap a little bit more. And, you know, it is a little bit awkward, but Spoxy eventually finds Jinsa. It's a good kill there. And, you know, Alucard's also been spotted here, but of course, he gets it done. Finds the trade, but again, the timer, 30 seconds on the board now. The man disadvantage here is Flex. Flex with an insane position. He finds Spectre. Can he find a second as well? Nope. It's going to be Alucard. 1v2 clutch situation. Alucard should not stall this a little bit longer here, but he still is looking for a kill, and Spoxy has now arrived. That makes it 10 times harder. This seems impossible right now. I mean, the shot being missed, and the trade is given. Alucard goes down, and GG, they find an answer though.
Yeah, they do, which is, again, like, I really do feel like this is just, again, Gaimin Gladiators are kind of finding these surviving rounds. Like, I feel like they get these kind of big firefights. They put themselves in situations like this, where Spoxy, he's able to just get through that mid-ramp, and he's able to go for a quick engagement. And even right there, a little bit of a misplay here from InnerCircle. They're kind of allowing that to happen. They don't really have the proper amount of coverage. And now Awesome's trying to do a bit of a play on his own, but it's short-lived. And yeah, this round could be... Honestly, we hit just under the 2-minute marker. Could be an over round unless we see another kill coming through here, which is possible. But this is where Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to make sure they can play the number advantage. That is the key of success here. That is going to make them succeed themselves for a 7th. But lots of time. A sniper in the hands of Alucard still. Jin is still with them. He's got the M14. It actually looks like they're going to commit towards this A hit. They're going to actually try to contest this, but now they do have to worry about Spoxy. He's going to be the sole anchor. He's going to be the player there they're have to go against. This is going to be one of the big bosses, and he should be able to have this jump spot. I don't know if he got it there. I think he just missed the timing, so I don't think he's realized, but now he does. He finally gets a little bit of that inkling. He hasn't taken any damage, but now he needs to find this engagement, but my God, Alucard wins it, and somehow, some way, this is turned on its head. This is now an opportunity for InnerCircle to get themselves this 9th round.
Yeah, I mean, what a turnaround. All of a sudden, it's Raffen left alone, low HP as well. It's not gonna work out great for him. I mean, Alucard has the angle, though. But Alucard also needs to hit a shot. Oh, Raffen clears it. But now it's been spotted. The information is given. Look at Jinsa there from the back. He will just wrap around. And he finds him. He gets it done. And, you know, a little bit too close for comfort, but they somehow turn this one around. And you know what? I was actually a little bit shocked there when Awesome found the kill in box room and he went in. I feel like it was a little bit unnecessarily, right? He could just, you know, back off and, you know, play from there. Yeah. The advantage was given, and, you know, he kind of, where he was too aggressive there, and, you know, was not the best play, I would say.
No, I definitely agree. I felt like you really nailed it on the head there, because again, it felt like him getting that kill, he could have easily just fell back, just kind of relax for a second, figure things out, but instead he tried to make that play on his own where he was like, oh, I'm going to just get a multi-kill, or I'm just going to barrel into the site, which is so unreasonable. But look, I get it. It's kind of these split-second decisions you have to run with, and unfortunately for him is the wrong one. But look, his team has now put themselves a map point, and that was a 2-on-4, I believe, a 2-on-3 if I'm not mistaken. So that, again, is just proving that I'm talking about this teamwork from InnerCircle. It's been a little bit rough in terms of the standings and kind of the record right now, but it is getting so much better. We're starting to see really a new evolution of this team, or evolution of this team, I should be saying, sorry, is the fact that they really are now going toe-to-toe with some of the bigger teams, and now they put themselves in a 5-on-4 with 1:16 remaining. This is not bad at all, Pando. This is putting them now on the brink to getting this map done. It is their pick, surely enough, but this has got to feel good. Now we have to see Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to have to do something big. Zane's going to just have to have a pop-off moment, and that can help, but is it going to be enough? Now down to the old faithful, Spoxy, the man, the mystery, the legend. Can he do it now? Can he be able to find this shot? Can he be able to put himself back into contention for this game? 3 shots to hit, misses, and it's now going to be InnerCircle, gets himself a map win, and they're just going to get the dirt off the shoulder. And then another day of the office here, Pando.
Yeah, this is what it seems like. I mean, they take it The InnerCircle, they take their map pick, which is Black Widow, and we are going to Eagle Eye though. I love Eagle Eye. I'm so looking forward for this, matchup here. But the Gaimin Gladiators, they feel very confident on Eagle Eye. I mean, obviously they should be, right? This is their map pick as well. So, what is there to expect? So the InnerCircle, at least for me, they were very surprising in this matchup. They played it to, not perfection, but they had a couple of rounds that were looking very, very good, right? So I'm just looking forward for Eagle Eyes. So guys, don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Thank you again, Pandoxon and Lasman. Great commentating and casting. I have to agree, because this is the InnerCircle that I was expecting when the season started. This is the InnerCircle and the determination and the consistency that I was hoping for. The previous games, the 3-loss streak was, I have to say it wasn't a good performance. They were getting outgapped in all levels.
Yeah, definitely. And now the team looks way better than the last games. The Black Widow is always very decent, by the way. We mentioned this, that always InnerCircle, they are Black Widow, they're very good, but also Gaimin Gladiators, they're very good on Black Widow.
Yeah.
So it was a very good fight between both, but it's kind of one-sided game. Yeah, it's 10-6, but we've seen multiple clutch rounds that should have been went in favor of InnerCircle. And still, Gaimin Gladiators are going into a downfall, and we don't know when they are gonna go back into their form and into their shape and to win the games that we are expecting them to win it. But still, it's first map. They have Eagle Eye in their hands.
Yeah.
A map picked by InnerCircle is now won by InnerCircle. So now they're gonna be playing on Eagle. Yeah, they're gonna be playing on Eagle Eye.
I feel like game 1, once the rounds were swapped, okay, I think if I'm not mistaken, InnerCircle was winning like 3-1 or 4-1, and then GG called the timeout, and they caught up a little bit. They made the gap a bit less, but once the round swapped and InnerCircle was on the offensive, they won almost all the rounds. It was not challenged at all. I felt like GG was peaking. They were doing mistakes on defense side.
Yeah, they took 2 rounds after the pause, but still, we haven't seen that much adaptation from the guys. InnerCircle played very good. They played well. They tried to play very simple. That's what you need in this map. You play very simple. You don't need to overcommit on sides. You don't need over rotations. And still, Gaimin Gladiators, this is not the Gaimin Gladiators that we are expecting. We've seen multiple clean shots from Alucard. We've seen how he's entering the site, how he's going into the ramp, while he's jumping and killing Spoxy mid-air in the single box. So the guys are playing very good. Now they're going to be playing on Eagle Eye, which is the map picked by GG. And historically, GG is always winning versus InnerCircle on Eagle Eye. So it's kind of, as we said, fight of the Titans. Now they want to be fighting both of them together. And if InnerCircle manage to win this map, they're going to be trying to come back more and more in the standings, and we might be seeing them where they belong in the top 4.
Yeah, I think we're going for a best of 3 if I'm not mistaken, because I don't think GG would have picked Eagle Eye, not confident enough to think they could beat InnerCircle on it with ease, because Flex and them, they have a very strong performance on Eagle Eye, and they play this very aggressively, and to say the least, I've seen InnerCircle play it. They're not equally as good, but they could challenge them, but I don't think GG is just gonna give up a 2-0,
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's expecting GG to be playing better on Eagle Eye, maybe at least because InnerCircle are not as good on Eagle Eye as Black Widow, but still GG, they're a very strong opponent. They should be focused and should be already prepared, and definitely there's strong teams, and we're talking about the top 4 teams. They usually know how the map ban and pick is going to be gone, so they definitely expect playing Eagle Eye, so they should be preparing Eagle Eye. Although their Eagle Eye was very good versus ROC Esports, they only lost to Golden Round, which was the sneak defuse from Snare. It was just 1 round, so they played very good, and ROC Esports are very good on Eagle Eye. So this is something that makes GG a bit worried, because InnerCircle are different on Eagle Eye now. It's not this InnerCircle that we used to see in Eagle Eye.
Knights and stuff. Now they have Awesome with them. They have an exceptional on-player, hybrid player to say the least. With Alucard there in the mix, I would be terrified to play Eagle Eye on the offense side, simply because any angle that you try to peek to go and possibly secure a site is being watched full time by one of them, right? And they're probably gonna run 2 arms, maybe even 3, who knows? But that's the only way, because on Eagle Eye the pushes after the util is so aggressive and so fast paced that you don't get a chance to react.
Yeah, definitely, because Eagle Eye is very small map, so you just need a good reaction and fast reaction and adaptation between the both teams. That's what makes GG very good in Eagle Eye, because usually they are the team who's adapting very fast, moving very quick. They have Flex and Spoxy, they both hybriding the Ohm, so they both want to be playing this map. Now, as you can see, the set summary, Alucard is decent with Jinzer.
Yeah, I mean, Alucard did very well, so did Jinzer. I wouldn't say Kiko did bad, to be honest. I don't like looking at numbers that much until it's the end of the match, but I think he also played a crucial role. He got them trades, he got them information in the rounds they needed to win. As for GG's side, I think Spoxy has always great performance, played the to the best of its capabilities. I really think that Flex and Dezane and Rafa especially, Line Claw's doing alright, but I think Flex, Dezane and Rafa, they really need to step up their game for Eagle Eye, especially on the defense side, and possibly do some aggressive pushes. I hope to see the shotgun. We haven't seen it yet, I don't know. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I'd love to see Flex pull out the shotgun and see if he can get a kill or two on that, but that's only if the win gap is huge. Is big, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Raffin, as you said, we want to mention that Raffin needs to be stepping up for his teammates right now. Maybe he's not having his best week. We're not talking about month. We're not talking about season. It's just this week he didn't even perform half of his performance. We expect more from him.
Of course.
So that's gonna be affecting GG definitely. But when it comes to Eagle Eye, this guy's so annoying in Hotel. So pretty sure that this guy is gonna be bouncing back and trying to fight with Gaimin Gladiators to be able to win the map versus InnerCircle, because InnerCircle are now having high hopes of winning the series 2-2.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. I'd like to take it to our casters for game 2 of Eagle Eye, please. Laz and Pandoxon.
Hey, thanks very much, boys. And yeah, great analysis and good conversation. Yeah, a lot to bring out of this one. And like we said, a 10-6 victory is a pretty big feat here for InnerCircle. But now the question is going to be, going to Eagle Eye, and there's a lot of questions coming out of this because, I think Penguin made a really good point, which him and I are on the same page, is that, look, ROC is a team that's very good on this map. It was InnerCircle that pushed them last weekend to the golden round, which was kind of just a bit of a crazy affair. So that's where I'm wondering, like, is InnerCircle going to have enough gas in the tank to get the job done here, maybe to get a little bit of revenge, maybe to find themselves a 2-0? That would be a massive victory. But look, Gaimin Gladiators, a magnificent team on this map too, but that's where we're going to have to see them really dig deep now, because they're in the deficit here, Pando. They cannot afford to make a lot of mistakes.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. Honestly, the InnerCircle they need this win. Nothing else matters, right? So obviously, taking down, the Gaimin Gladiators is not the easiest task in the world, but still, they have to get it done some way, somehow. So this is a good back and forth. Kiko with a good kill onto Flex. Again, the pattern repeats itself. It's always Flex that goes down early. Nice wraparound here from GG, but Beck has an idea. Finds 2, the damage has been done. Kiko finds 1 more as well. Spoxy left alone in the clutch. A very winnable situation though. I wouldn't really write him off just like that. Spoxy, but he needs to find that 1 free pick if possible, but it's actually gonna wrap around a little bit more. He needs to recover the C4 as well. And I like this, setup here from the InnerCircle, basically unlosable. Oh, Spoxy! No, not like that. Alucard takes him out, though.
Yeah, that's actually really unfortunate, because you could tell it was a little, I don't know if I don't want to say it's nerves, right? But it just felt like he went a bit too quick on that kill. I think he thought that player was looking right at him, so he went for the immediate shot. Whereas if he would have had the sniper out, 9 times out of 10, he would have been dead, right? He would have been able to find that first kill. But the good thing about InnerCircle playing the way they did that round is they all played together. Look at even Beckman. Again, he's just putting himself in multi-kill after multi-kill with those entries nonetheless. Opening duels, he's running around, he's got himself the sniper. He's going to join things up. They're actually triple snipering, which is not something I feel like we see very often. I know this map, I mean, you could definitely tell me, Pando, this is a map where I feel like it's just like a sniper's paradise. Like, there's so many long-range fights, but we don't normally see teams kind of go triple equip on it.
No, not at all. I mean, the triple sniper setup is something I saw in Season 1 a lot of times, but not here. And, yeah, Eagle Eye can be very welcome to, snipe, but yeah, we'll see if that works out or not. It's just a matter of time before we find out. And finally steps it up. And you know what? One thing hold on.
Ooh!
More though, Jinza. Surely has to back off. Kiko looking for anything. It's a little bit cheeky though. Still, no one goes down, and well, I guess now that I have a little bit of time, on paper, Alucard and Jinzer, they were the key players in set number 1. But on paper, the paper doesn't tell the entire story. Man, Flex, what are you doing, Flex? Was that an ace? I think that was an ace, right? Insane.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure that was an ace.
Crazy.
It is crazy, but like, look, I'm not going to discredit this. Like, this is it is an ace for sure. Like a really, really nice round from Flex, and that's what we were kind of talking about. Like, look, he's been around for a long time. He's a veteran, of course, like a lot of these other guys. But this guy can still frag, and that's the thing is that I've always said that Gaimin Gladiators are still obviously a very good team, but they can't just rely on people to put up big numbers like this. We saw that with Spoxy in the previous map, right? Like, he was the one guy on Gaimin Gladiators. He was sitting at a 1.33. The next closest person, just for context, was a 0.86. So, like, again, a lot of heavy lifting. Raffin had himself really much a abysmal game. So that's where I'm just saying, like, we need more of that teamwork to kind of flow through here in the veins of Gaimin Gladiators. Otherwise, this could be really, really tough. But look, that was a sick ace. Really, really fun way to get themselves back in this game with a 1-1. But man, oh man, we're gonna have to see a lot more out of everybody, hopefully. But if it's a pop-off moment, I guess it could be a pop-off moment.
Yeah. And to go back to my point, back on paper, not the cleanest guy, but obviously this guy, he gets so many good and important entries for his team. Without Beck, the first set surely could have gone, either way, but Beck, such an, the aggression from him is actually quite surprising, He does so much, and he doesn't really get punished for it too many times. So I don't really blame him for all the confidence in the world he has right now. And yeah, he surely doesn't repeat that. Alucard, good for 1. Looking for a second. Oh, it's the medal though. Unfortunate mistake here, but Beck, good for the trade. Flex and Lioncourt trying their very best to get some frags on the board. But Flex, how is he still alive? 7-1, barely standing on his feet. Finally gets taken out here by Tico. Zayn now looking for the wallbang. Not with the AK though. Has to try a different gun the next time. Well, yet another very clean round from the IC, bro.
Yeah, bro. Not bad. Not bad at all. And yeah, for InnerCircle, a really nice round. And again, I'm loving that we're kind of seeing, Beck is kind of playing, in my opinion, I feel like he's playing this kind of like flex role, right? Where he's kind of like looking for the opening engagement. He's trying to get something started. He's mixing things up. He's got the sniper. He's got the rifles. He's just trying to do something just enough to find themselves maybe an opening or at least get some early intel. Whereas I feel like Flex has lately kind of like not really been fulfilling that role that he does because he's always kind of been known as the entry guy or the big lurk, things like that. I feel like Beck has kind of taken that a little bit from his playbook, but has kind of put a little bit more of a spice on it. Flex, even I speak about him, he just barely misses a shot here against his opponent. Now Kiko. Smoking to block off his vision. Maybe he might expect somebody to come through on Hotel. Quite a few people that are looking for a booking. Now they're just going to actually take the longer way around this. And you can see Jin's going to fall back on this. He actually does retreat. But Beck, I don't know how he's alive in this engagement. Somehow he's still going for the fights. And it goes to like crazy trades back and forth. And it's back to the 3-3. Raffin is desperately spraying frantically, looking for the kill. But through all the thick and thin of this is now down to the 2-2. HP is critically low for Gaimin Gladiators. They are wounded. They are taking so much of a beating. And now they're going to retreat this. They're going to go all the way to the A site. In InnerCircle, they're going to clear things off. They're going to be at the B site. Just make sure it's all post is clear. And then they could go for this retake.
Yep. And they have to. And honestly, if I compare what I'm seeing now with what I saw yesterday, GG, very disappointing actually. I don't think it's too rude to say, but it is very underwhelming so far. I mean, yesterday they were hitting crazy shots over and over again, especially Flex. I mean, yeah, 7-3 right now, but he got a 5K in one of these rounds. So, if you, count in the other rounds as well, still not the greatest of performances. And now they have to get it done. Raffin, good for 1 though. Very important. Alucard now left in the clutch. He knows Refn is low. Is he gonna stick that? Oh, he's gonna stick it! The mistake here from Refn. Even with that low HP, still doesn't get it done. And I mean, hooey, Alucard, he gets it. And that's such an interesting round to lose.
Yeah. I mean, he gets to do a little bit of that. What happened to them, right? So not bad at all. Not bad at all, InnerCircle. But I mean, honestly, now you can see Gaimin Gladiators. They're just going to kind of hightail this a little bit faster into B. Now they're putting a couple more bodies to this. Jin's got the sniper. He actually does put out the USP. And oh man, he's just put up a wall right now. They can't seem to find him. They finally do after so much casualties. And now Spoxy on the high ground. He's trying his best here with the sniper to see what he can be able to find. The plant's going to come through. They actually cancel it. They wait things out. Now Awesome for a big swing, and oh, Spoxy finds him. He gets that good inkling, and now it's all down to Flex. But he's all the way across. They can just stick to the Diffuse if they want to. And there we go. InnerCircle once again find themselves in winning ways.
Yeah. Huge, shoutouts to Jin here. Without him, this couldn't have been, the case. But yeah, GG, they're definitely not hitting their shots. I mean, I like the aggression here. I like the idea, just full send towards B. And it worked out for a little bit until it didn't anymore, right? So they had to find Jinsa. They didn't. Jinsa got so many kills there, so much damage done. And honestly, I like to see Jinsa use B, man. I mean, this guy is really rocking this business so far, so he's really stepping it up. And of course, the rest of the InnerCircle squad, they're really showing 4-1 now. They're really looking for anything here. I like this aggression. Once again, Fleck, success with all these aggressive plays. He still manages to get it done. Look at this. Oh, Zane and Ref, and they get it done. Back now. He's good for the recovery frag. Alucard gets 2. Looking for a third. Oh, is he gonna get it done? He's not gonna get it done. Awesome. And 1v1 clutch Spoxy. Oh, you gotta be the man of the match here, but it's not gonna be the case once again. And look at Alucard's cam right there. Oh.
Man, what am I watching? This is, again, like I said, like I knew InnerCircle, they're going to be looking for a little bit of blood, right? I mean, they were the ones that took a really unfortunate defeat last weekend, but now it feels like Gaimin Gladiators are the ones that are just like getting punished for this. They're on the receiving end of all these big hits, and now InnerCircle, you can see they're just hitting the right shots. The executes are perfect. Like, they're just seeming to do all the right things right now. Jin, he's been good on this before, but he just can't seem to find any abilities to be able to find these kills. So maybe now Gaimin Gladiators put themselves in a position where they can get this bomb down, they can get the post spawn a little bit cleaner. But look, like we've seen these positions before with InnerCircle. It's still a 4-on-3, an advantage slightly here in terms of the manpower in favor for the Gladiators, but it's really not by much here, Pando.
Not by much indeed, and the InnerCircle now in recovery here. They find one, Lion Claw goes down, Raffen goes down as well, Zane gets one. It's actually going to be Spoxy and Zane in, a little bit of a team build here. So they get it done. It was a little bit scary there for a moment, but finally some redemption here, GG. And, I was actually wondering why there was no timeout called whatsoever, but, well, finally they get around. Maybe it wasn't necessary just yet, but I feel like the timeout could have, been very useful in that moment. Nonetheless, the InnerCircle strike back. They need to, find a quick answer to that because you don't want the snowball to get rolling, right? So this is already looking very interesting. I love to see this. I love teams do that, right? So they just sneak by a hotel. They get some util over the board there. Then they swing in. The flashes are good. Back now. Needs to swing in. Needs to find those frags. He can't find them though. And look at this. Oh, it's a disaster. The InnerCircle go down one by one. Awesome and Alucard need a recovery. It's not gonna happen. Alucard, he goes down as well. Now it's Awesome left alone. Surely not. But he gets one though. Flex will go down. Looking for more though. It's so much work to do, and he's been spotted. They know where he's at, and yeah, it's a matter of time before Zane takes him out. And second round in a row.
Yeah, not bad. Things are, a little bit like step by step here right now for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, they'll take it, but going into the last round of the first half, figure things out a little bit now. For InnerCircle, it'd be great for them to be able to find this 6 just to put them in a little bit better of a, dominant position as they get over to the BL side. But look, now they lose Spoxy. That's a massive impactful kill. Flex is now trying to see the timing of this. He does find it. Look at that. Takes a little bit out of IC's playbook. And now Flex is trying to be the big hero here. He realizes that Spoxy's been taken down. His king has fallen, and now he's the one that's just trying to reclaim the throne a little bit on this in the sense. And now he's sitting at a 12-7, waiting for his team now. They're going to take this as a group approach. InnerCircle now slowly are reapproaching this. They realize the bomb's still not down, so they're kind of worried of someone lingering around the map, maybe looking for something. The plant's finally going to get down now. 38 seconds remaining. And now IC have a lot of work cut out for them. They got some utility available, but they still have to worry about these numbers. They still have to be able to find a bit of an opening. These smokes are really causing a lot of havoc, a lot of problems. Line Claw just trying to tuck away, and there we go. The Gladiators surely have been able to put themselves in a position, and indeed they do. Going to be a 5-4 half, not bad at all.
Yeah, indeed, not bad at all. And this is what I meant, right? Snowball be snowballing, right? So, third round in a row, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, definitely a huge change up from, the Gaimin Gladiators. And this is a very common, situation for the InnerCircle, where they just, start off so good and then all of a sudden they fall apart, and they need to change up something. I mean, look at Flex. He's still super aggressive. This confidence. I wish I had that, really. So, Flex, so far looking super good. I mean, I was kind of hating on him for a little bit, but then he changed my mind again. 14-7, even looking for more. He's not done yet. Looking for Jinsa. Look at this. This is insane. I mean, Jinsa, of course, last man standing, but you can't do that. This is the Pro League here, and yeah, eventually he gets taken out here, but my god, the InnerCircle, they are falling apart right now.
Yeah, that's honestly a really unfortunate round, because again, you can see that Gaimin Gladiators, they just kind of, full accelerate, they put up a big firefight, and they just win it pretty easily, right? So that's where, InnerCircle, they have to make sure they keep their eye on the prize a little bit here too, and now they're starting to lose these engagements really quickly, but that's going to be a beautiful counter right back here from Kiko, but also Beck, like, once again, the IGL finding himself a double kill in conjunction here with Kiko, the young gun. Now they put themselves in a prime position to get themselves back into winning ways, but look, Line Claw's hot on the heels. Kiko's just trying to burn the time as much as possible. The plant's still not commenced. Line Claw does get an early duel, but now Beck's on the hunt. Now he's sitting himself at the triple. He's got a good inkling that Flex should be close on by. With 87 HP, he's putting himself in a 1-on-3 scenario. And even right now, for InnerCircle, all they have to do is just... essentially, if they play together, I mean, they should have this round. I mean, it's going to be a really difficult task for Flex, but look, man, he's put himself at a 14-8. He's really just trying to keep these guys alive.
Yeah, like I mentioned, this should be a done deal, but we have seen players lose these rounds. Not gonna be like that this time around, as Beck takes him out very convincingly as well. Flex, he had a good chance there, but he missed the shot, and yeah, from there on, the round was basically over. So, we are pushing these numbers a little bit closer together again. And yet again, Flex with the aggression on the bridge. Not even... it's actually Lion Claw. Lion Claw's still not dead. I mean, this is insane. All of these players all of a sudden have so much confidence. And you really could tell how the way they play, right? I mean, look at these numbers on the board. Finally, everyone starts to, hit the shots. This is long overdue, in my opinion. Beck now jumping in, looking for answers. Lion Claw. He finds Alucard. Oh, he just peeks into him. Makes it look easy, though.
Just make it look a little bit easy, but with the same breath, though, I mean, again, InnerCircle, they have to be able to find a way. With losing Alucard, losing Jin, to bring themselves a couple more kills, because right now, for Gaimin Gladiators, they put themselves in a great position right now. All 5 players alive. They have themselves actually really much grouped up at the B site. You can see they're playing essentially like a 3-2 split. Zayn going to go for this flash. Beck does get that entry in, but yeah, it's going to be short. That's going to be it. Awesome. Surely not in this kind of a position. Yeah, that's a really difficult request from him, and yeah, not going to happen. So Gaimin Gladiators they're really keeping this Band-Aid on, man. This is like, one of those Band-Aids that's been on you for like 2 days. Like, it is holding on for dear life right now here, Bando.
Yeah. So, what can we tell so far? it's gonna be Flex and Design with so many kills on their names. So without them, this wouldn't be that close at all. But obviously, on the other side of things, in the InnerCircle, not everyone is showing up like they did before. It's gonna be back with his early frags, but Raffin takes him out this time around. But he's traded though. It goes back and forth all the way. Oh, and Zane makes it a little bit more comfortable. He finds 2 and so on. It's only gonna be awesome. It's been what, like 40 seconds maybe? It's yeah, you know, the Gaimin Gladiators, they keep up these, you know, speedrun tactics. It almost feels like they're just rushing and gunning, and you know, usually this is something you see in the ranked gameplays. You know, don't get me wrong, but you know, usually what you do is you just run and gun, and you know, you find these frags, and this is what the Gaimin Gladiators did as well for a little bit, and it worked out beautifully against the InnerCircle and Flex with a good angle. Oh, woo, okay, awesome. Does a little dance around at the door there. He still gets away with it. He does need to recover the C4 though. Flex, he will go down, but the trade is instantly there. And yet again, a very good round from the Gaimin Gladiators, and I can't tell you enough how important this break right now will be for the InnerCircle.
Yeah, this is really important. And again, actually, you know, interestingly enough too, is the fact that, you know, the first map, it was actually Gaimin Gladiators that put themselves in the timeout pretty early on, and this is now the only time we've seen a timeout being called from InnerCircle, and honestly, rightfully so, because they had themselves, you know, a 6-3, or sorry, a 5-4, in a great position in the first half. It could have been better, like just the way they were playing, it felt like it could have been a decent, you know, pretty aggressive half for them, but, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, they still show a lot of grit. They put themselves right back in the conversation, and now, like I said, this pulse is looking a little bit stronger here on the screen, as you can see from this group. But yeah, much needed timeout for InnerCircle to kind of figure out what they need to do. Like there's some deep thoughts right now. It just feels like since they've been on the BL side, it hasn't really been that effective. It's definitely not the same kind of BL side we saw from last weekend. So, well, that's where, you know, I think, you know, the desk really talked about this wall, is the fact that ROC is one of those teams that's pretty decent on this map. I don't even know if I could argue if Gaimin Gladiators is better, but they're definitely a contender on this map. They are definitely one of those teams that, on Eagle Eye, they're very, very good. So for InnerCircle, if they could even find this win here, Pando, in my opinion, I don't want to say it's an upset, but it's definitely a pretty big triumph victory for them, just because I kind of feel like Gaimin Gladiators do have the edge on this map, just given their repertoire and their experience.
Well, we will see what happens next, as we are just about to jump back into the game. And yeah, so far the Gaimin Gladiators, they came back. They were looking not so strong in the beginning of this matchup here on map number 2, but you know, they came back. Spoxy already ready to go here, warming up his hands. Like to see it. Yeah, I mean, what is there left to say? So, you know, Flex, obviously, like I mentioned, he had a little bit of a rough start, same as yesterday, exact same scenario, almost deja vu here. You know, he starts off pretty weak, then he eventually comes back, and with what a fashion. This is, I'm unable to tell you how much this guy comes back, and you can clearly tell by his performance. And, well, as I mentioned that, Alucard actually is gonna take him out just like that. The trade is there. Lion Claw super aggressive though. He gets away with it as well. The InnerCircle, not aware of him. Obviously the smokes are in his way, so obviously he gets to dance around a little bit. And yeah, so far, you know, it looks like a little bit more of a slow round, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely a slower pace, no doubt about it. And I think for InnerCircle too, that's just like, look, let's just park the brakes a little bit here, right? Like, let's just sit back, let's camp it out a bit, just figure out what we need to do a little bit differently. Gaimin Gladiators are the ones that are, you know, on the GR side, really trying to find some good pressure points. You can see even there, like Lion Claw, a very quick little cheeky attempt on it, just trying to see, can I find that quick shot? If not, I'm out of here. Look, not going to give my body up here to lose potentially this fight. But now InnerCircle with 1:19, they have to make some critical decisions here, because you can see they're kind of toying the idea of going in hotel. They kind of got themselves just in the door. They're in the lobby. They're like, do we want to stay here? Do we not? Is this really the place we want to, you know, have a nice sleep? And Lion Claw, he's unfortunately at the wrong party. He goes in the wrong door and he gets just kicked on out. So now There's a little bit of a jig. They figure out that there's a lot of players here. Now Zane is debating, do I want to kind of overextend this peak? Do I want to be able to find an engagement? And now he pulls back on this. A decent nade actually connects against Kiko and also Jin. 45 seconds here, Pando. This is now where InnerCircle, they got to make sure they don't get in their own heads. They find the lurk of Raffin, so that's also going to be a critical duel. So this is really just prompting them in a prime position right now. They know Zane's here at B. They don't know where Spoxy is, and I think they're hoping that he's going for this rotate so they can catch him, so it can just be an easier engagement. But now, time is ticking. They gotta go. They cannot wait any longer. They have to make a decision. It's 21 seconds remaining. Spoxy, I don't know what he's doing, but he's just overextended, and there we go. InnerCircle bounced right back into this round, just taking it kill by kill.
Yeah, I mean, the InnerCircle, they did a great job just stalling their push. And it made GG a little bit nervous. You could really tell they were just looking for answers and they found them. But not in a very satisfying way. I mean, Lionclaw, he just yeeted himself into the lobby there. He got, taken out right after. And even, the grenade damage was pretty good. Almost, took out Jinser, if I'm not mistaken, or Kiko, one of them. And, it still wasn't enough to secure the round in the end there. The InnerCircle, they gave Gaimin Gladiators so much time to rotate, and still, it felt like they're so far away for some reason. But nonetheless, the InnerCircle, they take this round. We're here to see what happens in this round. They keep it close, 7-7, break even. Zane will find the opener frag onto Kiko, back. Already low on HP. He's gonna swing around. Not gonna be able to find flags though, as he needs to recover, go back, regroup, and go back to default. And you know what? GG, the damage has been done.
Yeah, this is the thing, is like that, GG's done a really good job in the sense of just getting, again, these man advantages really early on. And then it's kind of InnerCircle that have to refight for this, which is so difficult. But look at that. Just Alucard putting himself in the full sniper, and now Raffin, someone that's been very, very quiet, does make himself a little bit of a moment here with the one kill, but unfortunately for him, it's short-lived. And look at this, the positioning here from all these players from InnerCircle. Left, right, center, behind, everybody is in every single angle. And now they're putting themselves in a decent position, maybe to close this thing out. They only have the one round ahead, but this is it. All they need is one more, and they're a map and series points. And then the Gaimin Gladiators are going to be fighting for overtime, which that would be the first one of the day. And now Lionclaw, you can see he's getting a little bit desperate. He's getting a little bit hungry for this. Oh god, is he going to be able to escape this? I think he will. And again, they find themselves an opening duel somehow in some way through all this chaos.
Yeah, chaos is probably the best way to describe it. Flex, as aggressive and confident he is, he does that. He finds Jinsa, makes this round very comfortable for them with the two-man advantage. And yeah, talking about Raffin though, I think, a little bit of a miss shot here from Spoxy. Raffin was very quiet on the first map. I wrote down 0.13 KD, which is absolutely stunning in a negative way, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah, Raffin, if he steps it up a little bit more, this would help GG to get more comfortable in one of these rounds. But he's not been able to do so just yet. But maybe in this round, it's looking good. But Spoxy's down now, and Lionclaw also pretty critical HP. So it's just a matter of time before one of these players will be found and collected. And like you mentioned, if the InnerCircle somehow is able to find the 9th round, this would be insane.
It would be insane. I agree with you. It'd be absolutely insane. And I mean, it just feels like they're playing in these deficit situations a lot, and that's just, again, so difficult, which makes it more problematic for these guys. But look, Alucard and, I was going to say Alucard and Awesome together, but now Awesome, the newer addition to this team, is he is now tasked here with a 1-on-4, and he gets himself one, but again, he's only got 30 seconds, so this is where the Gladiators, they just have to make sure they can play the time, they can do what they can. The good thing for Awesome in this kind of a situation is he does have the bomb, so right now, he realistically could just hightail it to B if he wanted, but instead he's going to try to go through mid. A little bit of a questionable decision in my opinion, but I think he was hoping he could cut them off. But yeah, right back to a tie game. Gladiators are keeping themselves close encounters with this, but InnerCircle, man, they surely do not want to go to overtime on this, considering of what they've been through. We'll find out.
Once again, the aggression here from the Gaimin Gladiators. towards Hotel is very decisive, actually. You know, they keep the InnerCircle out of their map control. They, you know, push him back. They're saying, yo, listen, we don't want you here. Go back. And yeah, it works out pretty well. This time around, oh, a little bit of a mid-aggression here. We didn't see that too much. And Jinsa with a very, very important kill to start this round off. Spoxy goes down, and look at this aggression back once again. Dances around the smoke a little bit. He's not able to find Dzane. The frags are there, but it's on the wrong side of things. Dzane, good for 2. And the question is, the InnerCircle, are they able to recover this round? It is looking pretty good for them, but it's a disaster for GG. It's Flex with the It's a very, very nice position here. I love to see it, but, you know, I'm pretty sure that, you know, the InnerCircle, they are pretty aware of this, because Flex loves to do that. And this is going to be a little bit awkward. Oh, he gets it. He finds back, though. No, it's only one more Alucard. And all of a sudden, this round is very winnable for Flex, and he knows it, so he makes sure to back off, though, at the same position again.
It's crazy. There's just no way. Oh my. Actually just misses the 2. I feel like, again, like 9 times out of 10, he should be able to have that. And you can see, like, this is where I was saying, this is fun to watch for the really good sniper players. And now Flex, he's known for good clutches. He's good for doing big things. And now, all you to a gunfight, and their card's even laughing. He's like, what are you doing, bro? Like, why are you feeding me? But now, I mean, they've been fed series point.
Yeah. Little does Alucard know how close he was there to lose the round, right? I mean, that was an inch or whatever you want to call that. It was so close. Flex surely beating his you know, table maybe a little bit like Hunt did the other day, right? So a very crucial shot to miss, very unfortunate as well. But the InnerCircle, they look, you know, pretty happy about that. And obviously the timeout is called a little too late in my opinion, but you know, better later than never. And yeah, look how much Alucard is fired up. He is really happy about that last round.
Yeah, you know, it definitely is. And I mean, you know, this is the thing where it just, again, like, for these guys, they've been playing a lot of catch up. I feel like that's been kind of my view of this whole series, is that I feel like Gators have really been playing the catch up in the sense that they might get a lead here and there. At the same time, like, it just feels like they have, like, trying to back into these games. Never really felt like they were taking a lead by a really slim margin. It feels like InnerCircle really have just a lot of control of this matter. But look, the job's on. I mean, like we found, is going to be the big question here about overtime, or this thing is a 2-0 really. But I mean, there's a lot of deep things that we have to see different. Like, I think really right now, Pando, is that I feel like isolated Spoxy, like, they put him in that he's not finding all these big kills. He's not getting the multi kills anymore. So I think he's getting a really good job, just kind of not influence that he normally is.
Yep, couldn't agree with you more. Spoxy definitely a little bit nerfed here. And, you know, once you manage to nerf Spoxy, this is a huge change up. But yeah, let's see how they, you know, work out the next round after this pause here. And I think it was you, maybe, I'm not too sure. But Trav told me yesterday, whenever a team takes a pause, they win the next round, right? So I think this is your thing, right? Yeah. Okay. Good.
The laws.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So we'll see what happens next. The laws, especially Trav's law, is pretty convincing here and there. It's not always the case, but most of the time. So let's see if this is the case here as well.
Yeah, it definitely is a big test of Trav's law, which it's a good one. It's definitely a good one. But we'll see. Yeah, and it's. That's the thing, right? It's one round to make a huge difference of, like, this thing's done or it's OT, right? It's not even like a situation where you have that little bit of a buffer to work with. It's all down to this. And InnerCircle, like I said, man, they got pushed to the grinder last time, and right now Alucard going down early is definitely not going to feel good. They lose their sniper early on, but now Jin's going to be equipped here with the TRG. But now GG will put themselves in the man advantage early on, putting themselves in a prime position to keep the fight going. They don't want to be done with this. again, this is a team that is sitting themselves in the #2 spot with a 3-2 record. Surely want to be able to get themselves a conversation for 4, but now InnerCircle have to do something big. This is where the magic needs to happen. They have to learn from the mistakes of last week and put it into this game right here and right now.
Well, ever since Alucard is dead, you could really tell how the InnerCircle decided to slow down a bit. Don't really want to risk anything just yet. Very, very slow start for them. But yeah, on the other side, of course, hey, Flex. Very important kill to start the round with. Alucard goes down. And, you know, Flex, he played it so obviously, in my opinion. I mean, he did that a lot of times. And I think even Lionclaw did that a couple of times. So, you know, the InnerCircle, they should have been aware. But obviously, it's always easy to say, right? It's always a little bit different. But here you go. The InnerCircle, they start to run towards a long. Jinsa will go down in the process, and so does Awesome. So, Zane and Spoxy, they do a great job of, you know, saving this round to push ourselves to overtime. It's just a matter of time. Refn, completely blinded by the lights, will not find anything from his position, though. Once again, Refn, such an off day for him, though, but luckily his team is stepping it up to carry him through. It's only going to be Kiko from the InnerCircle to keep the dream alive, but surely not. The 1 versus 3, and yeah, hey, they took a pause and they brought it home, right?
Yeah, they definitely did. And I don't know, Lionclaw either got really excited or he's got to go to the bathroom. I don't know what he's doing, but it looks like he just hightailed it right out of there. But look, yeah, a little bit disappointing for any InnerCircle fans right now, just considering like this is going back into a big affair, or maybe the same thing that we saw last weekend where, you know, this thing got pushed to a golden round. It was a Ninja Diffuse that they took a loss on it, where they almost arguably, I think, I kind of had the round, in my opinion. But I mean, I'm sure I'll get flamed for that in the chat. But yeah, it was a very competitive weekend they had. But this is where, again, for a team like InnerCircle, they're going to have to figure out just to kind of like reset everything, ignore what happened. Even this game right now, I mean, they just kind of have to take this as a fresh like 0-0 essentially, and just kind of put themselves in a position of just like, whatever happens, happens. Let's just see. They still have that buffer of 1 map if needed, but going to port is definitely not really favorable for them, I would say. I felt like these 2 maps were definitely an InnerCircle lean, just given what we've been seeing from them lately. But look, on the other side of the coin here, though, Pando, it goes right back to what the desk talked about too, is the fact of Gaimin Gladiators are, you know, that #2 team. They're sitting themselves at, you know, a 3-2 record. They've always been kind of the top 3 arguable teams in the league, so we'll see. I mean, this is where, you know, they're getting tested a little bit, and that's kind of how, you know, championship teams are built, is kind of going through a lot of crazy adversity like this, and this is a great example of that.
Well, we're just about to jump back into the game as we, see back, back pretty happy with the outcome of this match so far. Obviously, you know, they wanted to win it. Now it's overtime. It's still not done though, so it's not the end of the world. But you mentioned that, you know, the Gaimin Gladiators, they are pretty good when it comes to the standings, right? But they also lost to Anubis, and Anubis is dead last, right? So, you know, even on paper, of course, the Gaimin Gladiators, they should definitely, win. But, you know, we've been proven wrong many times. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, this is an InnerCircle 2-0 after all these losses they had, after all these, you know, failures and stomps and even the huge upset against 999. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a reset in the sense that we're in this overtime scenario, right? And that's where we were kind of saying, like, we're InnerCircle now. Ooh, oh, no, that's not good. Oh, that's just not good. Beck, you've been spotted, my bro. You've been very much spotted. Now they're going to be able to find it. Oh my god, I thought it was going to be an easy kill for them, but no. It's actually InnerCircle that win it. Yeah, a little bit of a danceroo. Something a little bit I was not expecting here, Pando. And now, Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to have to do something with... Spoxy's still alive here, but I'm still hoping to see Raffin be able to have himself that pop-off moment to put, you know, some big numbers on here. We know he can do it, and that's the thing. He's a guy that can be such a scary rifler, but it just feels like today has been really just a bad day at the office for him. But now Alucard's going to get tested. He's got the counter utility. He's just going to throw this off. Spelxy does win that engagement. So right back to a 3-3. The reposition of InnerCircle. You can see two of them are kind of hovering through mid. They're trying to wait for this timing if they can. But now Gaimin Gladiators are getting themselves closer into the site. Raffin puts the rifle to work. There it is. That's what we were talking about. And that's a triple right there. It's been silent, but now he finally pops here to be the boogeyman.
Whew. Yep. Finally, a little bit of a highlight reel for Raffin. By the way, do you think, I think it was Beck sticking out this gun belt through the wall. Do you think that was on purpose? I don't, okay, so why I'm asking is, it definitely got the attention, of Flex. And, some calls have been made. So this could also be, something they do on purpose. But obviously, it could be anything. So, what do you think, Lass?
Very well could have been, yeah. Like, I mean, it could have been one of those like cheeky little things where it's like, look, they're gonna look and see the barrel, and we both just double swing. I mean, it worked out for them, which is funny. So maybe it was intentional. I have no idea. So maybe the desk, if InnerCircle win it, they can ask that question, because it's definitely I'd just be curious to know if they were aware of that little bit of a trickery, I guess. Yeah, it's a good point though, Pando, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. So, Desk, Penguin and Koshari, right? Please let us know if that was on purpose. I mean, it could have been, right? But we don't know, so please tell us. Anyway, Kiko in a very good position. It's not going to be checked, though, but Raffin, too quick for him. And Jinso, the response is so good. Could have gone for a third, but decides to play it safe, which, I respect. Back with the trades here. Well, more with the support play, rather. And now it's going to be Flex left alone. And, they had a little bit of a lead, a little bit of an, let's call it, comfortable pillow almost. This is gone. It's completely vanished. So, Flex trying to recover, surely not. It's gonna go down eventually. There you go. Jinso takes him out. And yeah, huge clutch here. Or, well, let's call it a huge step up from Jinso with the M14. Swings around, gets a quick double. Then Beck gets a quick double. And yeah, beautifully done.
Yeah, very, very beautiful indeed. But 10-10 we go. And InnerCircle now are starting to find themselves these entries on the GR side. And look at Jin, man. He just puts that rifle to magic in a triple kill. He has just mowed them down, leaving it to a 5-on-1 now. Flex here, the IGL, the mastermind on this team, is now called to action here for the clutch. And this is just way, way too much of a task. And there we go. InnerCircle take this with a lead now right back into the grasp of their hands. But, man, Jin's been having himself, he had a bit of a slow start to this game in map number 2 here, but really has now been able to find himself really good form and honestly, the best timing to do it.
What a quick round here. Again, I like the call by Flex here to just full send it towards the bomb site here, but it didn't really work out. For some reason, Jin's, again, was able to clutch massively. Hey, this is insane. Without him, this could be over right now, but luckily it isn't without him. So huge shoutouts to him to carry on like that. Like you mentioned, he had a little bit of a rough start, but now he's here, ready to go. And on the other side, of course, a little bit unlucky, and we talked about it earlier as well. Raffin 0.13 KD. He had one nice moment here a couple of rounds ago, and that's it. That's pretty much it. So Raffin, a little bit of an off day almost, not even an off game. It's completely off day in my opinion. So yeah, Flex, he needs to get his boys ready to play again, because if they don't recover, this is over.
Yeah, it is all over, and that's the thing where it's again, I always give a lot of praise for a team like ROC, where historically they've always been the team that when their backs are on the boards, they find a way to show us that magic where they can comeback situation where they can bring it into overtimes and win the games and things like that. But Gaimin Gladiators have not always been that team for me. Like, they've kind of showed us these little glimpses here and there that they can do something, but now, I mean, maybe they can do it. But I mean, the half's going to switch here in the overtime. Gaimin Gladiators back on their strong side here. This is where these guys flex the biceps a little bit. This is where they showcase a little bit of what they can do, and you can see why. This is now starting to look pretty good. InnerCircle, yeah. Bodies hitting the floor, Zane getting amped up, everybody's getting a little bit excited, realizing a lot is at stake in this game, but we're right back into it, 11-11, and This is where InnerCircle, they need to find something in the strat book. They need to be able to just have enough to get the job done with 2 rounds.
Yeah. We'll see how the InnerCircle is about to respond. It seems like they're just going to start a little bit slower. Well, again, GG, you know, they find a way back. They almost make it look easy. And it wasn't. For sure it wasn't. But they get it done. And this is pretty much all that matters, right? I mean, hey, if they obviously want to push it further to port, right? But it's not done just yet. It's a little bit more to do here. And yeah, the InnerCircle, again, I feel like they need a win. They lost so many matches in a row. They lost so much confidence in all of these losses. So
yeah,
a win against the Gaimin Gladiators, who are second place, right? This would be insane for them. This is definitely what they need.
Yeah, it is. I couldn't agree with you more. Like, this is where, again, like, it felt like they were so close to tasting gold last weekend, and it just slips away for them, and then they keep losing these matches, which is just so unfortunate. And that's what, you know, Penguin was kind of alluding to as well. So I think for InnerCircle, you know, it definitely is something that they're just desperate for a win. And if they could get it against like a number 2 team, that is just going to feel so good through all the losses they've had. So that's the thing. They cannot let their eye off the prize here. They have to be able to keep kind of pushing through this. The job is not done. This is where Gaimin Gladiators are very much still in this game. And with 49 seconds now, you can see InnerCircle kind of rechanging their game plan a little bit. They look like they might want to go for the attempt at this A hit. Smoke's getting thrown, utility getting thrown in the skies, and now it's just raining nades, and you can see that Gaimin Gladiators have brought 4 people to this, and now it's just a spray from Beck. He's not able to find this connection. Gaimin Gladiators, their blades are sharpened. They've been able to just, again, execute these guys, and there we go. Back into the lead. They will put themselves 1 round needed, and the job will be done, and will be pushed to port. And now InnerCircle, a big question and a task here. What are they going to do?
Yep. Is it going to be the golden round scenario, or are we ending it here with another GG map win? But we'll see. They're not wasting any time. Raffin, a crucial mistake once again. Oh, this might just all fall apart all of a sudden. Raffin, what have you done? It's only Flex. Oh, we are pushing the golden round scenario. Insane. Hey, you couldn't even put it in words, right? So, hey, so the Gaimin Gladiators, they worked so hard to get that last round, right? But then all of a sudden the InnerCircle are like, okay, you know what? It's do or die. Let's just push, see what happens next, right? And Raffin, he had such a good position. He turned around to dodge a flash or something, not sure, but he didn't get a single frag in his position. This was a very crucial, you know, maybe not necessarily a mistake, but this was a very crucial moment for the round. And yeah, it is what it is, 12 and 12. This is the last round. It's do or die for either of these 2 teams here. And once again, we see a very slow approach here from the InnerCircle after such a fast-paced round, right? So we'll see. The pressure is definitely up there.
Yeah, it really is. Again, it's just gotten pushed all the way here, and this is the thing. Like you said, is the fact that Raffin unfortunately turned his back, and that's what, you know, InnerCircle fans were kind of hoping for, is just some mistake the Gaimin Gladiators would make, and they take full advantage of it. They took something a little bit easy. They just went for a full send at the A site, which was a nice change up. It caught Gaimin Gladiators a little bit off guard. Now we're kind of seeing this round where InnerCircle hopefully don't get in their heads a bit too much and overthink this. You can see they're playing very slow. They're worried of some aggression here from the defensive side. And you can see that Lion Claw playing on the bridge. He's just trying to see what he can be able to find. Utility going to get thrown. But now the flash, I don't think it fully connects. Raffin does win the opening engagement on this, but now Flex, he's posted up here. He's got himself being the bouncer in the nightclub. He's just trying to see who he's going to kick out of here. Waiting things out. Lion Claw is going to be able to find the engagement. Now we finally see some sort of a reply back from InnerCircle. But is it a little too late? Have they lost too many bodies? Flex is now going for a massive flank. They're not going to expect this. They're going to have no idea. Jin, you got to turn around. You need to look. And oh my God, Flex, he just fumbles it. He uses a USP. He can't make a connection. And he's just given InnerCircle a chance here. He's given them the opportunity with 30 seconds remaining. No way this is going to happen like this, Pando. Absolutely no way.
I'm speechless. I'm still watching. 25 seconds on the board. Okay. Flex. Okay, let's just watch and talk about it later. So, okay, it's gonna be designed Spox and Raffin to close out this map.
14 seconds.
It's gonna be 10 seconds left for the InnerCircle to make a move. Awesome. Finds Reffen though. It's only gonna be Spoxy outside. This is not gonna happen. He's Zane for a clutch. He finds one though. He finds two. This couldn't be more intense right now. So Jinza in the clutch. We calm down for a second. The Zane. His heart must be pounding right now. I'm telling you. This is such a crucial round right now. The positioning from Jinza is insane! And then I'm actually gonna... Oh, what is this? Okay, Flex. Oh, this is not looking good for you, man. Okay, last take over.
Oh man, that's again. You can see the celebrations there. You know, Jin. You know, the fist pump. Everybody, even back with a little bit of a smirk too. He's just like, look, like, oh man, we did it. But again, like right back into the same thing we saw in the last weekend. It goes all the way to overtime, goes to the golden round in a freaking 1v1 out of all things. Like, I just can't believe it had to come to this situation. But look. Who other than Jin to be able to put up a massive clutch for these guys? A huge victory for them to get the 2-0 done here, right here now. Not a bad way at all. Honestly, not bad at all. But that's a really big feat here for Gaimin Gladiators. Flex, I knew what he was doing. He was being a little bit cheeky. He was waiting on the trigger discipline. But the fact he missed that first shot, I feel like that just gave him an opening that should have never happened.
Yeah, you can tell. I'm speechless. So, Flex, I mean... It happened to the best of us, right? It was super unfortunate for him and his team, of course. And, well, it's going to be, you know, the InnerCircle taking this one convincingly in the end, though. And, you know, guys, there's so much left to talk about. We will send it to the desk. Please, Penguin, Koshari, take over.
Thank you, Pandox, and thank you, Lazman. What a game. I was standing up. I was shocked. I mean, what Flex did, what Jinzer did, what Rafa tried to do. He had a good moment, but it just didn't follow through. I can't believe he flanked him and managed to fumble it.
Yeah, definitely Flex. He over-crumbled by the flank. When I saw the flank, I thought this definitely good game for Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah, he's just gonna kill this player, maybe die, and it's just one player left for two. And then he kept waiting. You don't need to wait on this. You just need to jump on this guy with your USP and kill him. And it was a very, very good round from the side of InnerCircle. And then awesome, he entered the side, double kill instantly. Spoxy and Raffen died in just few seconds. And then the Zane replied with 2. And in the end, he couldn't pull off the miracle and get the win for GG. Big congratulations for InnerCircle to come back and to make a statement here that these guys are still here. They want to be one of the top teams and they want to be going to the EWC.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more because when you look at both teams now, the best of 3 series that they just had, they are almost neck to neck in every single round. It's always down to 1 or 2 players maximum. The early picks, the early aggression wasn't as expected on Eagle Eye. They were playing so patiently, so composed, and they were waiting for some aggression from either side in order to execute and follow up with the 5v4. Here we see the set summary. Man, look at the Zane. I don't know how they lost this game, to be honest. I really don't.
Yeah, definitely. He had a very good game. But Spoxy, man, whenever Spoxy is not playing that much, it's always a hard game for GG to win. But on the other hand, also InnerCircle, the guys played very well. Yes, Kiku wasn't there, but his teammates were there. And definitely Alucard is our MVP because of his phenomenal game 1 and game 2. He's consistently 1 point KD, and this guy with shots and the clutch as well in the 9-8 where he killed Flex 1v1. So InnerCircle, now you're back on track. Gaimin Gladiators, they left the track. So the top 4 teams, they are not 4 of them consistent. Usually you see 1 or 2 consistent and the other 2 struggling. Anubis and InnerCircle, they were struggling. Now it's GG struggling. Anubis and InnerCircle is going to be facing each other tomorrow. So they need to get back to get on track. So big congratulations to InnerCircle and hard luck for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, now InnerCircle is finally back on track and they deserve it. They played exceptionally well across the board. GG, yeah, they played very decent, but nonetheless, it was just not their day. Anyways, I'd like to quickly jump to game 2, Anubis versus 999, man.
Well, Anubis versus 999. On paper, it's going to be an easy one for Anubis because InnerCircle, 999, yes, they are a very good team. they played better when they had creeds, but lately these guys didn't pop off that much. Only their game versus InnerCircle, it was a miracle for the guys, and still they fold in few or couple games. Last game we watched them yesterday falling 2-0 in favor of TBI, so they have a very, very tough situation right now, going back to the 8th place after the win from InnerCircle. So now Anubis have one more win to go in order to put their foot on the track. As we said, they won yesterday versus Gaimin Gladiators. They have the potential. They have the potential, and they have the momentum as well on the shoulders. So they should be getting this win in fashion if they played the same aggressive and confident way that we've seen yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, week 1, Anubis was doing pretty good, and they kind of fell off a little bit. And it's sad to say, without any biases, they're a very, very, very strong team, and they came second last season. And I just wanted to point out, Laz and Pandoxon wanted us to ask the MVP of InnerCircle about the last round of the first round, sorry, of overtime, but we didn't get a chance. Anyways, speaking of Anubis, I really hope that they manage to persevere this time and they find that winning element that they need to secure some more wins and possibly get to the top 4, since they already have some points from season 1.
Yeah, definitely, because these guys want to be competing into the CFWL Season 2 playoffs, and also they want to be going for the EWC. These guys have 125 points. Anubis is very close of getting to the EWC. Maybe a few more points would secure their spot in the EWC, but not enough maybe to go to the playoffs. So these guys want to be also going to the playoffs, because it's going to be a good practice if you want to go to the WC. So now they're going to be playing 999. They had a good start, but then they fall shortly. Yes, everybody expected them doing more after what we have seen from them, but then 999, they kind of went back to the kind of not consistent
same
performance.
Behavior as season 1,
not consistent performance. So we would like and we would love to see such a strong performance from them and to give Anubis the best fight. On the other hand, Anubis, now the guys are back on track. They won GG. They have potential and momentum, and they're very confident right now going into this matchup, because tomorrow they have a very strong game as well. So they need to be preparing from now, putting strategies and trying to build up confidence for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, and this is what I love about CFWL, because it shows you that 2nd or 3rd place can possibly fumble a game or two to the 7th or 8th place, and this means that they're all here to compete. They're all here, outstanding organizations and players and coaches, right? I don't really like to segregate and say 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th, but yeah, the numbers speak for itself. And sometimes, just like what Rafa was having or Spoxy, you just have an off day at the office, as the casters highlighted, and it's just not your day, and it just happened to be the day that you're playing against one of the formidable teams.
Yeah, definitely, and especially that Anubis, they played very good at the start, as you said. Okay, they had a very good games, but then they fold for a few days. We said maybe they have a bad week, bad days, but we asked these guys to change their style, because usually all teams knew how these guys are playing and how these guys are performing when they are playing aggressive. But now they changed it a bit. They moved their style into some more teamwork-wise.
More turtle kind of.
Yeah, more teamwork-wise. So now they are playing better. They are winning more.
Yeah, and what about the maps? Like, when it comes to the maps, I think Anubis, we've discussed this before, they don't really have the same
Eagle
map.
Eye.
Eagle Eye,
New Mexico.
Compound, New Mexico.
Yeah, they don't play Eagle Eye, they don't play New Mexico. Definitely 999 is going to be playing New Mexico. They beat ROC Esports in New Mexico, so they don't mind if they're playing it. So Anubis have to ban it. So I'm pretty sure that Anubis is going to be having a very tough veto. Just as InnerCircle, they had a very tough veto, but still they won. So ban Eagle Eye, ban New Mexico from Anubis, and we're going to be playing a basic maps.
All right, fair enough. I'd like to see the maps to see the accuracy here. And yeah, Eagle Eye is banned. New Mexico is banned. Compound Ankara, I think that was 999 targeting Anubis. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely, because Anubis is very good in Compound, especially we've seen at Jaguar how good he is in this map. And 999, they lost to TBI in Ankara, so they don't want to be bringing back memories for this map. And by the way, it was their first Ankara game in the whole West League Season 2, so it didn't turn out very well. They had a good lead, and then they throw it 7-4, I guess. And then they start throwing it for TBI. So they don't want to be repeating the same mistake. So Subbase Black Widow port, most basic maps. Subbase is 100% Anubis' pick, because they are one of the best teams playing Subbase. Black Widow, it's very,
it's not one-sided, is
it? But it's very big or tough decision from 999 to choose Black Widow versus Anubis, because Anubis is very good in Black Widow. So it's tough veto somehow for 999.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, just looking at the map drafting here, I would say probably Anubis is gonna get game 1, and if 999 and Anubis are a very close score, then probably 999 would take Black Widow home, and Port will be the decider from a 1-1 standing.
Yeah, definitely, because Anubis, we know these guys are very good on Subbase. We've seen how they played Subbase in the playoffs versus GG, how good they were versus good teams. And usually ROC Esports, when they play Anubis, they don't want to be playing Anubis in Subbase. They don't want to be facing Sad in the Woods. They don't want to be facing Comics in a down. Tipsy with his movement and rotations, so they just throw it away and let it go. But now Anubis have the chance to play Subbase versus 999, and 999 want to be revenging their loss versus TBI, so. because mainly TBI is considered as an Egyptian team as well. They lost to them in Subbase, so they want to be revenging their lose to the Egyptians in Subbase, and they're going to be playing Anubis in Subbase. So my opinion is that Subbase is going to be biased towards Anubis because they are very good. Egyptians are very good in Subbase, and everybody knows how good these guys are good in rotations, in plays, how you feel,
on
how
both
you
sides,
act. Yeah, so it's going to be a very hard game for 999 in Subbase, but Black Widow, it might be 50-50. That usually we love to see and knows how good Anubis is on Black Widow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for a show. I'd always want the best of 3 regardless, right? Especially a map like Port. You know, that's going to be interesting how both teams are going to compete on that level, on that scale of competitiveness. 7th and 8th place, yeah, they need this win. It's not a matter of if, maybe, what. No, it's a must win for either team, and that would at least set a foundation for them to reach top 4.
Yeah, Port, if we've made some statistics or calculations, Port is the most picked map as a decider.
As a decider.
Yeah, you usually leave it at the end because it's one-sided map. We don't want to be a one-sided map. It's 60-70% towards global risk map. We saw how Anubis destroyed GG in Blacklist, by the way, 7-2. But still, Port, you'd love to leave it as third map, which is the decider, because there are some circumstances that might happen in Port, make you don't want to take this risk as first map. So you leave it on third and just play. But Anubis is very good on Port, buddy.
Really?
They played very well yesterday. So 999, even if they won one of the 2 maps that they're going to be playing at the beginning, it's going to be very hard for them to go on the third and play Port. So my opinion, if 999 want to be winning this, they need to get it 2-0 done before Port.
Before Port, yeah, before they see Port. I'd say that for both teams. Anyways, I'd like to take it to our casters, Laz and Pandoxen, for game 1.
Thank you guys for bringing it in. We are back and we're starting on Subbase. It is going to be Anubis pick. So what can we expect? I mean, they already talked about it a little bit. I think that Anubis is going to be very good on Subbase because, you know, they usually are pretty good on that map. So what does it mean for 999? I feel like, you know, it could be either way, to be fair, because yesterday, I don't know, but maybe today, maybe they made their homework, maybe they are ready to come back. And, you know, Laz, I kind of want to get your opinion on this.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the desk because I feel like this is an Anubis map pick or the veto. I think they won that whole process in my opinion. I mean, I know 999 went for Black Widow. I don't see where they do win it, but I mean, look, they've been proving that they're competing. They're doing quite well considering what I thought they could do. I didn't really put them as a high stake in the division, if I'm being quite honest, and I mean that with all respect. But yeah, I think Subbase is a write-off for Anubis, or it should be. But I think Black Widow will definitely be a bit of a question mark, but I'm still giving a heavy lean here for Anubis. They seem like they're playing their better game. They seem like they're, you know, the pieces are kind of falling where they need to now. 999 are still showing they're growing, which is cool, but at the same time, it's like, is it enough? I'm just not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, and hey, that's an absolute fair statement to make, right? 999, they lost to 3P yesterday, and you know how things were going, this could have been, you know, either one's game, right? 999, unfortunately, they didn't really make it out there, and yeah, you know, they lost. But again, like I mentioned, maybe today against Anubis, but hey, I think Penguin also mentioned it already. If they play the same as yesterday, Anubis should be unstoppable. This should be an absolute stomp if they play the exact way they did yesterday. But we're here to find out. Just a matter of time before we jump into the game to start Subbase, which again is Anubis pick. Second map is going to be Black Widow, which is 999's pick. And yeah, decider, like Penguin mentioned, is always the decider. You know, for some reason, people just like to, you know, put it there. Don't really want to start with it, but you don't really want to mind it in the end. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see so far. You know, Anubis, they look very decisive, very happy, very, you know, decisive here to, bring the first victory here on the table on map number 1.
Yeah, and honestly, like, just kind of thinking about, for the little bit of a lean here for Anubis, is just like, for me, I always feel like a team that lives in a LAN house and is doing all these things and putting in like a lot of resources for them to build their teamwork and chemistry. Like, I always give a massive leg up for a team like that. And they've been doing this for quite some time. Like, I don't think that's very new, but it's more just, they really are trying to be a team that can compete. So it was a bit bumpy, a season or two ago. Things are looking a lot better, but look, we'll find out now. Maybe 999 have come prepared with a game plan. Like we said, I mean, they've kind of given some little surprises here throughout the season. But look, they're going to be playing, an Anubis team that, yeah, technically in the rankings, kind of sitting on the lower end, like on the 6th place, which is kind of interesting. But at the end of the day, I mean, a win here would again put Anubis in a pretty good position here on that 4th, 5th place, and kind of switching things up. But we'll find out. We'll see what's going to happen. But 999 being on the BL side will definitely be not the funnest way to start this map, I would say, Pando.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. BL side can be very good, can be very promising. I would rather start on the BL side, to be fair, but, everyone has different opinions on that. We'll see. Mintien here, close towards the top section there. And to be fair, CRS had a very cool time yesterday on a top when, he was on the Jar side of things, so waiting for that. See if he continues to be like that. But for now, it doesn't matter. They will push through. Look at this Creed. It's very decisive. Picks up Doom. Good thing to start off the round with. Jaguar left in the no man's land. He's not been spotted yet. BYK has to take him out to make things possible. He's been spotted though. Will be taken out eventually. QJK and Creeds get it done. Ooh, Sad missing some crucial shots here. There you go, finally takes BYK out, but the damage has been done though. Anubis now in need of recovery. They need to take this back, and yeah, it's not gonna happen. Dipsy, last man standing, surely not. Gets taken out as well.
Yeah, not bad at all, honestly. Pretty clean round from 999. A little bit sloppy, I would actually, kind of say for Anubis on that retake. It just felt like they really couldn't get too much moving, but yeah, at the same time, like 999 put a really good amount of pressure on different parts of the map. That post plan was really interesting. They didn't just sit there and waited. They actually tried to bring the gunfight to it, which I think caught Anubis a little bit off guard, which was a nice thing to see. So good change up from them and a really convincing opening round. And honestly, not a bad way for them to start this thing off. I was kind of, again, saying there's a lot that they're going to have to prove in this. But, again, for Anubis, they're a team that, I think most people that are watching would probably put them as the favorites in this matchup. So this is, a situation where 999, they're going to have to prove some haters wrong, but they're going to have to take it round by round. They're going to have to figure out how they can do that. And Anubis, they got to make sure that they can build up as many rounds as possible on this GR side, because we know that they're a strong defensive team. So if they kind of lose control early on here, I might be a little worried for them, to be honest.
I'm actually very glad you bring that up, because I think that Anubis will have a great time once they are on the BL side of things. But until then, they have to get a couple of rounds on the Jar side as well. CRS has been spotted by Comics. It's not, a very uncommon position to be in for the BL people, but still nice to know. Doom gets a lot of HP done from Mintien there. Still dancing, still alive. But yeah, this is the M14 coming into play, right? So I talked about this a lot earlier on, but the M14 is basically a better M4 in my opinion, and has less recoil, has a lot faster, reloads, but it's still a little bit different in comparison to the M4. But we'll see. This is a great start once again from 999. Anubis, they do a great job of damaging the players, but can't really finish them off, and the push will come through. It's a little bit of an B split that gets one, but look at this CRS with the wrap around. No one is ready for that. It's only gonna be Dipsy in the clutch. Surely not. 1 versus 4. He has his AK out. Almost takes out BYK, but a nice tap from QJK will come out, and yet another round for 999 though.
Yeah, honestly, and this is where, again, it's getting really interesting, because I feel like these are relatively convincing rounds. Like, this is now 2 rounds in a row we've seen from 999. It's looked really, really clean. Not a lot of, issues. They have a really good game plan. They're executing it pretty much flawlessly. So, this is where, again, I'm putting putting a little bit of presence here on for Anubis. Like, this is where, yeah, the BL side, like you said, might be a little bit better for them. I still feel like they can be a decent GR-sided team, but, you know, if 999 can get themselves a pretty big jump start here with a lead and even win the half, I mean, that's going to be really aggravating here for a team like Anubis. They're going to have to really figure out a whole other level of gameplay, but, I mean, we'll see. Still early on in the game, but UIK is the one with the sniper here on 999. CRS has taken a lot of damage already, and actually double snipers here from Anubis. So they're actually going to have Dipsy and also Sad kind of ready to go for this, which isn't too surprising. We have seen that hybrid, but oh, BYK, okay, finds a nice shot right through the smoke. Goes for a bit of a gamble in the pre-fire, and it pans out nicely.
Yep. Anubis with the disadvantage in this round as well. Looking for redemption. So gonna find it though. Comics will go down with the over-aggression against München. And again, the wraparound will come through. München with another good headshot. Looking for the third kill in this round. He will find it though. And oh no, Anubis. This is not how they were looking yesterday. And I don't like what I'm seeing. I mean, it's good for 999, don't get me wrong, but this is not clean at all. This is actually devastating for me. So
yeah,
Anubis,
no question.
Not looking too good, and of course the timeout. What is there left to say right now for them, Last?
Yeah, honestly, like I think it's a good point that there really is. It's kind of a loss for words in the sense of that, Anubis, like it's a 3-0. They're against these rounds of. Honestly, look, just really, I'm just going to be honest, it looks really poor. Like, there's just nothing from Anubis that's looked good. Like, they haven't really given any sort of ability to put themselves in conversation in these 3 rounds. It just feels like they've been just getting mopped up very, very quickly. So, a little bit of a very slow approach on this, but you can see that the guys are talking. Dipsy's getting a little bit vocal on this. So, he's definitely going to get a little bit, he's always kind of the animated one. He's always got his hands moving and seems pretty passionate when he's speaking. So, this is where they have to figure out something because that's what I was saying before, is if 999's in a position where they can get a big lead moving over to the second half, I mean, this could be a flip of what we all were talking about. We all were kind of saying, I'm pretty sure all 4 of us, like you and me and the desk, were pretty much saying this is a Anubis victory, or it should be any day of the week. But right now, this might be that big upset day, the underdog story potentially. And Anubis have to make sure they don't fall asleep at the wheel here. They have to be able to wake up and kind of get going on the road.
Yep. You know, the funny thing is, on paper, Anubis are the underdogs, right? I mean, on the standings, right?
True. Yeah, that is true.
Very devastating. Again, yesterday, insane performance. I was really, really loving it. Right now, this seems like the good old Anubis that we don't like in the second season so far. But it's so early on, they took the pause, they got the time to talk things through, and I would expect them to figure things out because it's now or never. Because again, snowball system, if it rolls, it gets bigger, and 999 they enjoy it, they don't mind it, and we'll see if there's any change up coming from them as well. But I would expect them to do anything because it works. If it works, you don't really want to change it. Let's see what happens.
Right back to the gameplay here for 999, just kind of waiting things out just a little bit, taking it nice and slow and easy. And this is kind of always the big question too, is like after these timeouts, is like what team, is Anubis going to be the ones that want to go for a big gamble? They want to do something bold and risky, or do they just want to kind of play a little bit more of a different setup in the sense of their defense? And you can see they're kind of putting a bit of presence here through the wood double doors. Putting a little bit more of an attention where Comics is there. You can see that Doom's kind of playing a little bit closer now. He's trying to put that M16 to a little bit different work here to put that advantage for a rifle. And Min is kind of like, he's been really contemplating if he wants to try to like a little bit sneak through this. Double smoke going to get thrown here again. So definitely, Anubis are really worried about this wood double door push. Go up into radio like this. So this is a very interesting little bit of a read from them. And 999, they're just kind of burning the clock. They're just waiting things out. and they ain't even really breaking a sweat yet.
Dipsy in the key position here to stop this push. If he gets 2, this would be insane, but it's a tough ask, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll spot them momentarily. Ooh, this flash is horrible. Oh, no. But it will still work out for Dipsy a little bit here. He finds Mintchen, though. That's the rest of the squad. You need to carry on. BYK finds one. Doom goes down. Finally, Dipsy been spotted as well. And we see some response, but it's not good enough at all. No one is really hitting their shots. They make it look easy. Look at that. Oh, it's just a slaughter fest with all the HKs. And, you know, 99, they failed their flash, yet they were able to, you know, continue with their push. And somehow, they were even stalling it a little bit. And it worked out. So, Anubis, right now, everything is going to, you know, how you say, it's not working out, basically, what I'm trying to say, right? So, we'll see if this carries on. Dipsy already leg shot. He's already taken out as well. BYK gets a double hit on him as well. You know, Les, I'm not too sure about this right now.
Yeah, I'm not loving this. Really not loving this. And right now, I mean, this is going to be an important position here for Doom. He's playing the counter flash if he can. And oh, that rifle, it needs to find more than just the one. And he's burned the whole clip. Oh, man, he was just hoping they would run right into it. Now Sad does put a little bit of a connection onto this. Flashes are good here from Anubis. But now the gunfights are just even better right now. The rifles are starting to sing a little bit here for the offensive side of 999. The back and forth affair we go. CRS here for the flank. And now this thing's turned into a 1v1. Bomb's going to be down in the middle of the site. This is a little bit awkward. This is a little bit weird because now Sad has himself in a position where he might be able to, you know, again, view the top ground. He might be able to find just who's going to be in radio. Can he, you know, slide his way through the door? He's got different angles he has to clear. And now CRS, oh man, oh man, oh man. He's actually coming through right behind him. And Sad finds it, makes a connection. And Anubis, they rely on the old faithful clutch to get themselves around on the board.
CRS with the wraparound, only able to find one. Could have, you know, played it a little bit longer there. Obviously taking a huge risk by not killing the first one instantly, but maybe this could have, you know, changed the outcome. But Anubis, you know, even though it was way too close for comfort, and it wasn't even good at all, to be fair, but they get it done. First round on their name, 4-1. Doom finds QJK very early on in this round, which is a good thing to start things off. This round looking a little bit better already. Maybe Anubis have found the answer. Or Dipsy, this is cheeky. So, you know, it's a little bit crazy through the smoke here. It's, oh, the timing might be off. Oh, the timing is off. He gets it then regardless. Creeds not able to find him before, you know, Doom, actually it was Dipsy, gets Mintchen there. And oh, this is falling apart. All of a sudden, Creed's left alone. And, you know, I was saying it, you know, the snowball system here, it works for either of these teams, you know. So 999, they were winning a couple of rounds in a row. Now it's Anubis with 2 rounds in a row. We'll see if this carries on, though.
Yeah, it's really, really nice in the sense that, you know, again, since that timeout, it's Laz's law here. That, you know, teams win after the timeout. I'm just saying, but no big deal. But anyways, regardless, it's been nice because, again, these rounds have been a little close, but you know what? It's a round win, right? At the end of the day, that's all they care about. And the fact that they were losing, I think it was 1 point, it was a 4-0, and then now we're at a 4-2. So it's definitely a good thing to see for Anubis that are kind of, again, bringing this game back slowly and surely. But, you know, again, this is a team that I've given a lot of criticism for, is the sense that, you know, when the snowball was going against them and things were getting really hard and problematic, they weren't the team to be able to find it. And oh man, that's a costly shot, and Dipsy unfortunately just misses it by a hair.
Man, Dipsy usually is so good when it comes to the sniper department. What was that? He should have had that kill all day, all night. Maybe even potentially a second. Not gonna happen though. A very crucial mistake from Dipsy there, but it's not over. Well, maybe it is. QJK, good for 2. Quick double headshot there. Set. Maybe with the recovery shot. Not gonna hit it though. It's given a second chance. Nope, not this time around. The bomb is not even close just yet. I think they will actually go back. And you know what? Doesn't even matter. They get frag after frag. They don't even consider the bomb plant here. And 999 looking very strong on Subbase, which again is Anubis pick. Anubis, after the timeout, you know, 2 rounds in a row, but now it seems like it is falling again.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a big round in the sense of like just not building that momentum, right? I mean, this is kind of what we always say about CrossFire. Is just like there's so much you can gain on the momentum and like the big shift that can happen too. So the fact that Anubis were able to find themselves 2 rounds, that's a beautiful shot right in the corner of the wall. He's able to get it, so not bad at all. But they're going to need a lot more of that to get themselves right back into this game because 999 have secured the half. It's just a question of how much by are they going to be able to. Chris is actually going to push himself right through door. I thought he was going to get away with it. I thought he was going to be able to escape with his life, but good trade back from Doom. The Doombringer, and now puts the rifle to full effect, and it's still a 3 versus 4. And now Min, oh my, little bit of a hoppy hop, and he gets himself a nice shot, and Jag, he just could not figure it out. He blinked and he was dead.
Yeah. Hey, someone did their homework. München. Very aware of this, and honestly, you would expect that, right? I mean, Anubis, they do it so many times, and finally they get punished for it as well. Not very creative here. I mean, in general, I love this spot, right? It could be, it can be super clutch, but you need to, figure out new things eventually or change up. Otherwise, your enemies will just watch you replay, watch the stream, and it will be like, oh, okay, yeah, let's check that next time. Anyway. 999, they were given a free bomb site here now. Anubis in need of recovery. The retake about to happen. Seems like they all want to drop down from a top, which can be a crucial mistake, especially with Creeds here. But Zed gets the better of him. Let's see, 15 seconds on the bomb timer. I like the setup here. München basically in the key position. Now QJK, if he stalls this a little bit, he only has to take out the bomb. Oh, it's not gonna happen. The fuse will come through. Anubis, they sneaky take this one away.
Yeah, no, honestly, these ninja defuses, I feel like we're seeing like a lot more of them, which is kind of sick. Honestly, it's really cool. But now Jag, okay, look, he's in radio. He's calling mission control. Oh, they haven't even cleared him. Oh my god, he might be able to just put this round into his hands. He might be able to have the multi-kills, trigger discipline. Oh no, but it's only the 1, but he does so much damage. Honestly, that's huge on itself. That should be able to give them this round. Dipsy finding himself this double kill has definitely made things really an advantage here for Anubis. Not bad at all from the captain of Jag just to put up some good efforts. But now CRS is in a position with 13 HP, 7 bullets in the chamber. He has to find 2 kills. He hasn't even gone for the reload. I'm surprised he hasn't just kind of fallen back, waited things out, making his presence still very much known where he is. But he has to fight for this bomb control. That's going to be the problem. This is where it's not a great situation. Switches to the sniper. A little bit weird enough in my opinion, but Anubis, they're going to take it any day of the week, and they get themselves right back into a close half, which is not bad considering how bad this could have been.
A very crucial mistake here from the side of 999. But hey, you take those, right? if you are given those opportunities, you take them all day, all night. But well, the damage was done, but obviously, I think only 1 is a little bit unsatisfying, at least for me. But in the end, the round is won, so it doesn't really matter. They take it. And now 999, they look a little bit shocked here almost, because obviously, they started off so strong, like you mentioned, and now it's kind of, falling a little bit behind. But, we're just about to jump back in, so they will get their, let's call it second chance on the other half. But now Anubis on the BL side of things, and I expect them to show up massively, though.
Oh yeah. This is where you're saying they're, a better BL-sided team, so we'll see if that's going to be true. Because they definitely can be. They definitely can be. But this is where, again, I feel like for a team like 999, again, a team that's relatively new in the essence of just a roster and, some additions we've seen, and like someone like Creeds with a ton of experience that's, joining this group. It's a great addition, don't get me wrong. That's actually a wealth of knowledge and experience that's going to be good for these guys. So we'll see. We'll see what they can, how they can handle being on the GR side, because that's not always an easy thing when you're playing an organized group like Anubis here on the BL. So you can see it's going to be the 3-2 split. Now they're going to try to just contest onto Min. Easy day. They're even going to be able to find an easy duel. Comics almost gets himself that double. Yeah, this is Anubis. A perfect execute, really. flawless, a little bit of it, not, well, maybe not flawless, but they've definitely made it very, very clean in the essence of, now it's QJK by himself. He has a 1-on-3. He's not really in the greatest position at all. He's now banking to be able to get gifted these 1-on-1s, but Anubis, if they just kind of tuck tail and play these numbers to their advantage, surely around right back into a tie game.
Yeah. We'll see if he's able to find at least one to potentially win this round. There's one. Dips, just chilling, sad is there with the cross. He gets it done, and this is what I meant, right? So on the BL side of things, Anubis is very, very strong, right? Especially on Subbase, because on Subbase it's extremely difficult to hold everything at the same time, right? So Anubis, they made it look easy, but they were pushing multiple things at the same time, and 999, they just weren't ready for that. They just had no answer, and yet again we see the same thing happening. 2 people in vents, the rest just creeps down the stairs, and if QJK goes down, this is a crucial thing to happen. And yeah, yet again, Comics will find creeds as they drop out of vent, and yeah, one by one, 999 will drop to the floor. Männchen, it's a little bit awkward, finally takes out Comics, but 1v3, very similar to last round, and this is what I'm expecting. A very, very strong Anubis, decisive, and they take these rounds one by one.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's what you were kind of saying is just, the experience from these guys and just like what they're able to bring to the table is definitely important, because Anubis, being on the BL side, it's, that's where they're going to be able to showcase their experience, being a roster put together for quite some time. Look at how quickly they take this round, and look at the big flank here from Comics. That was very well executed. A really, really nice, clean round. Again, only losing one player. Again, QJK is in a clutch scenario again. So not a fun position to be in. Now he's just desperate for this kill. Just can't seem to make the connection. I think he had the M14, if I'm not mistaken. So not really favorable in that kind of a distance, I would argue. But yeah, Anubis are looking good, man. This is what we were kind of expecting to see, but it felt like it was a little bit of a too slow of a start. But maybe they just got to get warmed up here, Pando.
Yeah, again, Anubis, they make it look easy. They're not even done yet. They continue to do so because they can't be stopped. And, if they can't be stopped, no one can, right? And it's literally the same thing happening over and over again. Dipsy with a quick kill onto QJK. The smoke is a little bit unfortunate for him, but he will dance around it. BYK and Männchen left alone. Make it BYK only, and this round now is almost flawless. It is flawless, there you go. And, again, they played so fast, I can't, talk about the last round here, but I will still say it, Comics flank in wood was absolutely key, right? So this is what I meant. They push multiple things at the same time. Another guy, a little bit later in this push, will flank from behind, and it works out beautifully. But in this round now, everything is happening so fast. Everything. This round, 999, much more aggressive, much more individual skill coming into play, and it's only gonna be Comics left alone in the clutch. Surely not. QJK takes him out. And, Anubis, they take rounds very convincingly, but it doesn't mean 999 is out of the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is the biggest case here, and that's a great point you bring up, because, again, that's where 999, again, they've really done well. I mean, despite their record, I think technically they were sitting in last place, but again, close games they've had, and again, a lot of close encounters, so I don't even take that for a lot of the statistics out of this. But the fact that we're at an 8-6 right now is good. You're starting to see they do get these good glimpses of rounds where there's powerhouse through it. So that's where we're kind of saying for a team like Anubis, they have a lot more to prove here. And I think Penguin made a really good comment earlier on too, is the fact that they're a team that is trying to fight to get to EWC and other competitions and things like that too. So it's really, really important. So for them, way more at stake. But that's a beautiful entry, a nice little bit of a spam, and Min, and he didn't even get to see anything. He was just done.
Yeah. Doom enters the wood section there. He knows someone is behind that box because you can spot the names behind the boxes, right? So he gets it done, quickly pre-fires it. And this is a very good start into the round for them. Obviously, the damage has been done to Anubis as well. But let's see if that's going to be a factor or not. But you can already tell Anubis, they play much different now. All of a sudden, very more calm, very more collective here. We'll see if 999 will respond to that. Because, Männchen, more aggressive. Didn't really work out this time around. And at the moment, you couldn't really tell what Anubis is doing, right? I mean, they're kind of grouping up in front of B. Yeah, now the shifting starts to come into play. And I think they will go for a B split again. And I think this is the right call to do. I'm not too sure. I mean, you have BYK and, of course, QJK close to bomb side B here, but just a matter of time before Dipsy finds the first entry here. And this is, again, Doom with the flank, right? So, obviously, he's about to get flanked, but, well, Doom is aware. He takes out CRS, and this is perfect. This is basically unlosable, unless 999 finds the insane clutch. Not gonna happen, though. Sad, good for free, though.
Well, Pando, I guess you really were onto something here. You really were onto something that the BL side is just too strong. They're definitely just lifting heavy here. And now Min, oh, hang on, he might be able to lift a little bit heavy too, because now he finds himself a double kill. And now Anubis, 3 players alive, they're trying to be able to see what they can do. And now the defense is just, again, put up a really good defense on this. Multi-kill after multi-kill. And everybody just, you know, keeps himself alive in this game a little bit. They ain't done yet, but Trabzala kicking in a little bit of team on the 9th round. Can't seem to get it done afterwards, so we'll see now what will happen. But look, 9-7, 2 rounds in to push this thing to OT, and Anubis, they just got to make sure that they can get the singular round, and then we can move things over to Black Widow.
Yeah, this is ultimately their goal, obviously. I mean, last round didn't really work. Too fast. Shots didn't really connect. On the other side, of course, 999, they got it done pretty convincingly. The good hold, the anchor, basically. QJK with a good opener onto Doom. Maybe something is about to cook, and it's not going to be looking too good for Anubis. Oh, Seth gets away with his life there. It was a little bit close. But this, again, this is very different, right? So Anubis, they don't go for these, you know, quick split pushes again. They rather seem to, you know, collect a little bit of map control. There you go. Pick up CRS, go back with the advantage you got, you were given. So, again, very, very different. But it seems like 999, they seem to have a little bit of an answer here, but there's still so much work left to do. 2 rounds in a row is what it takes to push it to overtime.
Yeah, a little bit of indecisiveness right now. You can actually see they might try to go through wood door. Good smoke that's going to get thrown. That's going to actually block off on QJK. So actually, doesn't even matter. It gets taken out early. Good flash is getting thrown. So now they're actually going to just try to go through jail. They're actually going to try to just overwhelm Creeds. And oh man, he puts up a beautiful double kill. And now Dipsy's trying to help out Sab, but a nice little bit of a one tap. Why not? BYK, my goodness. Lethal with the pistol. And this thing is now with a big lead, is now just gotten crunched to a singular round difference. And Anubis, once again, they face some adversity and they seem to have some difficulties to close this thing out. This has been a problem for them in the past. Surely we don't see it here late in Season 2, Pando.
Yep. And we'll see how this one pans out. Doom will be the first one to go down. The spray with the M14 is good, but he doesn't fully check the corner, though. Sirius takes him out in his favorite position, though. Slowly but surely, this round is coming to an end, even though it just started. Jaguar and Doom already dead to the floor. Only a 1-for-2 trade, which is not ideal for Anubis. And yeah, last round, Anubis, they picked players one by one and was looking very good in the end there, but a very good clutch from 999 to save the potential overtime here, and it's just a matter of time. Okay, now he needs to find that shot. He's leg shot though. It's only gonna be set to save the day, and Trav's lore all over again. I cannot believe it. It's not done yet. Creeds. If he goes down, this would be a very winnable scenario here. Set needs to find him though. He finds him. If he finds a second, this would be insane. Oh, he misses a crucial shot. Doesn't go for a second, which I think is a smart decision. But 999, they will group together now. They will play the buddy system, which basically should be unlosable, but we'll see. Set. Oh, the timing's a bit off, but maybe BYK is able to cross his crosshair. Oh, they're just dancing in front of each other. It's kind of cool to see. But yeah, 50 seconds on the board, last. It's going to be a very crucial round for Anubis. It's do or die.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is the thing too, is like Sad again, he's just trying so hard to like figure out a duel, and oh my gosh, he finally takes down BYK, but now can he do the job? Can he get this done? No. Oh, he just misses the shot just by a pixel. And QJK now, it's time for the reload. He's got a full chamber of bullets. He's got 30 bullets to find 1 kill, and 25 seconds is remaining. And this is where Sad, he has to fight for this bomb control. It's in the worst position in the world. This is not going to be easy, but he has to get going. He has to start moving. QJK, he's given this up. He's essentially given up bomb control. But again, 10 seconds. He has to go. He has to get this planted, or he has to get the kill. Oh, and he's going to try to get this. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. It's just going to be right down to the wire. And it's 2 seconds remaining. I think it might be too late. And oh my God, he just gets it with a split second. Running it way too close for comfort. That's ridiculous. I can't believe we're in this kind of a situation. And now look at him. Sad's going to be on the stairway. QJK deciding, what on earth do I do? You can see Sad just posting out, waiting for the cross here. It's not a bad idea. There's a less likely chance that he's going to get flanked in this kind of a scenario. Now he knows the jig's up. A smoke is going to block off the vision. You can just slightly see through it, but now he's slightly worried. QJK, 9 seconds. He has to get going. A little bit of a fake defuse and a tap away, and we go straight to overtime.
Almost, man. Sad. Such a crazy play here from him. He almost got it done, but whew. Well, we are pushing it to overtime. I'm a little bit I thought this is over, to be honest. I thought they actually have it there, but they don't. And well, 9-9. Pretty happy with this one. I mean, they were playing a little bit more convincing in the beginning, but well, they still get it done and they push it to overtime. And yeah, it's the joke gets a little bit old now, but it is the same thing over and over again, right? You get the 9th round, you lose. Don't know why, but it is a thing that happens. But we'll see. Overtime in the making.
Yeah, it's just really disappointing in the sense that, for Anubis too, like this is exactly what I was talking about. It's just, I feel like they're a team that just, they get in their own heads. They just can't close games sometimes, and they make things way, way, way too close. And we just saw it there. Like, they had a terrible start. They came back. They were looking so good. And then they just kind of fizzle. Like, it's just like it was off the heater, and the meal was just kind of undercooked. And that's just how it felt. And then they allowed 999 to just pull themselves right back into this game. And now we're talking about an overtime on map 1. It just feels like this Anubis is not the same form that I saw earlier on the season and even late last season. So it's a little concerning for me. And I've always had a lot of criticism for them because we know what they can bring to the table. It's just, it feels like there's something that kind of blocks them from just succeeding, in my opinion. But look, we'll find out. There's a little bit of a time here for these teams to talk things through, but now it's kind of right back to a reset scenario of this overtime. And this is still the map pick for Anubis, and the fact we're in this kind of a situation, it kind of makes you just scratch your head a bit.
Yep, still scratching, by the way. But yeah, like you mentioned, Anubis, very underperforming in my opinion. They look a lot, 10 times better at least on the BL side of things, which obviously is expected. But yeah, overall, they looked very, very good yesterday. Today, not the same team. And overall, in season 2, it's not Anubis that we would expect, right? But still a long road to go. Still a lot to come back from. But losing to 999 on map 1 would be a crucial mistake. You don't really want to have that coming your way, since second map is gonna be Black Widow, 999's pick, and you would expect 999 to feel very comfortable on Black Widow. Especially because, Black Widow is a very, individual map when it comes to, game fights. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be CRS already tagged up with a sniper, though. It's a slow start from 999. They're not going to push too quickly into the sides here. And this is very different in comparison to Anubis already.
Yeah, wood control is kind of looking like just like, again, 999 just playing this a little bit slow, a little bit patient, but now Comics is, oh man, look at that, finds himself great double kill, waits for the counter flash, finally gets taken out. BYK, he's been lethal, man. He's been really good here with the sniper. But now, cold arms a little bit. These guys are just going to pull back a little bit. And you can see that they're actually 999. They're going to retreat this plan. They're not even going to commit to it. So they're actually hoping for another duel. They're hoping that somebody's going for the rotate and they can catch them off guard a little bit here, but not the case. Going to be a bit of a reset in the sense that we can see Anubis. They're going to actually reposition their defense a bit. 999. They're the ones that are kind of, again, just deciding to see what they can do with. They're kind of hoping somebody, again, just over peaks something so they can find a free kill, but that's just not the case.
"30 seconds on the timer. QJK needs to find Jaguar here to open things up. It's a very important take. He doesn't get it though. Oh, he gets 2. He almost gets 3. The bullets are empty though. Oh, Creed's good for another one. Very, very good start, but the clutch takes too much. And you know, it's the first, win here for Anubis in the overtime. Not super convincing, but considering they are on the jar side of things, it looks okay. Let's be fair, let's not take away their credit. But yeah, I think ultimately 999, they should play a little bit more aggressive here. They should play more confident, right? I mean, they are so good when it comes to these aim duels, but they don't really use it to their full potential. So I'm just waiting for that.
Single sniper here for 999, and yeah, BYK, honestly, I've been really, really impressed. I'll actually be curious to see what the overall stats will be at the end of this map, but I feel like he's actually put himself in really good positions to put himself for good kills. Maybe not like leading, obviously, but I feel like he's done well to find some really, really good impacts. We'll find that out, but look, can't get ahead of ourselves yet, because Anubis, they're doing a good job here to put up some good defense. Causing a little commotion here for 999. Min's trying, in a desperate fashion to find a kill. Gets himself out of this situation, but CRS is just on the other side of the door. Dipsy, surprisingly enough, he's actually going for a full gunfight with 16 HP. I don't know if that was worth it. Again, I feel like that's a little bit greedy and a little bit overzealous in my opinion. Like, I don't know if this is worth it. It just kind of feels like this is such a DM round where everybody's just shooting through smokes. Everyone's just going for gunfights that, throw strategies out the door. And now Anubis, they finally make an isolation here, but there is a little bit of time here that we can see 999. They should be able to get this bomb down, but again, being in this position, with Creed sitting at himself at practically almost full HP, and Min here with less than half, this is where they have to find a kill. They have to be able to do something big. Min is the one player that's playing the more aggressive angle, and if he can find the right timing to get 1, if not 2 kills, this could turn things around for 999 to bring this back into their favor. Otherwise, Anubis might be sitting themselves pretty with 11th round on the scoreboard. But with 19 seconds remaining, Anubis, they have to get going now. This is where they got to start getting their legs moving. They got to warm things up. They find Min, take him down easily. Now Creed's the new addition to this team. With the HK in hand, he can only find the 1 kill, and there we go. Anubis fist bumps are going to happen. They get themselves right back into this game with 11, and almost close to securing the victory.
Yeah, to bounce back a little bit, I also agree with you. I think Dipsy's play was a little bit too aggressive there. I mean, given his HP, he obviously was looking for the hero play, didn't really get it, so not the end of the world. Obviously, Anubis, they played it to perfection there. They stayed together, they played the buddy system. They were kind of, gambling with A and B here, but, in the end, didn't really matter. They boosted one of these players onto the vent, so they have a little bit of a split retake. And yeah, Minchin was taken out instantly, and obviously Creeds, he did a good job, but it's just too much to ask for. And Anubis, 2 rounds, very, very convincingly. Now I think we swap over to the BL side of things, if I'm not mistaken. So I am looking forward to Anubis winning here, to be fair.
Wow, you already got it written down here as a win. You're very optimistic a little bit.
Of course.
Yeah, okay, not bad. I mean, look, it's hard for me to say because it feels like, when they're in these positions, when they could get the win, it just feels like, I don't know, they let their foot off the gas. They They just kind of nod off a little bit, and then things are right back into a tight game. So that's where I'm not going to count out 999 yet. Looks like a bit of a tech issue that we're just trying to navigate. I'm not too sure what's going on, so we'll just wait and see. But again, a little bit of a time for a cooldown, I guess, for both these teams, which could be a good and bad thing. You could argue it both ways, but I definitely feel like for Anubis, I think they probably would have liked to get this going pretty quickly, considering they won the last 2 rounds in a row and they were able to get themselves, a bit excited. But with a team like this, Pando, in my opinion, like, being in a LAN house and, putting a lot of efforts to, like, make yourself a very top contender, it's definitely one of those things where that pressure really does build up because the expectations grow very, very quickly, right? Whereas a team like 999, it's kind of it's a group of buddies, a group of guys that are together, but so not as much stress, but they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, a group of buddies probably hits it right there. I mean, we'll see. Creeds very aggressively takes out Dipsy, looking for more Doom swings in. Now the buddy system comes into play again. The trade is there, given to Anubis, and we are still on the Jao side of things when it comes to Anubis. We just had a little tech issue there. My mistake. The comics. Oh, critical position to be in. Still gets it done. He needs to wrap around though. He needs to get that frag. Well, Sad still gets the job done onto Creeds. Very interesting. Didn't really expect that to happen, but well, it did happen. And Anubis again, another round, and now we are going for the switch. Please. So again, to be fair, I thought Anubis will lose a couple of rounds on their GR side, but they won all of them. And now we are going to the BL side of things, and I expect them to 100% win the first round. It can't be any different.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll see. But either way, like again, I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong here though, Pando. Isn't Jag's the IGL? Is he not? Or is Dipsy taking that over? Do you know?
I would expect Dipsy to be the IGL here, but I don't know for certain. I am very sure the desk will tell us.
Yeah, or even if people know in the chat too, let us know. Because again, my thought was that Jag used to be one of the IGLs for quite some time. I don't know if that's maybe switched or something like that. But yeah, I'd definitely be curious to know. I'm sure Penguin will have some good intel to tell us later on as well. So we'll find out. But I mean, it makes sense. Like, he's very vocal. Like, he's very, very vocal when you're watching these timeouts or any sort of, time they're on the screen. You can see he's the one that's constantly chattering. But look, we can talk about that all day. Anubis are going to get themselves that great entry, fold through nicely. This might be quick and done and over with. And this 13th round is looking like it's very possible. And it's now just down to QJK that's been able to find himself this double. Taking some big damage, 42 HP. It's a 1-on-2. Dipsy's low. He's wounded. Taking a lot of a beating, but there it is. Doom's going to be able to get it done, and Anubis will be able to find themselves their map win through a lot of grit and a lot of adversity. They get it through. You see Jaguars even like, look, man, I need a minute. That was way too damn stressful.
Yeah. What is left to say? Expected. I know it sounds a bit cocky, but expected. Sorry. It is going to be Jaguar, actually, to be the IGL. By the way, thank you for confirming, Mr. Person in the background. Yeah, you were right. So yeah, set win is going to be Anubis. It's not the most convincing performance overall, but they get it done. We are moving to Black Widow. What can we say about Black Widow? I'm looking forward to close battles here and there, but I don't think it's gonna be the easiest game for Anubis. That's all I'm predicting, to be fair. But we'll see, guys. We are going to a short break. We will switch to the desk. See you soon.
Thank you, Laz. Thank you, Pandoxin. What a game, to be honest. Very close. Overtime. It got to overtime. A bit of fumbles here and there. I think this game had a bit more aggression than strategy involved.
Yeah, definitely. They started very slow. We've seen how slow game 999 shows, which we're not getting used at seeing 999 playing very, very slow. They are waiting until 1 minute, maybe under 1 minute as well, to push sides, trying to take controls very, very late in rounds. But it was paying off at the beginning of the game. They win like 4 rounds in a row, and then Anubis started taking tactical pulls after it was 3-0. And then they lost 1 round after tactical pause, but then they made the comeback until 5-4. Anubis, they started very good on the blacklist. They started winning 3 rounds in a row. or 4 rounds in a row. And then Triple Nine kind of adapted. They had good rounds, they had good aggression on the global risk, and then we went to the overtime. Almost clutched by Sad, to be honest. 1v3 was very close for him, but sadly Sad couldn't clutch the round, and Anubis went for the overtime. And then after the overtime, Anubis just showed the real aggression on the global risk, started taking fights, taking initiative picks, and winning the 3-0 in the global risk was huge by Anubis. So definitely shout out for the for Anubis players. And as they said on the desk, that Anubis won, but not in a convincing way. Like Pando mentioned that Anubis won not a convincing way. Yes, it's not a convincing way, but in these times, in these matches, in this after the meta changed and everything, you don't need to win like one-sided map. So win is a win. You took the win. You went to overtime. Yes, you made a lot of mistakes, but still you didn't lose the game. Triple Nine played very good, but in the end, you can't say that they're gonna be winning the map. No. They lost it, and they have to go and try to move on winning Black Widow. Otherwise, they're going to be facing a 2-0 in favor of Anubis.
Yeah, 9-13 to say the least. We got to witness another example of Trav's Law, and the other one I'd like to call it, I'll label it Trav's Pause.
Yeah.
Is that usually when a team pauses the next round, they usually win, you know what I mean? So, good win by Anubis, but yeah, they did play pretty decent nonetheless. Jaguar is the IGL, and the thing is, I have to compare it to Anubis Season 1. Anubis Season 1 would have beat Triple Nine with a bigger gap. I'd say at least 4, 5, 6 rounds, you know. And Triple Nine's playing pretty decent. Mentions had shown some aggression, some clutches. BYK, as the caster said, was pretty decent performance. Good KDA. But I'm not sure what's going to happen next map. Could you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, definitely. As you said, also KGK had a very good map. Yeah, Anubis, if you're talking about Anubis Season 1, before the meta, before the guns changed, before everything, Anubis maybe would have won in better way or maybe in just more rounds, but still, win is a win. Anubis now got the win on the Subbase. That's the map they picked. Now they're going to be going on a map that Triple Nine picked, which is Black Widow. They're going to be starting on in the blacklist side. The favored side of the blacklist. Of Black Widow is the blacklist. So now they have to play way better. They played very good the blacklist side on Subbase. So they're starting on the comfort side for the map and also on the comfort side for themselves.
So they have a good advantage, right?
Yes,
they need
definitely.
like 5-6 rounds initially to close the game out.
If you want to be having a good and easy map, you need to be winning at least 6 rounds. Because in global risk, everything can be changed. You'll see that real aggression from Triple Nine. And Triple Nine is the team that loves to push A side. They like A side, only A side, A side, A side. Maybe they change it now, maybe they go beside. But Anubis, if they are not aware of structuring and if they didn't watch their games, they might fall for this trick because the guys knows how to push A side and to play on the Black Widow, especially that sometimes they play double home. So this pays off for them, also in the global risk and the blacklist side.
Yeah, and I've seen Triple Nine's util is pretty exceptional when it comes to that specific map. Like you said, I have to agree, they know how to push a site, they know how to clear out all the corners and all the checkpoints in order to get a plant down. And once they get a plant down, it's really hard for the other team to manage to possibly defuse it or,
Yeah, so, yeah, definitely, because Anubis, now, as we said, they're kind of back on track. We're not 100% sure is Anubis going to be playing way, way, way better on the next games and going to top 2 or no. But what we see from now, yesterday's games versus GG.
It's a comeback.
Yes, it's signs of comeback. They won a very hard game. GG is not an easy contender that you face, and you beat them. Now you're playing Triple Nine. It's kind of a bit lower team in terms of teamwork and experience. And if they beat them as well, that's a second win on their board. And then they're gonna be facing InnerCircle tomorrow, which is a very, very tough game for them as well. So they need to have the confidence and on their shoulders to show how Anubis comeback is being written on papers right now. The guys are playing very good. They're doing clutch rounds. Sad is doing extremely well since yesterday. He's very, very good. That's how you see if Anubis is playing good or no. Sad, Deepsea, those two core players usually are the one who is carrying Anubis.
Yeah, and we noticed Deepsea is very vocal, to say the least, on all the dash cams. He shows, actually, he's part of the vocal essence in this team. Anyways, I'd like to go to Game 2. I can't wait to watch this. Let's take it back to our casters, please.
Ask and you shall receive. So we're ready to go right back for Pando and Last here to bring you through Black Widow. The pick here for 999, and yeah, again, I think the biggest thing that I'm taking away from this is the fact that, the first map was not easy. Anubis really had to break a sweat. They had really worked for that. They had to get themselves, the win by a 13-9. So not an easy day. Not an easy day at all for them. But now we're going to go into the pick for 999. They clearly have something up their sleeves. They want to go for a map like this. I still think it's a bit risky in my opinion, but I don't know. Like, that's the thing, Pando. It's kind of feeling like, maybe Anubis is just a bit off today, because it feels like this could be a world where 999 really could take this to the distance of a third map.
Yep, absolutely. And I love this aggression here already. It's very different. It's uncommon almost, but, QJK not able to connect onto Doom just yet, but gets it done eventually. The trade is there, Dipsy. Good morning. Takes him out as well. Yeah. So far, so good. Even trades, nothing to be too concerned about. But BYK has other things in mind as he takes out Zed, who was, spoken about a lot from the desk. We'll see if that is going to be a factor. Zed, he had his moments here and there, of course. But let's see if that's going to be the same case for map number 2. BYK and yet another great kill. Takes out Dipsy though, and this round slowly but surely is falling apart for Anubis, but now the aggression for Comics will come through. He finds Creeds though, looking for a second. Minchin dances around that metal box, not able to connect too many shots onto Comics, and Comics. Good start. Looking for more though. Is he gonna swing around and find BYK? I'm not too sure. He plants the bomb, bro. Good job. Oh, this misses a couple of shots onto CRS, but he will get it done as well. BYK now left alone in the clutch. Surely not.
Yeah, surely not, but look, who knows? At this point, even Jag's getting a little bit aggressive, and he's been spotted. He's definitely been spotted, so now BYK. What is going on? Like, this is nuts. Even Jag's now going for the big flank. Comics reposition here. This is so weird. This is such a weird take on this. Like, Jag, he's going to be dead. Yeah, I was going to say he's going to walk right into the crosshair of this. He's just giving up a 1v1 situation. This is so unnecessary. A fake defuse comes through, and oh my gosh, why? Anubis! They just let it slip. That was so poor. But again, I can't take that away from BYK. Like a magnificent clutch, and again, just an easy one for him. Like, look at how easy he was able to find himself these engagements. He's able to find these one-on-ones. That's such a misplay from Anubis. Just again, getting way too excited and overzealous. Just giving up a situation they should never give up. And they lose the opening round.
Yeah, I mean, Comics, to be fair, should be the least experienced player on the roster still. That's a rookie mistake to peek in right after the bomb was ticked, and yeah, this should be 1-0 all day, all nights. 9-9, pretty happy about this one. Sure, BYK 4-1, really feeling it right now, but honestly, still shouldn't be their round regardless. Anyway, Creeds, good kill onto Doom, keeps the pressure up, confident. DRS, good positioning here. Zed not able to connect, but the trades, they are so devastating. Minchin looking for redemption, 1v3. Oh, if he just runs through the smoke, this would be insane, but there's so much to do. He gets one. He is almost getting the second, but the flash is good. Anubis, they look pretty good so far, to be fair. Again, last round, troll, fair, but, the second round is a lot better.
I don't know, yeah, like, I mean, I guess maybe I'm just being way more pessimistic, because I feel like even that scenario with, like, Min, like, it got really close where Min's going to be able to find that double kill, and that could have turned things into a 1v1. Like, that was so close for comfort for me, where, again, it feels like Anubis, yeah, they're playing kind of better, but there's still this weird sloppiness that's really there, too, and, like, they're not even clearing corners, and look at that, like, QGK gets himself a really, really nice double really early on, and like no instant trade. It takes 2 bodies to finally get this done, but 999 are really just putting up a lot of commotion here. They are causing a lot of issues right now for Anubis, and it's really starting to scramble them. You can see, like, it's not looking the greatest form, in my opinion, from them, from what we've seen in, the past of this season and even last season. So that's where I'm struggling with it. But at the same breath here, like, it's cool to see that 999 are really, again, putting up a good fight.
Yep. You would expect them to do so. Obviously, they're still fighting. They're not giving up just yet. Given their, standing, it's not the greatest. And it wasn't last season either. But they're still here. They're still breathing. Not done for just yet. And again, they played pretty good against 3P, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. Regardless, Anubis, they give him a good fight, right? So we'll see. Black Widow is a map, again, where the individual skill comes into play even more. And Creed's, this positioning was great, but the timing was so off. 40 seconds on the board, though. The bomb will get planted, as the bomb site is completely open, unless Anubis stalls this a little bit longer. It's Creed's. I don't think he should wait. He should just jump in and give it a good try, but he actually decides to fall back, as Anubis takes a long time to actually enter the site. And then eventually, the bomb will get planted. They're still checking everything. Yup, it's clear, guys. I can't see it on the map, don't worry. Now, the bomb is planted, though. Let's see, Doom in a good position. It's been spotted, though. Creeds takes him out. Now, Dipsy in the key position is also taken out, though.
Yeah, really nice retake, honestly, and just again for Creed to be able to find the double or the kill on the double stack there, and getting that engagement. Anubis, like I said, it just feels like a little bit of overthinking in some of these post plants. Even there, like it felt like playing some exposed angles where they should have had a good idea where 999 was, but again, 999 like we said, they went for this map pick. They have a good game plan. They brought things really competitive in the first, so they're definitely. Again, you can see a little bit of nervousness here for Anubis, and they're starting to break a bit more than just a sweat right now. They're getting a full workout, but they get the opening duel. They take down Min, so that'll be a nice little bit of sigh of relief in the moment here. 999 have actually pushed a couple players in B main to see if they could find another duel, but you can see Anubis. They're doing a 4-1 split, leaving Dipsy by himself. He's got the TRG. He's hoping to find a connection here on long A by himself. So he might be the distraction point. That might be just enough time. But, oh man, BYK, nice little bit of an angle. Almost gets a double. Now Dipsy, this is where he has to swing. This is where he needs to find a kill quickly. He needs to be able to catch these rotates off guard, and indeed he does. He might be able to find Creed's. He spots his heel, got the shoes. He knows exactly what he's wearing. But look at CRS. Again, pops through the window position. Now it's just down to him. He has to come through with a 1-on-4, bringing it to the 1-on-3. And he has to be able to have lights out performance. Makes a connection on the kneecap, goes for a swing, and oh my goodness, can't get the second kill, and Anubis survive.
Indeed, they do survive, but Comics with another mistake, though. Very weird, like, he dropped out of window from box room, right? And he was fully open, and they knew someone is on the opposite on the window, right? So, a little bit weird, but not the end of the world, as Anubis still get it done. But that's just one thing I wanted to point out. Anyway, so far, so good. Again, I think Penguin mentioned it as well. It is anyone's map for the taking, really. I mean, Anubis, if they continue to play the way they are, they might take it, but not as convincingly as they should. But again, he said, yo, hey, there's a little bit of a meta change. Give them some time. You know, they don't need to take these wins convincingly. It's enough. If they win it, they win it. It's good enough. But let's see if that's actually the case here. And look at this. The aggression here. Once again, 999. They take a lot of map control. They like to have a long clean. And this is the case, but they give a lot of space towards Cat. And it's only BYK holding this position. It's actually going to be another mistake here from Anubis CRS. Picks up set instantly, though.
Yeah, I knew it's going to looking like they want to actually potentially go for this cat hit, unless it's just going to be a little bit of a ruse, because that smoke's actually quite nice. It blocks off the window, so again, that vision here for 999 is going to be a little bit compromised, but actually the Ballman's retreated this, so it might be a little bit of a fake. This is not bad at all. This is actually done well, because you can see the defense of 999. They've bid on this. They put 4 players essentially that are locked and loaded here. But then you can see there's the sole anchor of Min. He's not even playing B green box. He's actually just kind of playing more of an exposed angle. So right now, BYK gets that early duel. Now that defense is completely still leaned on the A. Now they have to get going. They cannot wait. They got to throw these flashes. The smoke's just enough for them to get across. BYK ready to go, finds it before the smoke can actually fully bloom. That's a great shot. But now Anubis, they got Comics and now Jaguar, the last two alive. What was a really, really nice strategy. Now has to rely on some serious gunfire. And now Jag, he finds himself that first. Can he get the second? Indeed he will not. It's going to be Creeds putting the rifle to work. Now Comics, someone that's been doing quite well this season, needs a star performance here to keep them in a lead, or put them in a lead, I should say. And Creeds is now hunting for him with 23 seconds remaining. But it's all going to be down to BYK once again, putting himself in a 9-2. And 999 will take the lead by 1.
Stone-faced. Not anything to see. Nothing to see on their faces, right? No emotions, nothing. They want to win. They don't need any emotions for that. Anyway. Oh, nice one tap onto Minchin there. Looked a little funny. Gets it done. No map control for 999 this time around. Just don't think they're gonna keep it for long though. Well, good start into the round for Anubis. Minchin is taken out 1-6, by the way, not having the greatest performance on Black Widow so far. But nonetheless, the rest of the squad stepping it up, especially BYK. Love to see him play though. BYK, a long, that's how you say it. It's a very experienced player. He's been around forever. Former name Flair. Should be ring some you know, yeah, bells there. But yeah, hey, what's the say left to say right now? I mean, 999, they put up a very good performance. Anubis, it's an okay performance overall. Not too strong, not too weak. But the wraparound from CRS might be huge, but he doesn't even need it. Look at Creeds. He took out 3 players all by himself though.
Yeah, and that's kind of the Creeds effect, right? I mean, that's what you know, when we talked about at the beginning of the season, saying like, look, like him joining this team, it was a cool thing to see, just because I felt like he was a really good firepower. He brings a lot of experience, so I think he's really elevated this team, and that's kind of a cool glimpse of him just finding a triple kill, showcasing what he can bring to the server. So a 4th round's going to be up for grabs here from 999. I mean, unless they kind of just throw this a little bit of a 1-on-3 away. 35 seconds, really difficult for Dipsy. Dipsy's the one that has to make the play. This is where 999, again, they have to remind themselves. They don't have to overswing this and look for the fights. Getting that weird flashback of Slayer with that, you know, big spray down last weekend where he was able to get a round that probably statistically should have never been his, but we'll see. CRS, an easy kill. There we go. 999 will clean things up again to put themselves in a lead. All down to the heroics of Creeds that we're going to see, but nicely done. And not bad at all, considering this is, again, their map pick. Anubis needing to find a little bit more work with the BL side.
Indeed. They were pretty strong on the BL side when it came to Subbase. Not too much on Black Widow so far. But maybe that's just 999 stepping it up. Maybe that's just them being a little bit better, more confident. Once again, QJK very deep into Cat. Looking for anything. He's been spotted though, tries to get away. He will get away though. There he is. Nothing to be, you know, to spook about. It's alright. It's a very standard play series. Behind that door. I wonder if, you know, he's ever gonna be, you know, wallbang there. Because he sits there a lot of times and I feel like he's always getting away with it. But nonetheless, Doom, he's sprinting. He's running and gunning. BYK takes him out, of course. Not good for a second though. He's eventually taken out as well. CRS trying to recover, but sad. Good for 2. 1 more to go to make this a secured round. Dipsy actually goes down. CRS now in recovery, and once again sad. This guy is so good right now. He's hitting his shots.
Yeah, he really is. He's definitely somebody that's impressed me a lot. Like where, you know, I think in the beginning when he was with this group, it wasn't like always the best performance, but it really feels like he's starting to get a good stride. He's starting to really get these good shots and pulling through when his team needs it the most. And honestly, the fact that he can bring a lot of heat like that with the snipers is so important. So not bad at all, and a good round for him individually to bring things back to a 3 and 4. Still the advantage for 999, of course, but still now like at least can close this gap a little bit more. And right now for Anubis, they're going to just group up into mid. They're going to split things up a little bit differently this time. Bombs all the way in the back near BL spawn, so they're not going to really overcommit onto this one too quickly. They're still waiting to see what they can get away with. And actually Dipsy, I think he's already pushed all the way through Cat essentially. He was expecting somebody close, but this time gets himself some good real estate. And the closest player will be BYK, the top fragger right now for 999. Made himself a little bit of a showcase here again.
Yep. Once again, put to the test. I'm sure he will get at least one, maybe two actually. We'll see. This is a crucial hit. He's holding on to it. Oh, the timing is off. He was expecting a flash, turns around. Doesn't really get hit by anything though. He's still there. Oh, he misses the shot. Come on, man. You gotta hit those. Second try. There you go. Finally gets it done. QJK also with the support on 1 by 1. Anubis falls to the ground. BYK still alive, by the way. Still trying to get things done. Dipsy finally takes him out with the grenade. And this is a very winnable situation. Doom turns around in the wrong time. He still gets one, gets two as well, but doesn't finish the third. And 999, a very, very close round. They take it though. They need one more to secure a very good half, but man, that was close.
Yeah, it was a bit too close. It really, really was. And for 999 though, at least you know, again, gets him in the win column at least. But some of these rounds are getting so much of a brawl. Like it's just anybody's game. It feels like at any moment. So Anubis now are taking a little bit more of a slow approach on this. No mid control, no cat control. Instead, they actually try to put 3 players into long. A 3-2 setup from 999, which is not too surprising. Double snipers. Ready to go with Chris and or CRS, sorry, and BYK. Now Anubis are really pondering the idea of like, what do we want to do with this? And now even 999 have actually switched their composition too. It's a double B, double mid, 1A. So they're really just keeping the defense on a quick rotate, which I actually like. They're being active. They're trying to do something, which is good. Creed's, and this might be a little scary for him. He doesn't want to overpeak this a bit too much. Might be Dipsy. Ooh, that's a free, easy kill. Now the question is, does Creed's really want to try to contest this again? It'd be too risky. I feel like it just wouldn't be worth it, but yeah, the call is going to go back. Anubis might now try to use that kill as their advantage to get themselves in B site.
Look at this angle. QJK. Once again, very aggressive. He does it a couple of times. He did it a couple of times already. Still not really punished for it. Gets a good damage done towards QJ, towards Sat here. But we'll see. The push will not come through just yet, but actually it is on the other side of the map. Look at this. On B, all of these Anubis members spread all over the bomb spot here. The bomb will go down. Creeds looking for the easy kill. He gets it though. Oh, this makes this one very winnable. Dipsy's already there with the trades. München should go in. First, he's low. Goes for the swing. He's taken out. Creed's given the information. And now we have seen this scenario before. This is this feels a little bit weird. It's always the same scenario, right? So when you are when you are in a 1v1, it's always like, okay, the last player is in front of water, right? And you have to bait him out somehow. And the player in water just jumps from the left to right and left to right to, you know, stall and play the timer a little bit. And yeah, this is very unlikely to go Creed's way, and he gets absolutely punished. And yeah, Anubis finally a little bit of an, let's call it a relief, but I'm not too sure about the second half here.
Yeah, that was honestly a much needed clutch here too. And like you said, like in a position like that for Dipsy, like again, such a power post plant position where you're playing the left and right angles, you have the sniper in your hands, like it really just feels like all the cards are against you in a situation like that for Creeds. But look, I mean, for Anubis, it's been grueling, right? I mean, it's been a lot of close rounds. This has been way closer of an affair than I was kind of expecting it. Like I knew 999 was going to be able to bring some competitiveness to this, but again, it really does feel like, again, they're really keeping Anubis more than just on their toes. They're on the edge of their seats the whole time. They really got to work for these rounds. So it's a really cool thing to see with like such a new formed roster of like what they're able to do so quickly. So kind of just makes you wonder of like if they were together longer, how much better would they be, right? So it just kind of begs that question. But look, we're getting things ready to go again here. You can see our CRS has just kind of vacated his chair for a second, but we'll be back in this momentarily. But, you know, I don't know, like, Pando, is there anything, like, from your perspective of things you're loving or not loving from both sides right now?
Hard tell, to be fair. I think the first map was a lot more entertaining from, you know, the perspective, but I'm not too sure, because, you know, Black Widow is usually always one of these maps where the game is very fast paced, and this is not really necessarily the case for now, at least. So I think what I would expect for the second half is a lot more passion into fast plays, right? More action towards mid, more action towards these connectors, and well, I don't know, Anubis, they at least on Subbase they played very fast on the BL side, right? But now they are on the GR side of things, so I would expect them to even slow down more than that. But 999, as convincing as they can be, they are the ones that need to prove that they are absolutely able to win this one here. And it seems like QJK is sitting very comfortable in the barracks position here. He takes out Dipsy, nice one tap onto him. He's loving the HK though, and oh, look at this, they're not stalling at all. This is what I was mentioning, right? They're playing super fast, and this is the way you should play Black Widow though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is really nice considering how flawless this has been too. It's just, again, no HP really taken out. That's the first, you know, death that's come, you know, that's happened against 999. And now Anubis again in a very tough position. Jag actually gets away with a bit of a cheeky kill that really probably shouldn't have gone his way. It was looking like it was all over, but now not much out of this, and there we go. 999 continue the winning ways. They're a little bit of mayhem. Will keep pressing. So not bad at all, and really, really impressed to see how easy that was for them. Like, again, only, you know, putting themselves in a 5-on-4, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty good considering Anubis have been together for quite some time. And now we'll see, with the 6-4 league in 999, push it to a third map, maybe, which would be Port.
Yep, and yet aggressive they are. We'll see. The timing's a bit off. The sniper will not connect. He will be taken out as well. Set goes down. The wraparound doesn't work either, and again, super convincing. 999 stepping it up. Insane triple kill here, by the way. And yeah, 2 quick rounds from 999, not wasting any time. Speedrun any percent right now on the table, and I don't think they will stop there. I think they will just continue to play like that, and Anubis trying to cover a long. They will get it done actually. They will get barracks safe and secure. But on the other side, we'll see 999 already grouping up slightly. Minchin, very sneaky. You couldn't really see him there. Look at this. He gets all the attention right now. They will actually move already. Set takes him out. Minchin is also taken out. This is falling apart, but CRS tries to save the day though.
Yeah, bomb down is definitely a good note right now for Anubis, in the sense that puts him in a little bit better of a position here for some control. But the question is, with 1:30 still, there's a bit of time right now for 999 to kind of figure out a game plan, what they want to do, maybe to find a quick duel. Wait things out. Now BYK's pushed himself through the double door. He's going to be joined with his comrade here for CRS. He'll go through the window most likely. And Sad, ooh, man, he actually overexposed his body, but he's still alive. Oh my goodness, I thought maybe him just kind of jiggling the head like that was kind of just playing whack-a-mole a little bit, and he was going to get squashed. But now, BYK is hoping to find a quick shot here. Bit of a cheeky angle, see, he can be able to get something done, but he can't yet. 50 seconds remaining now. Anubis are just completely grouped up in this. They're all playing together. They're trying to use the numbers to their advantage. They're trying to do some basic work on this. Sad has actually pushed himself all the way in the top of the boxes, and oh man, he's spotted, but now at least you can see that BYK has a full inkling of like, okay, all the players are here, but now I have to do something big. I need a shining moment to find a triple kill to bring myself into an 8th round. You can see Anubis are actually playing a very nice little bit of a setup. Comics should be the one that goes first. He should be able to get this kill unless his teammate can do it. Now the jig is up. They're going to swing this, and there we go. Nicely done. Good coordination. Anubis, they'll get themselves a 5th.
Yes, indeed. Very good rounds. They played it very well there in the end. Unlosable. Good setup. Obviously, you know, BYK is stepping it up so much for his team. Couldn't really get it done there in the end. Can't really blame him though. But for now, Anubis, they are keeping it close. Don't want to lose at all. A little bit weird there in BC. No one really drops dead to the floor, but it was cheeky though. CRS, a guy like him could always be surprising. Let's see if that is a factor here as well. Oh, Dipsy takes a bullet to his head. Still alive though. Gets away. But München, look how aggressive he is. I wonder if Anubis is aware. I mean, they should be. Mid is completely open. Look at München. He's no man's land right now. Oh, he takes out Doom. He takes out Zed. 2 big kills to start off this round though.
Ooh, Comics. Yeah, he's trying to fight for this kill. It actually does get that double, so not bad. Bomb's going to go down. Now Creeds is getting really aggressive. I think he actually spotted both players, so now he realizes, okay, look, there's 2 of these guys here. But where's the 3rd? Where on earth is he going to be? Jag's actually been able to get himself out of this position, but Creeds plays a nice little bit of an off angle on Catwalk, leaving it to Dipsy and Comics now. They're wounded, though. This is not great. Comics does at least find himself 1 kill, but now Dipsy, he's got to find some magic. He has to do something big here with 14 seconds remaining. He knows that Creeds is here. He's just waiting for Creeds to overpeak. It's a quick kill, but can he do it now? He needs to be able to find the pistol, but BYK still triumphant, going to be able to get this thing done with an 8th round and getting closer and closer to pushing things to port.
Oh, I mean, München. He made it all possible. 999, they were almost throwing it away. But luckily, wasn't the case here. Good recovery strats. 999 now looking for an answer. But it's actually looking like, you know, it's gonna be Anubis round to take. It's only BYK. The guy has been super clutch for his team so far. You really gotta give it to him. Huge shout out, of course. Not gonna be able to convert this round. But Anubis, they look fired up, but it takes a little bit more than that. 2 rounds of a difference. Let's see. Hey, honestly, so far, again, Anubis not looking too good right now, but I still give him a great chance to take this one. I mean, yet again, they take a long control. It's a little bit scary here. Dipsy, through the smoke, gets QJK. Could potentially fire into a second, but there's no one to be seen at all. And 999, all over mid right now.
Yeah, really nice shot from Sad, and actually going into water like this is really nice because, again, like a really strong position. I think he took that. He does take down the bomb carrier, which I don't know if he actually knows that he has that information. Like the bomb is actually technically down. I mean, he should be able to see it from that angle, but we'll find out. And Anubis are kind of playing in a very, very good approach on this because a deep Dipsy here on long A. Everybody else is just grouped up towards B and mid doors. And you could even see that CRS was getting a little bit hungry. I think Creeds and BYK now together on Catwalk are going to see what they can do with the bomb picked up. Creeds doesn't clear this up, and Doom with a beautiful spam. And there we go. Anubis round by round are bringing this thing back to a closer encounter.
Yes, indeed. I mean, 1 round to go to break things even. Anubis, they might snowball themselves back. I mean, honestly, it's just 999 doing a lot of mistakes right now. I mean, QJK goes down. Very aggressive towards Along. Gotta give him the credit for the confidence, but not gonna work out too great. Sad, good for 2, looking for a 3rd. Not gonna find it just yet, but hey, just like that, it's back. They could very well take this one without overtime, though.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. But look, I mean, they're doing a good job. I mean, that last round was, you know, bringing things back in a very dominant way. But it's a tie game. And now, I mean, they're starting to feel like they're hitting a bit more of their stride, possibly. But again, we've seen this position before where, you know, things are really, really close encountered and then it got pushed to an OT situation. But this is now where 999, that pressure is against them a little bit here, right? Because they're the ones that this is their map pick. They realize that this is do or die to push this thing through a third map. So we'll see. Sad actually. Oh, I thought he was going to get overwhelmed, but he gets away with that 1 kill at least. So takes down Min. And that's going to be decent, considering it's an instant trade. It could have been a lot worse. That would have given 999 the advantage. But right now, we're right back to the 4-4. And Anubis still have a decent setup on this. They're going to leave the anchor of Comics by himself at B. And now they're going to kind of shift a little bit more on that A side. They're kind of banking for 999 to go for the A pop.
Still, a lot of time to work with. Doom just exploring. We'll find out nothing is to be seen in mid. And it's going to be Dipsy, the key player in the situation. But look at this. Anubis, they actually favor A slightly. It's only Comics holding off B, and I love this decision here. Let's see, Dipsy. He needs to hit that first shot, though. He misses his BYK. Takes him out, but there's the trade. Oh, looks good, though. Looks good. BYK finds 2, but the trade are there. QJK, last man standing. Can he get it done for 999? To keep them safe, but it's not gonna happen. Anubis take their 9th round, and again, we'll see what happens next. But this moment there, right there, where Sad got the first strike. Of course, he was traded, right, like you mentioned, but it still was such an important kill to get very early on. And now it's do or die for Anubis, because I think if they push to overtime, 999 might be the better team on the half, but we'll see. Sad starts off with a great kill onto Creeds, though.
Yeah, Sad's really finding himself some really important duels, right? I mean, the fact that he's going for these quick picks or, like, you know, the opening duels like this, that's exactly what you want, because when you're on the GR side, if you have the number advantage, like, it just puts you in such a way better position. You don't have to stress about gambling your defensive setup. Now it's more about they can still play their game, they can play the setup that they want. Now it's 999 in a bit of a tough position. They've lost Creeds, which is a decent loss for them, and now Dipsy finds another, so these snipers are really starting to sing a lullaby. But now the rifles from QJK, not bad at all, but there we go, Anubis putting themselves in a conversation of getting this thing done with a 2-0, and BYK, someone that's been lights out, required for the 1-on-2 clutch. He's got the bomb on his back, but now he has a ton of work ahead of him, with some time behind him that he can work with. You can see that Anubis are going to play this together. You can see that Jaguar's already pushed all the way in front of BL spawn. He's expecting something through mid, so he can actually clear this for Doom, just in case he tries to sneak under him. And BYK, he's going to burn the time a little bit here. He is going to be patient on this one.
BYK. Honestly, in my opinion, the key player of 999, at least in this matchup. He's been so good, so clutch. We'll see if he's able to keep the dreams alive. 999. Let's see. Oh, this is looking very bad. He gets one, but he doesn't know about Doom. And this is it. It is going to be Anubis with a 2-0 sweep. 999. They will lose right here. And you know what? Anubis, they played very well yesterday. They played a little bit less good today, but still it doesn't matter. They get it done, and you can tell happy faces all over the board, and they deserve it. They take this one in fashion, and I'm just happy for them, honestly. Finally some response, man.
Yeah, honestly, no, I couldn't agree with you more, Pando. I mean, I think it's like I said, it's you know, it's hard to we give so much criticism for a team like this because we know what they can bring to the table. We know that they're a strong team. They're doing all the right things. They're landing together. They're playing together. They're doing everything. They have essentially these boot camps all the time, right? So it's just the expectation for them is so high. And when they get these wins like this, it's just kind of the extra icing on the cake. So it's a really good thing for them. But look, 999 are definitely showing that they, despite their record, they're really making things close. They're making these competitive games. So that can't take anything away. I think give it a little bit more time for a team like them. That's just going to make them a whole lot better in the season. I think that's the thing where they're a relatively new team. That's what we're kind of expecting. But look, we know the desk is going to be able to break this down a little bit, so we'll see what their thoughts and opinions are. So take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Laz. Thank you, Pandoxon. Yeah, and the desk is right here. And to say the least, tough luck for 999 Anubis. That's the competitive play that we like to see. It can be pushed a bit more, squeezed in that effort, but I think they deserve this win.
Well, as you said, it's tough game for 999. The guys played very good. They didn't give easy games for Anubis. They fought hard for the last second. They were up 8-6, I remember. And then Anubis started taking 4 in a row. With the clutches of Doom. We've seen how Sad played very good in the last rounds. I guess the MVP definitely is going to be Sad. No one else but this guy. When he's alive, when he's in his day, when he's very focused, when he's sharp, Anubis usually have very easy games. So good. So I mean, Anubis now, they deserved the win, and hard luck for 999.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis does have some points from last season because they were in the top 4, if not top 2, if I'm not mistaken, and they lost to ROC. So I think maybe that's part of the reason why they're not that high in the rankings, because they might think they're a bit safe because they have some points from last season that can help them qualify for the EWC. But that doesn't mean you should start not underperforming, but not take your foot off the gas pedal just yet. At least get top 3 comfortably near playoffs, and then start looking to possibly even winning. You know, if they got to 2nd place, then why not being able to challenge a team like ROC?
Yeah, definitely. They played very good. They started slow, as you said, but the guys, they didn't give up for the season. Yes, they had very tough 1st and 2nd week, but then suddenly in the 3rd week they pop off with 2 wins right now. They have 3 matches. They had 3 matches. They played GG, they won. They played 999, they won. Now the last game is going to be tomorrow versus InnerCircle, one of the most important games, because they both fight and compete not only for the top 4 but also for the EWC. So Anubis, they adapted, they changed, they played aggressive. We've seen how good they are. Yes, we criticize Anubis when they play bad because they are a good top tier team that we expect from them to play better and better and to see them always in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I really think it's not negative or throwing shade. It's healthy critique, you know what I mean? It's just the fact that you've seen not just orgs, but you've seen certain players like Rafa, like them, like Spoxy and so on. We expect them to perform at a high competitive level, and sometimes when that's not happening, it just feels bad, you know, because I know that players like him or Jaguar, even Dipsy, have that potential and they have that skill set and experience. And here we're looking at the MVP, which is sad. Man, this is deja vu. I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like Unknights versus Anubis all over again from season 1.
Yeah, definitely, because they had the same. They had Anubis started very slow also on season 1, by the way. They had rough opponents at the beginning of the season, and then they started crawling back to the top. Same happened season 2, but different teams they faced on the beginning of the season. Yeah, they faced Strong Gaming, they faced TBI. That's still now they are crawling back to the top. They are trying to get back their place and to get on top 1, if not. Maybe to get maybe 1st place in the group stage. They still have 2nd split, and the guys have potential to go for the EWC because they got 2nd place. They have 125 points.
Yeah, and I would always highlight this, unlike Trav's Law or Trav's Pause, I call this the Anubis special, you know what I mean? Where certain parts of the season, they might seem like they're not putting in all the effort, and it's because I feel like they go in with the approach, let's get top 4 and then show our cards and our strategies and what we've learned from the enemies' matches and stuff like that, you know, and how we can use that against them in the more important matches. Anyways, let's jump to our last game of the day, which is also a best of 3. Tell me a little bit about this.
Well, TBI versus Strong Gaming, this is one of the good games that we're going to be seeing now. 2 teams, they are having a very good season.
Yeah.
Those 2 teams, they have, I guess, both of them, they have 2 wins, or maybe Swamp Gaming, they have 3 wins.
3, yeah.
Yeah, they beat InnerCircle, they beat Anubis, and then they beat also 999.
Just phenomenal.
Yeah, so now, Swamp Gaming, after the drop of Gaimin Gladiators, they should be having 2nd or 3rd place, as we can see right now. And TBI, after the win versus 999, and they beat PingPongPals, both of them fighting for top 4 now, because on papers, those 2 teams, they are the teams that have wins. Yes, we say InnerCircle is a top 4 team, Anubis is a top 4 team, but both of them had a very slow start. We're talking about we're talking about last season's performance, but talking about this season performance, both of them want to be going into top 4, because maybe we have, yes, we're going to be having ROC Esports on top 4, maybe Gaimin Gladiators or Anubis, maybe InnerCircle joins, but one slot can be for those
Secured.
3 teams: TBI, Swamp Gaming, and PingPongPals. So they are fighting for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and from what I've seen, TBI has good players. They have a solid roster. They have FaZe as a new addition to the mix of a originally Egyptian roster, but nonetheless, they've had some good games, some good clutches, a lot of back and forth with some of the most dominant teams in the league. Unlike Swamp Gaming, who is kind of just qualified to this, and now they're second place, which is amazing news. For their organization, if they're not just here to compete, no, they might actually sweep this away with the coming matches against ROC.
Yeah, definitely. And he's talking about the roster, FaZe is a good addition, but we don't want to forget how good Noxin is in the clutches and the turning rounds. Noxin is the guy who made TBI come back in Ankara yesterday, on Ankara map yesterday, and to get the win and W on Ankara, because his clutches, his entries, they have played very good, and he claimed the MVP of this map. So Noxin as well is a very good addition. As you can see on the team stats, everybody is on the scoreboard. Yeah, maybe King we would love to see him stepping up a bit, but he's still an entry. You don't need anything from him. The guy clutched the most on Subbase, and he got you the win. So everybody on TBI are having a good chemistry. King and Noxin, they have a very good chemistry. They are the entries. We sometimes see King entering, he's killing and fragging. Sometimes you have Noxin as well. Talking about Swamp Gaming, maybe this is the difference between the 2 teams. That's why I highlighted Noxin and King, the core entries of TBI and one of the best entries in the region. We don't see that much on Swamp Gaming. Yes, we know that they have HDZ and Snox as well. But talking about Snox and Josh, when you see them entering the site, it's not well communicated, both of them. But what are behind them? Yeah, what are behind them? It's famous. Who's the guy cleaning up? Yes, cleaning up all the kills that you need. So maybe Snox and Josh are not as strong as King and Noxin in the entering, but they have famous on the behind. So they are kinda balanced on the team fights. So we're gonna be seeing famous playing versus FaZe playing versus Snox for the first time.
Yeah.
These guys played together for like 4 or 5 years in a row.
They were the core roster in some of their teams.
So I guess it's gonna be very good games for both of them.
What about the maps? Like I'm having some difficulty trying to pick out what maps they could both favor.
Well, New Mexico's not gonna be here. Both teams, they changed rosters, both teams. So maybe TBI would love to play it. I know that TBI wants to play New Mexico, but I don't think Strong Gaming will give them a chance. So we'll be seeing a very basic maps, especially that maybe Black Widow is one of the maps that TBI would not love to play.
So you're looking at like Ankara, Compound, Black
Subbase,
Widow,
Compound 100% because Compound TBI's favorite map.
Of course.
They never lost it, by the way.
They might even ban it, so you never know. Yeah, I'd like to see the maps and how this pans out with the information we provided. And yeah, it's Subbase, Ankara, Compound.
Okay, Subbase, Ankara, Compound. Yes, Black Widow banned by TBI.
Mexico. They banned New Mexico.
TBI banned New Mexico. Yeah. They banned Black Widow as well. We've seen an Eagle Eye ban, of course, from Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming is not playing Eagle Eye at all. Ban port by Swamp Gaming. This is in favor of TBI, by the way. The ban port here, because TBI, I'm not saying they are not that good, but they are not having their best games on port, by the way. So this is a good ban for TBI. And Subbase first map. Swamp Gaming, North American team, led by 2 gigantic North Americans, Kais and Famous. They need to step up in Subbase.
They have to carry them.
Yes, because Subbase is one of the hardest maps for the North Americans. They usually struggled in this map.
Really?
Back of the days, Carbon, I remember they beat AG and Super Valiant team, formerly Super Valiant team in Subbase, but after that we didn't see the North American teams trying to compete in Subbase anymore. So it's a very, very tough pick for them. Good pick by TBI as well. And we've seen that Compound is going to be the decider. So if we've seen that these maps or this veto is going to 3rd map, I would bet my money on TBI, because TBI on Compound undefeated. Even when they play Gaimin Gladiators, they still won Compound versus Gaimin Gladiators.
So they have a very, very, very solid performance on that map. And I was just thinking the same thing as you were speaking, that we had best of 2s in the last 2 series. I'd really like this to go the length, right? And not just that, I feel like this is a learning curve for the other teams as well, to watch 2 top teams playing on specific map favorites and being able to perform. And if they get enough information of all 3 maps, then that helps a lot with understanding and how the overall performance in the next games is going to be.
Yeah, definitely, because TBI, as you said, TBI and Swamp Gaming, they are very close in the matchup. The team fights is very close. The strat-wise is very close. Both of them changed rosters. Both of them are new to the West League, because we know that TBI they lost their spot, but due to GV difficulties in submitting the roster, they got their place back again. So now they want to be proving and revenging Swamp Gaming for losing 3-0.
Possibly.
So
it could happen.
Yeah, so TBI, I'm pretty sure they're very well prepared. And also, Swamp Gaming, you need to understand that Swamp Gaming won very difficult games. InnerCircle,
they
Anubis,
had the
tougher
draft initially when it
and
came
still
to the
got
teams they're gonna play against.
Yeah, and they still got wins.
Second place, which is phenomenal. So this, I wouldn't say this is second place versus 6. I'd say these are two teams that if this was their first game, they're already competing for top 4 right off the bat.
Yeah, because my opinion, since I've seen half of the games, let's say it's almost Slipon is done. I'm saying that it's gonna be top 3 teams from what we have known, and there will be new addition. There will be a new team in top 4. It's almost PingPongPals from their performance, I'm saying, but Swamp Gaming and TBI, they are fighting so hard, and this game is very important for both of them to put a foot in the top 4, because TBI beat PingPongPals, but Swamp Gaming lost PingPongPals, so these should be very close in the matchups. And if you all look at the papers and the stats, the teams are very close.
Right. Almost parallel,
they have a very close standings and teamwork play.
Yeah, I mean, what would be your like calculated guess, to say the least, of how this series might end up? Leaning towards who?
It's kinda, let's say, it's leaning towards TBI, but in fact, if the server changes and they're gonna be playing on the North American server, if TBI couldn't play or adapt on the North American servers, I would say it's gonna be very tough for TBI to get the win over the series. Maybe they get the win on their map pick and on their side. But by the way, Swamp Gaming is playing perfectly good on EU servers.
Really?
That makes them very, very tough opponent. Like, you would expect Swamp Gaming losing on the EU servers, winning on the NA servers. No, they win on the EU servers. They have Snox and HTC. I guess both of them had lower than 20 ping on EU servers.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, I've been there where you're playing in a region that's not your own when it comes to the ping. And initially, the first few games, you'd find a lot of difficulty. You're not used to the hand-to-eye coordination and how the ping registers movement and stuff like that, or shots. But I'm pretty sure after Swamp Gaming has played multiple games in that same domain or element, that they're capable, more than capable, of performing on it. Same thing goes to TBI, but I think there's a bit of a more disadvantage leaning towards TBI because of the ping difference is bigger between NA and EU compared to EU and NA.
Yeah, definitely, and especially that Famous and Kais, they got used playing on the EU servers. These guys are always playing on the EU servers, because normally when they go to West League, or before getting dropped from West League, they play on the EU servers. They dropped to the Open League. They get back from the Open League to the West League. They're going to be playing on the EU servers. So they have more experience. But TBI, they don't get used to play on the NA servers that much.
It's the first couple of
times. They only play on the NA servers when Swamp Gaming is in the West League. So Swamp Gaming is not every year on the West League. They're playing 1 year in, 1 season in, 1 season out. 1 season in, 1 season out. They're still inconsistent.
They're shuffling,
inconsistent. So TBI is not having that much experience. So that's why we are saying it's leaning towards Swamp Gaming.
I'd say the same.
Yeah, they got used to the EU servers, but TBI, they still didn't get used to how to play on the NA servers.
So I assume you'd say 2-1 TBI based on...
It's going to be best of 3.
Best of 3? I believe so too, honestly.
Maybe it's leaning towards
without
TBI.
biases aside, I think we're going to go the whole 3 games, to be honest.
Yeah, TBI is screaming a lot right now. They scream a lot, they practice a lot. Swamp Gaming is not getting that much screams because the guys are having very, very tough schedules because they have EU and NA players.
Different sleeping schedules and stuff like that. And speaking of this match, I'd like to take us back to Laz and Pandoxon for game 1, please.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. So a lot to talk about. First things first, Subbase. Again, TBI should be slightly favored, right? We'll see. We are starting on the EU server, so we'll see how that pans out because, Penguin mentioned it, Swamp tends to play very good on the EU server. So if Swamp is somehow able to take away the first map, which is Subbase, this could go very wrong very fast, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about these map picks are really going to have to go for both sides here to push this obviously to the map 3 is going to be really important. But like the thing that's really interesting that, when you kind of look at the statistics of these teams is that TBI, it's a bit more well-rounded, but I feel like the ratings, like the KD ratio is definitely a lot lower than it is here for Swamp players. You definitely can see that there was way more of an effect here in terms of firepower, I would argue, for Swamp. But look, we'll find out. because I think the lowest rated player technically, I think, was actually HCZ, where he was putting himself at like a 0.78, which kind of again like begs the question of like, yeah, he has really good moments for himself as well, but everybody else is like pretty much like a point. It was like 0.89 plus, and TBI was like relatively close to this too, but like Famous was a 1.33, which is always just like, okay, say Famous is playing like that, yeah, that's gonna be a good day here for Swamp. But look, right now back and forth we go. A lot of just like kill here, kill there. A 3-3, back into this with a minute and 15. Swamp, you know, Penguin made a really good comment. Doesn't matter what server they're in, they're still hitting shots. They're still playing lights out, and that's the biggest question here right now on this pick of TBI.
As we talk, Swamp Gaming approaches B-bomb site. Booker takes, knocks out. First good kill. We'll see if he finds a second from his position. It's a very crucial mistake to just swing him like that. Josh goes down. See maybe a potential third. HCZ is here where he takes a bit of damage though. Booker can't finish the job, but King is there to support him. And yeah, hey, good start here for TBI. And to be honest, yesterday TBI, there was a lot going on. But if I cut it down to the most important things, they were very happy to win against 999. 2-0 it was. And we talked about Hunt a lot because it meant so much to him. It's insane how much passion this guy brings to the table here. And look at this. Oh, Swamp Gaming looking for an answer, and they might just find it. It's just a matter of time. Hunt takes out Famous, but the trade is instantly given. HZ takes him out. It's only going to be King on Face. Face in a very good position, but he is smoked off though. Can't really get much from his position here. Yeah, King swings in. Kais. Good kill though. No Face in the clutch. Surely not. Let's see. Finds one. It's instantly traded out by Kais. By the way, Kais. Kangarna jersey on him. Very OG.
I was thinking that. I'm like, damn, that's a throwback, man. That's a big throwback. But look, mad respect, bro. Mad respect. But look, like really nice round. And again, the other thing I was going to comment on is TBI did a good job on finding Famous. They take him down really easily. So I was like, look, your big star player of Swamp Gaming was removed quickly. So then again, it's like, okay, who on this team can find some kills? Who's going to be able to bring things through? And it turned out to be Kai's, right? And that was, you know, what Penguin was mentioning here at the desk with these guys was just saying like, look, he's a strong sniper. You know, him and Famous together are really strong North American players. So that's where we see Kai's, like, he has these really good pop-off moments here with the sniper. We got to see it a little bit there. Nothing crazy and flashy, but again, just enough that it brings them around when he was able to get a triple. So not bad at all. But this round is a little bit slower. Famous going to get ready for the smoke. That's going to get thrown just obviously on the other side here for top control. So not bad at all. Hunt's actually got himself, again, the sniper. So that's a little bit of a change-up that I've noticed this season, is that he's starting to snipe a bit more than he used to. But yeah, TBI have definitely been putting up some really close games as well. And they're a team, again, that you can argue they've been getting better and better as games have been going on.
Yeah, at least lately, right? Lately they are putting up some numbers. Many factors for that, but one of them is Hunt for sure. Hunt, Youngblood, very talented player, by the way. Very young. Still looking for, you know, the big victories here. But yeah, hey, so far it's looking good. We'll see. If he's able to beat Swamp, this would be a very good start. So far, Swamp is just passing by. They're just basically just running over them. Look at this. HCZ, good for 2. Kais picks up another. Hunt now left alone against his former squad at the CFS finals last year. I got to spend a lot of time with Hunt. Cool guy. Mm-hmm. Really, really nice to hang out with him. He's really he loves CrossFire, man. He's just so decisive. He's practicing all night. Man, everyone is asleep. This guy's still at the PC figuring out, okay, how can I do this? How can I do that? Very outstanding in my opinion. Kais will finish him off, and Swamp Gaming, they take a round though.
Yeah, it's actually a really cool thing you bring up, right? Like, and that's what I love to hear too, because again, like, I kind of took him as, I could be wrong, but I took him as kind of one of the younger players on this team, and a guy that's like constantly trying to get better and better, and it kind of had that impression. There's a lot of you know, a lot of memes and things like where, you know, in the last series where he got really upset and, you know, the slam on the desk and things like that, but like just shows the true passion that he's trying to bring to this. And King is definitely somebody too for me where when I first joined the CrossFire community is, you know, a lot of passion and just, you know, so excited about round by round wins and, you know, just bringing a lot of, like you said, that dedication and everything to the server. So you love to see it. I love hearing stories like that, people like Hunt too, because you definitely got a first-hand experience to see it. So it's a cool thing to see.
One thing that Travis pointed out yesterday was when TBI won, everyone was like, "Let's go!" Right? And FaZe was like, "Cool." Like, thank you, cool. Like, he was very, very chill about it. You know, obviously, FaZe, such an experienced player, has been around forever. He has won many very important things, so this is just one of them. Famous, yep. A little bit tired, maybe. Yeah, it should be very early for him, right? Or maybe not that early, actually, right? It's
no, I think we're probably relatively close. Same, like really, like realistically, right now, like I'm West Coast in Canada, so
Yeah.
like right now it's 10:30 in the morning. If Famous is like East Coast, it's maybe almost 1 o'clock. Like it's not that early, but maybe he had a late night, maybe he was gaming, maybe he was grinding a bit. So who knows? Maybe he's just, you know, getting some dedicated practice. I have no idea, but it shouldn't be too early for him though.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, let's just hope he wakes up eventually. It's so funny to see. Anyway, seems like we have a little bit of a break here. Gives everyone a chance to talk things through. And yeah, I mean, it's so early on. Can't really tell who's having a better hand right now, but the cards, they are definitely given to both teams right now. And it seems like maybe it's Noxim that is missing. I mean, he's I can't really see him though. But yeah, last so far so good. I mean, I am pretty confident that this will be a free mapper. Not too sure why though. It gives me the feeling that, you know, TBI will win Subbase and then Swamp Gaming will have a great time on Ankara. And of course, Compound as the decider is very spooky for TBI in my opinion.
Like, was there like were you kind of leaning this anyway in particular? Like, I feel like the desk, you know, they made a really interesting comment that they felt like, look, like no question should be a 3-map series. Do you feel the same way, or do you have an inkling of based on what you've seen so far in the seasons or this season?
Well, both actually. I think yesterday we got to see a lot of, you know, TBI's performance, and hey, if they play the same way today, I feel like they could very well take the first map, especially since this is their map pick, this is their server. So the first map should be TBI's, right? But then on the second map of Ankara, again, the server is against them. This is not their map pick, so this should be a Swamp Gaming map all day, all night, especially because I feel like Swamp Gaming can be very good on Ankara. But of course, you know, we are yet to see if that's actually true or not. But this is just somewhat my prediction, I would say. And of course, Penguin, he gave it away as well. He had some ideas himself as well. And again, if it goes to a third mapper, Compound will definitely break TBI's neck. But hey, again, we'll see if that happens or not.
Yeah, we definitely will. And I think there's just a bit of a tech issue. I don't know if it's on TBI side. It looked like I'm not to pick on Hunt, but it kind of looked like he's a little laggy. So I don't know if that's maybe the case, but we'll get a little bit of an update here shortly, folks. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say for me. Like, I think, you know, like when I kind of look at this, like I've captured a lot of the Swamp games so far in this season when I've been able to be on the desk and stuff, and it's like I'm really impressed to see what they've built. Like the fact that, you know, again, a North American sided team for the most part, pretty cool that they've been able to be this dominant. And honestly, like, you know, it's a really different Swamp Gaming than what we saw, you know, back, you know, a season or two ago when they were here. So I love the addition of Snox. I think that was really smart. So I'm really excited to see what this team can do. I'm trying not to be biased with the NA piece, but it is really cool that they are packing a really good punch in a lot of these games. And I just think about how many times they've taken the distance on 3 mappers, even if they aren't getting the necessary wins. It's still, the fact that they're putting themselves in a good position. But they're 3-2. Like they're I think, you know, if we looked at the beginning of the day here, they were sitting in the number 3 spot, which was not the case a season or two ago. They were kind of the team, like the meme team that were in last place and just causing a lot of upsets on the odd maps.
True. So, as this issue continues to be a little bit longer, let's just switch the topic to something else. The weather sucks today in Germany. What about you?
I wouldn't say the same here in Canada. We're in the summertime, which yes, we do get sun. For people that are not aware, it does get quite hot where I am, so it's actually getting pretty nice. It's starting to get pretty warm, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, so it's a nicer day than yours, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's warm. You know, it's what, like 32 Celsius, I think. It's okay, but it is raining though, which messes it a little bit up. But guys, just to give you a quick update, seems like we have some tech issues here and there. We are still trying to figure them out. Let's hope that Famous doesn't fall asleep again. I'm pretty sure I heard him snoring, but we'll see if that's true or not. Anyway, guys, so far we haven't seen a lot. It's a little bit unfortunate. Please stay patient. Of course, we all want to see TBI versus Swamp here on Subbase. Talked about it a lot. We'll see what happens. Hey, it's anyone's taking. Of course, hey, we said it twice. I will say it one more time. If you missed it, TBI should definitely win Subbase here, in my opinion at least. There's many factors for it, but that's just my opinion. Of course, Swamp Gaming has a better idea on Ankara, at least on paper. But we'll see if that's true or not. But Trev. No, not Trev. Sorry, Last. I casted a lot. No. Listen, I casted a lot with Trev. Okay, I can do mistakes. All right.
Hey,
cool.
Trev's a great guy, so it's okay. Don't worry. I don't
100%.
We're just very different. He's an English fella, and I'm a Canadian fella, so it's just funny. That's okay. I can't
hear the difference. No, I'm kidding. Of course. Okay, chill. I'm just kidding.
This guy's trolling. This guy's trolling. Get him out of
here. Yeah, I am. It's just I try to get over this break a little bit here, man.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lull, and this. I mean, I guess the good thing too is like it's so early on in the game where it doesn't really make the biggest difference. Like I talked about this in the second series about momentum shifts and things like that, but I don't think that's the case here right now because it's pretty much a close game and everything like that. It does seem like there's just a bit of a, I don't know on which side it is, but yeah, just some weird tech issues we're just trying to figure out right now. So we're just getting updates for you guys as we talk here, but. Yeah, it's definitely not too impactful yet. You know, I think Swamp are still kind of keeping things light. You can see some smirks, some laughs, and everything like that. So good to see. You know, everybody's being hunky-dory, which is good, you know, despite not getting frustrated with tech issues, because that can always suck.
True. Great. It's great. Well, we'll see what is going on the other side here. TBI. Everyone is just chilling. Seems like they're also not too happy about this. Hunt still got his fan in the background, same as the other couple of days, keeping him pretty cool. Just a matter of time. Hopefully everyone will get back onto the server. And if I'm reading this correct, we are just about to join back into the game after this little bit of a pause here. I'm still debating, you know, if this is going to take a bit longer or not. But hey, anyway, so far so good. We see Swamp again.
All right, there we go. I was waiting for it. I could hear the magic. Go, 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 and we're ready to go back into this game. Swamp Gaming with a 2-1. Still a very close encounter, but TBI now back in the server, ready to go. Single sniper rates are still here for Kais, and single for Hunt. So it looks like he's kind of taking the snipe position on this for the time being, but he's going to post up into vent, just waiting to see if Swamp going to go for it. I don't really recall Swamp really playing that position very often, whereas some teams like Anubis or I think the old GV roster, they loved going through vent. I think they were notorious for the triple vent drop, which was always a little interesting, I guess, but not a huge fan of it, I'll be honest, but always makes for a good meme, good laugh.
Yeah, speaking about the good laugh, Noxin tried to jump on the second lamp in front of him. Should know that it's not a thing that works. He looked very surprised about it too. Couldn't believe his eyes. Anyway, very slow start into this round here after the long break. I would expected them to, all right, we're back, let's go. But we'll see. FaZe in a very, very good position here. I love to see it. It's not gonna matter too much, I think, as Swamp Gaming prepares a little bit of an ego, I would say. It's only Josh with the flank position. Oh, Swamp is actually, they take a lot of time here, and FaZe, he gets a lot of information though. Oh, this one might be huge. Kai's not aware at all. Oh, he gets it done regardless though. Huge kill from Kai's. Now this has to go their way for sure. HCZ takes out Hunt. Kai's good for another, and yeah, this is falling apart. TBI, they had a good idea, but Swamp, especially Kai's with that kill onto FaZe, this was the entire thing. This was basically, if Kai's wouldn't have gotten that kill, this could be the exact other way around, right? And this is just not working out for TBI.
Yeah, not looking the greatest, but that's exactly what we were kind of talking about too. Is just the fact of again what Swamp are able to bring to this too, is the fact that they really do have some good firepower. It's not even just like that too. It feels like some of the strategies they're bringing are really good as well, and there's a ton of experience. Like, I think Penguin was giving a lot of respect for them, which I appreciate too. Is like Kai's and Josh and Famous, like they're all like relatively good known NA players that are well experienced, and especially someone like Famous, right? He's played a lot of international tournaments as well, so it's one of those things where TBI, they definitely can't overlook these guys at all, but I think they know that they have a very competitive game ahead of them, a very, close encounter, but it's very impressive to see what Swamp are doing with this. I mean, again, just playing a very slow setup. They're not really like full throttle anything, rushing and just hoping for gunfights. They're actually taking a lot of, methodical approaches to it, which you love to see.
Huh. Well, I guess I have to correct myself. Maybe it is actually possible to jump on that lamp. My fault. Sorry. I was pretty sure you can't, but I guess you can. So, sorry. But yet again, a very good position knocks in. Doesn't really play it to perfection there. Could have waited a little bit since no one really checked him there. Regardless, it's good damage. It's good damage onto Kai's. Booker, key position. Finds one. Not able to find the second as HZ trades him out. The damage has been done though. HZ and Kai's both almost... Well, Kai's is half HP and HZ a little bit less than that. Kai's looking for another frag. FaZe will eventually cross into his crosshair, but just a matter of time. Actually, FaZe decides to play more patient onto B. The wraparound from King is in the making. He takes a lot of time though, but he has to eventually come across. Otherwise, Swamp Gaming, they might just run into them. But FaZe, good double kill though. It's not done just yet. Noxin takes out Josh as well. Now the wraparound from King, finally. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. That's really, really nice here from TBI. Again, just really finding some good kills. And yeah, just getting, I think the multi-kill from FaZe there with the rifle is definitely going to add a lot more insult to injury there. And that's kind of the one thing that's been, in my opinion, that's been really interesting too, is like FaZe, when I was joining the community, I definitely remember hearing a lot of his name, a really, strong sniper player. Kind of feels like he's playing this very like hybrid role. He's not really sniping all the time. He's kind of just, utilizing the rifle a lot more, which I thought was kind of unique. I don't know if maybe they wanted Hunt to be like more the designated, sniper player. I don't know, but it just seems really interesting. It's not to say his rifle can't do good work. It obviously did, like we just saw in the previous round, but it's been very interesting just that he really has been tailed off like using it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, FaZe had, let's say, it was more important for FaZe to play with the sniper in other teams, for example GV, right? But in TBI, you have surprisingly you have Hunt, who is very, very good with the sniper as well. I was kind of unsure when I first saw it, right? I was like, okay, why is Hunt sniping over FaZe? Because obviously FaZe in my world is like the best sniper in EU. At least he was for a long time. Don't get me wrong, right? But it works out beautifully. I mean, Hunt is when it comes to the sniper, he's very, very hybrid, right? He could just pick it up and play like a maniac with it, right? But same for FaZe. He could also play with the AK very well. So I don't mind seeing them swapping the arms here and there.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it either, honestly. I really don't. It's just more like something I've definitely noticed a lot more, in the sense of just it seems like a big role, swap, which I was not expecting. Like when I saw TBI making the roster adjustments, I saw FaZe getting picked up. I was like, yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Like Dirty was on this team. Dirty's not on the team anymore because Dirty was a decent, ALM player at the time. I thought FaZe was kind of the upgrade, just given the experience, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it's just been interesting for me that it's been a bit of a shift. So I don't know if there was just some more internal conversations. I kind of noticed even FaZe, to be honest, like even during the last little iteration of GV, it felt like he wasn't really sniping that often. Like he was kind of using rifles, he was using the XM a lot, he was just kind of using almost everything else except for the sniper. It never really felt like it was the same FaZe. So I don't know if maybe a confidence thing is there, or maybe he's just really not feeling it, or yeah, there's so many questions I have. So I hope the desk can do a little bit of analysis with these guys after. I'd be very curious to know, just because it seems like a big adjustment.
Oh yeah, and then unfortunately the XM was taken away from him. So no more action from that. Yeah, we're back into the game. 3 for Swamp, 2 for TBI. We remember Anubis. They were okay on the GR side of things. They were stepping it up big time, on the BL side of things. So we'll see if that's the same for TBI later on. But for now, Swamp Gaming, they are on the better side. They are more comfortable. Famous with I believe it's a pop flash. Let's see. Yeah, good pop flash coming out from Famous. Noxin trying to prevent this push. It's not gonna happen though. He just jumps straight into Kai's. Of course, he's been taken out there. King, good for the trade with the M14. Gets the wallbang done. And Swamp Gaming, they don't even extend with this push too much. They just fall back, regroup, and see from there.
Ooh, Booker's actually putting himself. I thought he was maybe going to go for the top position of this, but instead he just plays it right by the stairs, so waiting things out. Now he's going to get overwhelmed here by numbers, but maybe. Oh, yes, indeed. Again, that second kill was important. An easy headshot against Famous. He didn't even get a chance to shoot back. So now Swamp, I think they've hit some thick waters here. I think this is going to be a tough one to swim in, because now you got 2 players alive. You got the 4-player advantage. FaZe, not the sniper out. He's going to bring out the USP to this gunfight. And now HCZ gets the better of it, but it's a quick trade back, and there we go. TBI bounce back in this game, and it's an even game of a 3-3, but again, it's just these effects of, double kill here and there from a certain player from TBI is really going a long way for them.
Yeah, TBI, they're break even. Swamp now looking for the response. Famous taken out by Booker through the smoke as well. Now on the other side, Snox gonna push with the M14 pretty convincingly, takes out Noxen though, but the response is there. King gets Snox and FaZe will find HCZ. All of a sudden, Josh and Kai's left alone. They have the bomb though, and they have a lot of time too, so they don't really need to jump in just yet. Could just regroup, reconsider their options. Because it's not very unlikely that TBI will just group together and gamble onto one of these sides, but let's see. Wow, crazy shots from Kai's onto King here. Looks easy though, but trust me, it's not easy. Definitely not easy there. So, now Booker and FaZe. All of a sudden, hey, this is a very winnable round for Swamp Gaming. They have a clear B sides. And it is actually going to be FaZe with a huge wraparound, though.
Yeah, maybe, though, but FaZe is taking way too long. Like, it's just, again, like, it's weird because, like, it is a wraparound, but he's got to get going. So he is kind of realizing, okay, I gotta go for a jog here. So you can see that Booker's just kind of waiting things out. Really good play from him. He has to make sure he stays alive. If Booker goes down, this whole plan falls apart. But you see that Josh and Kaiser together. What they're doing is they're going to be able to hopefully play the position of the trade. But no, but you can see that position. Oh, the swing and the miss. Kai's okay, thank goodness. He's got the pistol out. He gets it done. It was looking a little bit detrimental there. And now FaZe, he's been spotted, but now he finds a kill. Now he's on the hunt. This is a 1v1 with 6 seconds remaining. Josh just has to burn the time. He needs to play this well, but FaZe, I don't know if he's going to have enough time. It's going to be really close. Oh my goodness, Swamp. They get away with it just barely with like milliseconds to spare. My goodness.
Yeah. FaZe with the insane wraparound, literally. Imagine like a second longer he could have had it, right? So no questioning the decision making here from FaZe. I mean, yeah, he wanted to make sure no one is around, but yeah, not too sure about this one. Anyway, Swamp Gaming, they take a round, pushing themselves a little bit further. If you are Swamp Gaming right now, you want to have 6 and 3, right? I mean, this is really what you're looking forward to. Let's see if they are able to find it. TBI, they're doing a fantastic job in keeping this game close, though. We'll see if Swamp Gaming will find anything here. Hunt in the key position. He needs to find one. It's not going to matter too much as Snox finds Snoxen, though, but finally the trade is there. It's a little bit back and forth all the way. HZ able to find yet another kill and Cage. We'll see from there, though.
Yeah, FaZe goes down too, and again, Famous, you know, takes him down. There's the Famous we know, right? That's exactly what you want to see. Is Famous starting to get some multi kills like this, and that's where when he gets activated like this, man, like look on out, man. It's just a plow. He's gonna take everything in its path, and now he's just on the hunt. He is so frag hungry. You can tell you're just like he's just looking for it, licking his lips. He wants this triple kill. Wants to get back into the stat board a little bit here. And Booker is walking to his death and actually finds a kill through this. So now Swamp, if they can play this together, which they do, nice easy cleanup. Okay, round by round we go, a little bit of a back and forth, but Swamp are still looking pretty well composed, and they got themselves, you know, the 5 and 3, and now it's going to the last round of the first half.
Yep, seems like TBI has an idea. They want to put some aggression towards Swamp Gaming, but not gonna find anything. It's actually gonna be Kai's finding a great kill onto Booker. So they start with a good advantage, but they're stalling a little bit. Don't really know what to do from here on. They are, yeah, well, they're grouping up towards a down to Hunt. Huge clutch factor for him. He spots Famous though. A little bit of information for him. He will wrap around, will he though? He's actually gonna stall this a little bit longer though. It's not gonna find anything. Josh takes him out. Famous barely standing on his feet right now. King, he needs to run towards 8 down, needs to find anything, and FaZe, once again, from behind. Will find Kais this time, though. But the damage has been done. It's only gonna be Noxen. Surely not 1v3. And it's actually gonna be a 6 and 3 half, and this is exactly what, you know, Swamp Gaming was looking forward to.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really nice scoreline, right? And that's what we were kind of talking about. I think, you know, the general consensus was like, look, both these teams are kind of hoping to get the map, their map picks to push themselves to the third map, and which will be kind of a bit of a coin toss in some way. But, you know, again, I was kind of thinking to myself, you know, in terms of this, you know, this was the pick of TBI on Subbase. You know, Swamp wanted to go for Ankara, which will be the second map. And then, again, if we get there, that third being Compound is really, really interesting because yeah, I feel like you can argue this a lot of different ways, to be honest. But, I mean, look, we're starting to see the Swamp, you know, still playing a relatively decent form. I feel like, in my opinion, Pando, like, I feel like Famous isn't really playing the same level right now, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I think we're kind of seeing some other players really stepping up, which is a good thing to see here from Swamp, but it's not just the Famous show at times, right? Because when he goes off, like, man, the guy he's just taking bodies, right? He's just fragging. But right now for TBI, it feels like that teamwork is a little bit, it's still kind of saving them in this game a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually glad to bring that up because it doesn't always necessarily need to be the Famous show, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, he also got some skills here and there. He got his moments, but hey, if the rest of Swamp Gaming is also there, if they're stepping it up as a team, this is exactly what you're looking forward to, right? You don't want Famous to always be the man of the match. You don't want him to be 20-0, right? So, good start. Hey, I like what I'm seeing, Swamp Gaming. They keep it competitive, they keep it very interesting, and TBI now in need of a response, and I expect them to be much better on the BL side of things. We'll see. Noxon starts off onto Famous here with a great kill, and King, once again, with the Chris Super V out. He had it yesterday as well. It was working quite nicely for him. Not this time around. Kai is very aware of his surroundings, takes him out. And all of a sudden, this round comes to a stall. We'll see Hunt in a good position here. If he's able to find Kais. Oh, this angle looks a little bit weird there. Kais, not aware. I don't think Kais even saw him, though. We'll see.
Ooh. Maybe. Swamp down to 3. And TBI. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, they're taking it slow. But that's a great swing from HCZ. Like, just a absolute Ferrari swing, man. Like, that guy went from 0 to 60 so quick, and it's just not bad at all. That's something they needed. But now a bit of an interesting setup here from Swamp, because you can see the double player in A. They're actually kind of banking this. This is actually a right read right now, Pando. So they actually have a very, very good read on this. So right now, you're going to see that Snox. He's going to be the first point of contact. He's going to be the one that's the distraction. Josh, oh, good. Oh, no, he peaked already. This might be a give up. They might know that both are here. Now Snox, regardless of this, now look at what he's able to do. That's what I was talking about. That's what we love to see of the new addition to this team. That's the kind of magic he can bring to the server. A triple kill like that. Oh boy, that's going to feel good. Man, look at that shot. That's filthy.
You know, actually, I like, Josh peeking like that because, obviously, yeah, you're right. He gives his position up, right? He reveals himself, but he takes all the attention. No one even considered Snox to sit there, right? So he had the perfect opportunity to swing out, and he did. He got all of them. So, hey, obviously it was a little bit risky there, but it worked out beautifully. Now Swamp, 7. They are sitting in a very comfortable position right now. And TBI, what is going on, man? Hey, you played so good yesterday. Don't leave me hanging here, guys. I want to see you step up. I want to see some more action, some more, risky plays here and there, but don't lose like that, guys. Come on, step it up.
Yeah, comes down to that, eh? Just step up. That's what it is. I mean, a 7-3 is, again, like, let's not forget, like, the very beginning of this half was really, honestly, I felt like it was back and forth. Yet there was a lead for Swamp, obviously, but it did feel like a lot of rounds were getting close. It felt like there was a good fight. But, again, Swamp have really just, again, put up a really good, in terms of just round wins, they've been able to find themselves in a really good, comfortable lead. I don't think we've had this big of a lead today. I think a lot of the games have been really, really close. Like, we've had 5-4 halves and everything like that. I think this is the most spread out game we have. HEZ does get caught with his pants down a little bit. He was throwing some utility, and now Famous, what he's going to be able to do with the HK. Oh man, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is just This is just murder, man. This isn't even fair. The guy's just tapping away and getting some kills, and now TBI are trying to just go for this brawl. And, you know, everybody is just at a bar fight. Snox finds himself another multi-kill from the previous. 8 rounds are grabbed here from Swamp. This is looking good. Protocols are in place. Everybody's hitting the shots. Despite HCZ getting caught with the worst timing, look at how quickly we see Swamp react to it. That's amazing. Kais tries to go a little bit aggressive with an early peek here with the sniper. It gets shut down. Now TBI, they are starting to pick things up a notch. They're going from 4th gear to 5th, and you can see King, he's already pushed underneath the stairway. And Famous, you might not expect this at all. If King can find the perfect timing, he might be able to find a free kill. Famous is even wondering what in the heck is going on. How did he get there?
Yeah, definitely a huge switch up from TBI. I mean, even last round was pretty well, in my opinion, but didn't really work out that good in the end. And now Snox with the wraparound finds 2, maybe 3, not this time around. He goes down though, but the damage has been done. HCZ finds Booker as well. Oh no, this is all falling apart for TBI if they don't bounce back. Seems like they actually have an idea to just go back to XP. I like FaZe's position here. But he's actually taken out. Oh no, FaZe, you could have been the clutch master in this situation, but now Noxon left alone. The new addition to the team here, Noxon. This is a very, very difficult position for him to be in, especially now he's been spotted. He only needs to land 1 shot onto Josh, and then maybe a second on the head of HCZ. This is a very winnable situation, but HCZ actually takes him out. Swamp Gaming, number 9.
Whoo-wee, yeah, this is, like we said, I mean, it was kind of a bold pick for TBI to go on a map like this, but I think, I wasn't overly surprised with this pick to come through, but I think Swamp, they probably would have known this. I think that they were playing some pretty good mind games in the sense that they know it could be a possibility. And even now Famous tries to get a bit aggressive in radio. Doesn't find the connection necessarily, but Kais gets the opening duel. Now FaZe does get a reply back here, him and Noxon together, but Snox again! Man, oh man! The guy's a magician. He's just pulling up a trick after trick and now finds another double kill. This has just been going back and forth. Everybody just seeming to find these kills. Now Snox by himself. He's already found a double kill. Now he's needing to find 2 more to get this thing done. Travslaw getting tested once again. We'll see if people go to jail or people are going to be able to get away with this one. And Snox, look at how quickly he's going for the flank, but he gets caught and FaZe will save the day.
Well. 10-2, by the way. Snox. The OG has been around forever. Still on top of his game. This guy's just insane. Kai's completely dinged here. Down to 1 HP, though still alive. TBI finally responding nicely. I mean, this is about time. They get some frags on the board. And this looks perfect. I mean, look at this. It's only Famous. Left alone. 1 versus 5. Surely not. I know it's Famous, but it's not gonna happen, right? I mean, Famous, he found 1. Booker goes down. And FaZe really wants to find him here. He will wrap around. He will find them. Famous goes down. And yeah, hey, TBI, they finally get some response, but it takes so much more to push it to overtime. And yeah, there's loss. We got it. But I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, still a long road though, right? I mean, still needing 4 rounds to push this thing to OT. So, I mean, I'm not going to be, for any Swamp fans here in the chat, like I wouldn't be too worried yet. But I mean, that's the thing about TBI. Like you said, it feels like, they're just finally starting to cook a little bit now. They're starting to make these gourmet meals a little bit, but is it too late? That's the biggest question here. But that's all they need is to, push this round by round, take it 4 more times, and they got themselves in overtime to maybe redeem themselves on their map pick right now. But Swamp, I mean, again, if they can stay calm and collected, they could get themselves done deal. And right now, TBI putting triple player into lockers, and this time they're putting a little, again, maybe the possible execution into this B side. Look at how fast Swamp are already reacting to this. They're already kind of biting on this. It could be an easy fake, and that might even be the case here. The bomb's not overcommitting right now from TBI. They're even hesitating to move around. Famous is getting a ton of information and finding that duel. That is problematic for TBI right now.
Yep. Famous is in the key position once again. He found, I believe it was FaZe. Yeah, it was FaZe. So he found FaZe. The information he was given, it was insane, but seems like, you know, Swamp Gaming, they want to end this one as soon as possible. And yeah, Josh, with the kill on Nox and Booker and King now left alone, they will be given the bomb side here. But, you know, there's so much work to do. You know, HEZ is a good start, but now Snux with the wraparound once again. We'll find the bomb carrier. We'll find another one. And Snux, insane. This guy, hey, I'm almost speechless here. This guy, he has found so many frags all over this matchup. I'm just looking forward for, you know, his KD, his overall stats. And yeah, of course, the Swamp Boys, they're all happy. They're all ready to go. On the other side, of course, TBI, this was their map pick. This was their server. Oh, this is not looking too good for them, though.
No, it's not. I mean, and honestly, like you said, it's definitely one of those things where, you know, I don't feel like Snox is always the guy that puts up, like, crazy numbers, but it's not to say that he can't bring, you know, really good frags, and we got to see it here. Like multi-kill after multi-kill, doubles, triples, you name it. And I mean, it's not even just impacts. Like, he single-handedly was, you know, picking up some slack, and I mean that in the best way for Famous, right? Because we joke that he's the guy that's like the ultra frag, or the guy that can just go hunt and kill and do whatever he needs to do. Snox, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he ate the right thing for breakfast or something. I don't know. We'll ask the desk. They'll take us there, and yeah, let's see what you guys' thoughts are here for the upset win of Swamp getting this one.
Thank you again, Laz and Pandoxen. Man, Snox.
Snox and Famous.
Snoximus, I'm gonna call him. Like, this was a monster performance by him, to be honest. And not to discredit any of his team members. They played exceptionally well as well. And this time, Trav's Law wasn't integrated.
Yeah.
After the 9th round, they managed to pick
because
it up.
it's big gap, 9-3.
Yeah.
It was 9-3, so it's big gap. But talking about, let's talk about the winners. Swamp Gaming, their performance is extremely good. The guys are playing very good. They're hitting all their shots, and we need to mention hitting shots, because we haven't seen any shots related to TBI in all the game. Usually they are trying to take fights, trying to take woods controls, trying to fight for the angles. Only Booker, I've seen him hitting the clean shots, but still they cannot hit the shots. We haven't seen Noxin, we haven't seen FaZe, Hunt was missing. So that means that there is no TBI. If your core 3 players, King played very good. He tried to pull some rounds with Booker, but still two of them not enough for them to win the game. So Swamp Gaming played very good. He hit all their shots. Famous played extremely good. He knew how to take the fights, when to take the fights, to trade, to kill, to take sides. Guys is extremely good as well in the matchup versus Hunt right now. He's taking the initiatives. He's taking the kills, the picks, every blood. First blood is usually Kai's is the one who's trying to take it. So definitely Swamp Gaming, shout out for them. They played Subbase very good, and as I said, the North American teams now they are back on Subbase, winning and going back for the second map, which is gonna be a lot. TBI is gonna be a bit pressured after what we've seen from the first map, because yes, they lost, but it's kind of one-sided map for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this across all games, to say the least, especially FPS, when they tell you NA versus EU, you know what I mean? And now we're getting to witness it all over again, and this is on the EU server, for those of you who don't know, which means next map is Swamp Gaming's pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, next map is gonna be so huge for Swamp Gaming. Now they're gonna be playing on this side, because they played on EU now. So Swamp Gaming now, they're gonna be playing Ankara on this side. If I'm a Swamp Gaming fan, I need to end the series on a 2-0, because I wouldn't love to play TBI on Compound. As I said, Compound for TBI is undefeated so far. So they should be having a very good composition if they want to beat him. But let's talk about the map, which is going to be played now. NA, they're going to be playing NA servers, Ankara, Swamp Gaming. They have their foot. Last time they played each other, Swamp Gaming did a 9-4 comeback. They were losing 4-9. And they did a comeback to beat TBI in a very fashion way. So now they need to repeat this in order to get the win and put the foot, as we said, in the top 4, because both of those teams, they have a very big chance of getting into top 4.
Yeah, I mean, word of advice for both teams. As for Swamp Gaming, just keep up the momentum if you want to secure this 2-0 victory, especially now it's going to be on your homeland, to say the least.
Yeah.
As for TBI, I really think that early on aggression without the trade locked in, just like you said, Kai's was securing almost every first blood in every round, and that's because someone from TBI was, I don't know, disrespecting the peak peaks, you know what I mean, or taking the fights when they shouldn't. They should use more util. They should navigate through the maps a bit better and try not to force plays because you're up against Swamp Gaming, which have some of the best fraggers in the league.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't mention as well how HZZ played so good. We've seen the one tap on Hunt in the machine. He played also very good. The guy played very, very well. The rotation, adaptation. Why we are mentioning HZZ? Because he's the IGL of Swamp Gaming. So directing his teammates, moving the papers around the map was perfectly good because TBI had no chance trying to get past or get over it. So Swamp Gaming, they had everything right. Hitting their shots, strat-wise, teamwork-wise, every trade was ready and locking down the sites was perfect. Famous was doing so good on A down, and the other hand, Kais was doing so good on B side as well. So that makes TBI very tough map for them, and Swamp Gaming is an easy win and convincing win for them, 10-5.
Yeah, 10-5 is a big gap to say the least, especially when TBI was on the aggro side, the offensive side. Didn't seem like there was much offense in the first place, you know. I feel like the mental fortitude of Swamp Gaming to stay in that second place, possibly contest first, is there present, and they want to maintain that lead.
Yeah, definitely, because Swamp Gaming now, as we said, they had a very, very good 2 wins versus Anubis versus InnerCircle, and these 2 wins, TBI didn't have them, but TBI won versus PingPongPals. That makes Swamp Gaming had to win versus PingPongPals, but this didn't happen. PingPongPals 2-0'd Swamp. So Swamp have the upper hand now, and they want to be beating TBI in order to close the competition between Swamp Gaming and TBI. The competition is going to be with Swamp Gaming and PingPongPals. If TBI couldn't manage to come back and win this game, Ankara, and go to compound. So flipping series for TBI is possible. If they be able to focus on Ankara right now, and also Swamp Gaming have all the advantages in the world. They're going to be playing on their home server. They're going to be playing on NA. So you cannot ask for more if you are a Swamp Gaming fan.
Yeah, and you did highlight this in the map draft initially speaking, that all 3 of these maps are kind of leaning a bit towards TBI, but the fact that they played on the EU server and lost 10-5, what does that mean? What's going to happen in the next game?
Usually, sometimes you don't have your game. You don't have your day,
game plan,
so you don't have the game in your eyes. You still think that there is something wrong. You can't, you can't figure out what's happening in the map. So I guess TBI, if they continue the same way they're playing, I don't think they will have a chance on winning on any servers. That means that it's just not their day. On the other hand, it's Swamp Gaming's day. They're playing very good. They're playing and they're so ready and focused.
Yeah, I mean, and so are we. We're ready to go. Let's take it to game 2 of this last series of the day.
Hey, well, thanks very much. And yeah, maybe the last map, maybe not. Who knows? But look, we get to know that, Swamp did cause a little bit of an upset for the pick, that was for TBI. Now we get to move things over to Ankara, which is really, really interesting just because I'm curious what TBI have been able to do for preparation. Again, a team that I think is still in the building block phase and still kind of figuring out what they need to do differently. But look, we'll find out. We'll see if, Swamp want to get themselves a 2-0 here and join the cool kids club, or maybe we get ourselves a triple map series, maybe potentially here, Pando.
Yeah, could be. To be fair, my prediction, went to hell already, so we'll see.
That's true. Like, look, I mean, nobody's keeping count except for me, but I'm a little bit ahead of you, but that's fine. Who's bragging? Who's bragging? Who's bragging?
True.
Well, that's the only thing I can do.
We'll see what happens. I mean, you have Swamp Gaming favoring the A side for a little bit. Don't blame him. Because, in the beginning of every Ankara game, the BL side tends to, just run down towards A, but not this time around. TBI, they are, they're taking their time, slowly but surely creeping up towards B, which is kind of open now. It's only going to be Kais. We'll see how much damage he can do. Finds one, though. Will wrap around and wait for backup. Maybe a second. He finds Hunt as well. Oh, a third! Insane play here from Kai. So much damage done. No Snox. Good for one as well. One tap through the box. The M14 is crazy. Now, Face left alone. Already very low on HP. I think he got leg shot very early on in this round. Which is he being spotted? Doesn't matter. Takes him out. Good round though.
Yeah, that's honestly, like, just seeing the difference of what, we watched last season or the previous 2 seasons ago with Kais, and just the fact of, like, how much he's gotten so much better. Like, honestly, the fact of, we got these, like, couple glimpses in the past of where he could have some, like, really good pop-off moments, but now it's so more apparent that like how much better he's playing. Like the fact that single-handedly puts a triple kill, does a little bit of damage as well. You need that for Swamp, right? You need that sniper player to just be firing on all cylinders as much as possible. Like it's such a crux here for teams. Like it's so critical, and you love to see it because that just shut down TBI in a full aggression. It was actually a bit of a cheeky idea going underpass like that just to try to overwhelm. It gets backfired quickly, but now Swamp, I mean, this is the map pick for them, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they want to bring to this. TBI gonna have to show us a little bit more out of this because it's a tough loss that they had with a 10-5 against them. We'll see if they can bounce this back and reset a little bit. They've proven they can do it before. It definitely makes things a little bit more problematic in some regard.
By the way, talking about Swamp Gaming a little bit more, Famous had a 0.6 KD. So definitely proving that, Swamp Gaming can definitely win games, convincingly win games, even without, Famous being the insane guy that he is, right? But just to mention that, yeah, well, in this round already, TBI, big disadvantage, TBI falling slowly but surely. FaZe trying to recover, gets Famous though, but look how far away they are from each other. Booker trying to find FaZe eventually. It's gonna be Swamp all around B. I mean, they have the right idea. They don't really need to take too much of a risk here. But they take their time. TBI, they're just looking for anything. They're not given anything. HCZ actually finds Booker. Bombs dropped now. FaZe looking for anything. And HCZ even gets the second as well. This guy, very convincing, very clean. And remember, this is the NA server right now, right? So it should be a little bit harder for him, but he makes it look easy though.
Oh yeah. And that's a really nice buffer too, like, especially being the NA server makes a huge difference, like for the Swamp guys, right? So I think Penguin, it was cool to hear him say, like, it doesn't matter what server they're in, it's like still playing well. I mean, good nade here from TBI though. Josh, okay, nice easy kill. Another nade really crunches him down to 11 HP. He's taking a ton of utility damage, but look, he's got himself a kill. Now he might be able to hide himself in a better position here. Famous and him are going to be grouped up together, but Famous goes down. But they think they should know that Josh is still lingering in the site. Josh, he spots the barrel. Oh no, it's a bit of a wrong pre-fire, but HCZ might be able to save him and just retaliate a little bit, get that revenge. He was almost looking for that double kill. He's having himself a decent game so far, sitting at the 4-0. Not bad at all. But now back to the 3-3 we go. FaZe, he's about to run into Kai's and he gets the better of him. This sniper is just deadly, man. He don't miss.
He don't miss, man. He doesn't. Snox finds Noxon as well. Snox really loving that M14 though. Now Booker. 1v3 clutch. A little bit quiet. Hasn't had the greatest moments just yet. I think he has an idea about Kai's. I mean, if he finds Kai's, this would be insane because now, as soon as Kai's is dead, he has a lot of room to play with. Obviously, he doesn't know, and this is really ideal for him either. Swamp Gaming, yet another great round, and hey, they look very, very good right now, and almost next to flawless. Of course, there are some mistakes here and there, like Josh with the swing, which he couldn't really win, but obviously, hey, HZ's there to help him out, and it works beautifully.
Yeah, it really does. Now Snox, he's trying to see if he can get himself another multi-kill and maybe put up some decent numbers. Unfortunately for him, he does some good damage against the IGL of TBI, but now HCZ, hot in the heels. He's actually already underpassed. They might not expect this. Hunt should not have an inkling, but oh no, the pre-fire, maybe, but okay, HCZ recovers. That's fine. It's going to be okay. Now Hunt has been taken down early. Now you can see Josh is getting a little bit overwhelmed here with the utility. He's got some good inkling. That TBI are, setting the presence on this. Everybody has come to this party, but now it's about who's going to crash it. HEZ waiting for the perfect timing in this underpass. He might be able to find the swing on this. Famous here in just Hotel. He's waiting things out. Booker, a frantic spray, hoping for one more attempt on it. It's a grueling fight, but Swamp actually does get it through the thick waters, and now a 2-2 we go. 21 seconds remaining. Both players in the site. Noxon playing in the far back. He overswings this, but it actually works out. TBI will bounce back with a round.
TBI, first run on the board. I was just about to mention, like, if they lose this round, they need to call a break, because a 4-0 start is not what you're looking forward to. Luckily for them, they get it done. But there's Famous with the USP on 2 hands. Hello there, gets it done. Look at this, TBI, or they want to go towards A. And I like this decision here. Josh backs off, gives them the side, but he doesn't go down. So now, the retake situation is given. 1v4, 5 versus 4. Very likely to go Swamp way, but we'll see. They haven't planted the bomb yet. They're stalling this a little bit. Not too sure if this is a good idea. But look at this, Josh. He's gonna jump in, but he's fully blinded, blocking his teammates a little bit, and this is a disaster. TBI, so convincingly. Look at this Booker, good for free. Kai's now left alone. Surely not. TBI, they will take the second round here, unless he has something to say about this. I mean, 6-2, he is really stepping it up for his team. But the positioning from TBI, it's so good. He's been spotted again. Timer is against him. He will have to find Noxon first, because Noxon is going to be annoying in this position. Even if he finds King, he still has to clear out Noxon. This is what I mean, right? He's going to be annoying. Noxon gets it done. And finally, TBI, they will get the second round, and now we keep it competitive.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty nice. I think the one thing I'm noticing, too, for Swamp is they're playing these kind of retake scenarios where they're giving up the side control, and like, I mean, in theory, that's not a bad idea. But it feels like TBI are doing a really good job of the post plants, right? They get in these sites, they're getting the bomb down, and then it's really just them just overwhelming here when they get the post plant, which I think Swamp's just not prepared for. So I'm wondering if they're going to change this up a little bit. They're not going to play as passive in this. They're actually going to go for these gunfights. Now Famous, he loses his comrade. He's trying to see if he can go for the hunt, but now he's trying to pull back, but oh no, he runs into his teammate. That's a little bit awkward. They both bump into each other. Now leaving it just down to Kais. Again, TBI. Finding themselves some, a little bit of a resurrection here. They're bringing this thing back to an arguably a 3-3 game. Unless we see Kais again with a situation of a clutch, but he's got a full chamber of bullets, but this is a lot to ask for. Again, like, he's hoping that someone overextends. He's hoping TBI makes some critical mistakes here, but I just don't see it happening. Again, considering how well they've been in these last 3 rounds.
Kais looking for anything. Can't really connect the shots. He will eventually be taken out. Actually takes out Booker. But yeah, TBI in, well, let's say it's very convincing. 3 rounds in a row. Definitely resurrected here, like you said. Yeah, I mean, Swamp Gaming all of a sudden not as good as they were before. I'm not sure what happened here. Maybe the lack of confidence comes into play. But again, they started off so great. Now it's all going to hell. And I think maybe this is a pause coming out from Swamp Gaming. I wouldn't mind it, though. I think this is a good time to call it out and talk things through, and we'll see if that's the case here or not. But yeah, hey, again, TBI, I love what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think this should definitely be a attack timeout. Like, this is a moment where Swamp need to figure out a few things. Like, again, they had such a strong start, and that's the thing that gets can be a little bit, worrying in the sense is when you get a good lead, and then it kind of just, things are just like fizzled so quickly. And I mean, it's TBI that have been able to bounce back into this really nicely. They're just taking a little bit more decisive decisions, I would say, like getting into these sites. They're not really hesitating. They're just kind of going, okay, we're going to do this, nothing else. Nobody lurk, don't overcomplicate it, make it simple. And it's really working. And it feels like Swamp giving a lot of respect for the retakes. It's not really their best strategy right now. TBI are playing a better post-plant positions. So I think for Swamp, they just have to realize, look, how do we win the first fights? How do we put ourselves in a way to stop that first, point of aggression? If they can find that opening duel, if not 2, man, that changes everything, because then TBI have a way deeper hole they got to get out of.
Yep. Just to confirm, it is actually going to be a pause here from Swamp Gaming. It's not shown on the screen right now, but it was a timeout. Let's see if the timeout is going to, work their magic. Swamp Gaming, they started off 3-0. They lost 3 rounds in a row. So they're definitely in need of recovery here. Snox playing a very aggressive angle here. He's even going to go further. Hopefully he's not going to go too deep, because Noxon and King are just waiting for their food. They're waiting for anything. But, well, Snox is just gonna chill. Holding this angle. This time around, TBI, they play more reserved, more calm. After this pause, they also got some time to talk things through, right? And now the swing will come through. Snox not able to convert anything, but the damage has been done. FaZe and King, very low on HP, but it's actually going to be FaZe that finds Kais with a great grenade, and this is starting to look scary for Swamp all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is really looking a bit worrying, right? It feels like whatever was working before, it's just not really the same effect at all. It's TBI that have really done a good job analyzing what they need to do differently in this game, and they've been able to find a lot of these weak points of Swamp right now. Hunt is playing a very unique position where he might be able to cut off this rotate of HCZ if the timing is right. Even HCZ is still he's kind of toying the idea that somebody could be there. So now Famous, and also that should be Josh. They're going to be grouped up together. Famous does find that opening duel. That's not bad, but can they find the second? That's going to be important. Josh is playing the green box. He's trying to keep his life intact. Not going to work. And then they just break him like a breadstick. And there we go. TBI, when it was a 3-0 or I think a 3-1, they have now put themselves in a 4-3 situation on the road to winning this half potentially. But yeah, Swamp, they got to figure out something new. It really feels like everything they're trying is just, it's not panning out nicely.
Yeah, 4 in a row actually for TBI. Very, very convincing. Swamp Gaming not able to react at all, even after the pause. They're not ready for TBI's aggression. I mean, even Famous, right? He was trying to hold on to the bomb set A, got flashed, got dinged through the wall. No chance for him at all. And yeah, hey, TBI, they found a solution. They're still playing on top of the game right now. Obviously, yeah, the first map, a little bit weird, but if they are able to win Ankara, which I think would be insane, this could potentially be a third mapper, which we expected. And look at this, Booker, good for 2, man. This guy ready to go this time around. Now HCZ in a very important situation. King spots him out, he's flashed. Oh boy, he needs to get away. And he gets away though. And now Swamp, they need to retake the bomb site here, and it's gonna look a little bit more scary now.
Yeah, here we go again, right? This is the retake simulator that I was talking about. Like, is there a way that Swamp can get themselves a little bit more into fragging ways to be able to find an opener? It's looking difficult. It's looking like it could be grueling. A pop flash maybe from Kai, so might be able to allow HCZ to go for a swing. Oh, he can't even find that. King takes him down, and look at this. All down to Kai's. He's been red hot here with the sniper, but he just cannot do it with the pistol. TBI now been able to find, like you said, it's now 5 rounds in a row that they've been able to put in a placement for them. A map that wasn't their pick. It's looking like that might have been Mind Games. Maybe this is truly their pick or something, because they're looking way better on the BL side. Ever since they were taking a beating, they've really just come back into this game, and they're trying to get things done over for Compound now.
They're playing very aggressive. I mean, look how fast they're running towards B. No one is hitting their shots. King, good for 2. This looks too easy. I mean, come on, Swamp Gaming. Something has to change. The pause wasn't it. Whatever the talk through wasn't it. Famous. Can't really connect the shot either. I mean, Josh finally finds FaZe, but it's already done. Finds a second. 3 more would be the dream, but surely not. It's not gonna happen, right? Unless Josh has an idea, but the timer's also against him. And yeah, this is just not gonna work out in their favor. Hunt takes him out. And hey, Penguin, he was saying, like, yo, TBI, they're not too used to play on, on DNA server here. And hey, right now, for some reason, they brought it back, man. They lost 3 rounds in a row, but the rest, every single round, for some reason, they brought back. And hey, if this isn't a convincing performance on the NA server, I don't know what is.
Yeah, because I mean, when you think about it, really, in theory, like, you think, look, like, this should be definitely a big advantage for the players of Swamp, where they should be able to get more rounds, and the ping is definitely more of a favor for them, things like that. But it's kind of funny too, because I feel like this season, past season, where we have seen them play on NA servers, it wasn't even a guarantee, but like in theory you would think it is, right? But now things will be switched over. So, I mean, they're still playing really well on all these other servers. So I feel like it's not the hugest disadvantage for them right now. Just a little bit shocking how they had a really great start in the first half. It just felt like it slipped away. It just kept getting further and further away from them in the grasp of their hands. So, but that's the same thing here for TBI is that, again, it's been a really strong, comeback into this game. A team that doesn't want to give up. They've pushed a lot of 3-map series so far in the season, so not overly surprising. But the fact that we're at a 6-3, maybe to go to compound, who knows? But we'll find out. We're ready to go for the first round of the second half. And now Swamp are going to have to showcase a bit of a masterclass, honestly, if they want to get things done here for the BL side. And now Hunt, he's feeling it a little bit. He's got the rifle out. He's got the HK, but Famous, he says, nah, fam, I got you.
Fair enough. Hunt, being the guy he is, very confident, right? Goes for the huge swing onto a long. Famous makes sure that he's taken out, and hey, I don't blame him. Things are working out just fine for TBI, so why not take a bigger risk, Josh? He's gonna check the corner. He is king. A little bit unaware though. Will be taken out. I know Swamp Gaming, they will stall this a little bit. HCZ in the key position, swings into face, but actually it's gonna be HCZ that takes out face. That was a little bit weird, but he got it done. And now Swamp Gaming, they're still in front of A. And for some reason, they still win these fights. Look at this Swamp. What is going on? Booker now finally finds Noxter, but the damage has been done. And finally, after 6 rounds, Swamp Gaming, they get around.
Woo-wee, okay, yeah. This is a nice little bit of a effect from Swamp, getting pick by pick, kill by kill, and yeah, they get themselves finally around after losing so many in a row. But either way, we'll see if they can continue this little bit of mayhem, but again, they still need 2 rounds to bring this thing back to a tie game. Kais is a single sniper on this. Same with Hunt over here on the defensive side for TBI. We'll find out. Famous looking for the Hunt. He's going to get himself through mid. And an interesting setup here, Pando. I mean, a triple player setup at A. And again, just kind of letting FaZe just kind of lurk himself a little bit all across the map here. This might be a bit of an opening, no?
Could be. Could be the play they need. But right now, it seems like Swamp, they have a better idea. It's potentially just Josh in front of A who makes a little bit of noise to keep them distracted. But look at the map controls TBI right now has, right? So they know a lot is going on towards mid because it's basically open to anyone. It's very open actually. It's insane. But yeah, we'll see. FaZe in the key position. He will grab a lot of info, but it's actually going to be Famous with kill onto Nox, and FaZe trying to recover, finds one. Nox goes down. But again, the damage has been done. 2 players, TBI, drop to the floor. And again, trade after trade. Swamp Gaming, they're playing it to perfection right now, right? So we'll see if Kais is able to find King. I think he spotted him, though. Oh, it's a little bit cheeky here. The server comes into play. King takes him out. And they are recovering slowly but surely. Timer's ticking. It's only going to be Famous in the back there. Not able to find anyone through the smoke. HZ with the wraparound. I'm sure he heard something. The sound cue was given. HZ, he's just waiting for his opportunity to swing around. Not gonna check the corner though. This is a critical mistake. No, Famous unspotted, I believe. He will spot King though. He gets it done. 19 seconds on the board. He needs to plant the bomb, and he will do so though.
He's going to have this plant, but again, it's all about this reposition is important because now Famous, he can decide to play on the ramp if he wants, but instead he's kind of just jumping around the site. I don't know if I love that. That's a really big misplay from Famous. I thought, I think he was worried somebody was underpass. I get that. I think he was going for the jump spot just to kind of get that intel quickly, but it put him at such an exposure, which felt like a bit of a wash. I felt like if he would have just committed to the ramp play, played that bit of an angle, that could have been so much better for him, considering in the HK in his hands as well. But look, I mean, a critical clutch needed, and it goes in the favor here for TBI. 3 rounds needed, and we got ourselves a 3rd map on the board. And again, this will be the first true best of 3 that's going to be done, if possible, here today. But we'll find out. Swamp now, looking like the eye of the prize might be towards this A main once again. They've been pretty decent at clearing things up. They've been able to get themselves some good duels. But TBI, they got themselves a bit of a padding here, which is nice that they can work with, so they can be a little bit more bold and risky if they choose to, I should say.
True. Swamp Gaming grouping out of front of A, and of course TBI, they have an idea. Once again, a triple stack onto A. It's gonna be FaZe wrapping around towards Belong, gets a lot of information. He knows nothing is there. And there comes all the utility in the world. Swamp Gaming on the attack. What can they do? Snox finds one. King goes down. That's a huge kill. Look how much they stall this. They play by perfection. Now it's Josh to find the second one. But there's FaZe wrapping around completely. But he's gonna be so far away. It's not gonna matter at all. Hunt now left alone there in the clutch. And yeah, it's gonna be FaZe with the wraparound. He's even been spotted in A main. Kais takes him out through the smoke. And this round, this round looks so much more convincing. All of a sudden, Swamp Gaming, they step it up so much. Where was this so long ago? I mean, TBI, they took 6 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, right? 6 rounds in a row. And now, only now, Swamp starts to fight back.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just, you know, being on the BL side is just, it's a little bit better, right? Like, it's kind of like we get these really good rounds from Swamp, or this comes back into this beast form that we're talking about. So, I mean, look, better late than never, I guess. I mean, you could argue that, but we'll see. But I don't know. It again, like round by round, and again, 2 needed to tie this thing up, and again, it's still up for grabs for anybody's game. But this is the thing, is like I feel like TBI are giving a ton of real estate. Like you can see how hard they're playing this turtle setup. Double player in A. They have, you know, FaZe kind of lurking in hotel right now, so they're kind of playing this double hotel setup, leaving a lot of reliance here for Hunt to be able to hit this shot. So it's giving up mid for free. It's allowing underpass to essentially be up for free as well. It's playing a hard turtle setup, which can be good, but you know, it does kind of create a little bit of havoc in some regard, but we'll find out. I mean, Swamp, I mean, they should have a read on this, that like this is kind of the setup, is that yeah, they're playing very passive. They're giving us tons of control of this. But we'll see. It's about to happen here and now.
TBI, different setup though. HZ, the first one to go down, but the pressure is there. Snox, once again, with the M14, he's doing so much with that gun. So much damage, so much progress, actually. King has a good position, though, but look at all these Swamp players, man. So much to work with. We'll see if he's able to get anything done. The flash from Booker will most likely open things up. It's a good flash. Josh completely blinded by the lights. Famous finds one, but knocks him. Good for 2. Nice tap onto Josh as well. Good triple kill though. Sky's left alone. 1 versus 2. Look at the timer though. The timer, they're not aware. It's gonna be enough, I think. Yeah, this should be theirs for the taking. Ooh, a little bit too close for comfort, but they get it done. TBI, it is a very critical round for them. They need to keep pushing, because I don't think Swamp, you know, has a great idea of coming back into this match. But if they find a way, the snowball will crush TBI.
Yeah, that was a really important round, obviously for TBI. And again, like you said, just under a second remaining on that timer. So pretty nuts, because you know, Kai's could have just, again, you know, baited another second, 2 seconds, it would have been over for them. It would have just been a timer that solidified the round. So things are right down to the wire. These rounds are getting close for comfort, but that setup from TBI does work. I was talking about, you know, being the turtle setup. It was, you know, very interesting to see how well they could react to it, but Noxon was the one that really was able to find that multi-kill that kind of gave them a bit of a lifeline on this. And here we go again, same sort of idea, but this time the only switch up from TBI is a triple player at A, and they're kind of expecting, you know, Swamp to go for some, you know, sort of an A pop onto this. So it's a little bit of a gamble, but they can afford it. They can do that with the little bit of rounds they have in their favor to kind of put different setups on this. FaZe is playing by himself. He hasn't really had the same performance we've seen before. Now he's actually starting to get a little bit antsy. He's still actually peaking a bit much on this. And Swamp, still figuring out what they want to do. They're kind of expecting some kind of counter aggression on this, which is really interesting. They're really expecting a swing out of nowhere from TBI, and they're falling into the mousetrap. This cheese is smelling really good at the A site, and they're biting on it. They want to go for it, and they're going to run on in. Can they clear these players out? It's a trade back and forth on both sides, and now I was thinking King, he might be able to find something with timing, but no, he can only get the 1 kill. It's a double now for Famous. It's a 2-2, and the bomb here on the back of Famous. They have to get this plant down, and Kai's, he's actually going for the full hunt. He might be able to get this timing! up, but look at FaZe! He finds a double, and now they're on the map point!
And FaZe is unfazed. No, but that was insane. I mean, he gets it done. A quick double. That was really Swamp Gaming's round for the taking, and TBI, they don't stop there. They find Snox, who has been very clutch for Swamp Gaming. Not this round, though. He will be taken out. And yeah, hey, TBI. It's actually kind of funny, right? So I said, you know, TBI, they will win on Subbase. They didn't. I said Swamp Gaming will win on Ankara. They did. Well, they still can, but let's be realistic. Most likely they won't. We'll see if I'm still able to, you know, have my right clue. Yeah, so my predictions, as always, are going to hell. Love to see it. Love to, you know, go with that pattern. But yeah, it seems like TBI, they lost a player, right? So I'm not too sure what's going on there, but this is a good thing for Swamp. I mean, it's very unfortunate, right? It happens, but we'll see if Swamp is able to open things up with a missing player, though.
Yeah, you should see desperate for this kill. He really needs it. The fact that even FaZe, like, he barely took any damage, that's actually kind of wild to think of, too. And I mean, this is a situation right now where Swamp are in they were an advantage in the sense that TBI lost a player. So right now it's still 4-4. But unfortunately, you know, for Swamp, they could have kept Snox alive. That could have really changed things up. But now, with under a minute remaining, they got to do something here. HCZ is actually still kind of, you know, leaning on these players at the B side. He's just trying to toy with them a bit. Booker now realizes, okay, there's still a lurking player here at A, but I don't think he has the full intel. Josh might try to go for this fight. That's a great shot to get this entry. Now it's an open A site, but now you have to worry about King that's coming through a big flank right now. He might be able to get the timing. He might be able to just find something where FaZe just peeks a little bit. He catches some damage onto the shoulder, so now he's less than HP. And oh man, he still is able to find this kill. Now, when I was saying his rifle's been weak, it's starting to pick up really, really nicely. And now Famous, he can't even find this kill, and all of a sudden this thing is turned on its head. 15 seconds, less than that, and it could be all over. HCZ has to find these kills, and he has to get a plant down as well. With 7 seconds remaining, he's got to hightail it. This looks like this might go all the way to the distance of a third map, unless we can see some crazy kill from HCZ. He's going for the hunt. I cannot believe we're in this situation with 16 bullets, damage getting inflicted, FaZe needing to everything, his ability to find this kill. 5 bullets in the chamber, 1 shot for both these players, and they're a dead man. But all around the Rosie, all ring around, and it's going to be FaZe, and we go the damn distance.
Oh, wow, what a what a last round here, right? I mean, that was crazy. I was like, okay, this is over, right? But then all of a sudden, Swamp Gaming, they get a bomb down, and well, TBI, they win the second set. So I was wrong. No hard feelings, of course, TBI. I still like you to I like to see you win. Don't get me wrong, but hey, we are pushing it to what was it, Compound, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I mean, this could be anyone's game, really. So I know that Swamp Gaming loves to you know, play Compound. So we'll see how, you know, how things pan out once we are there, right? So it's a GG for now, but hey, I'm very surprised about TBI's comeback, right?
Yeah, no, honestly, I am too. Like, it's pretty shocking just because, again, like the first map, it felt like TBI went for this pick. I was like, well, I don't know why we went for this pick because it did not look very good. But the same thing could be said about here for Ankara. Like Swamp, they went for this pick. They thought they had something in the bag, and it really didn't look that great. But I think that TBI had a really good game plan. They played a way better Ankara than I've seen in a long time. So a big hats off to them for sure. So the fact that we're going to Compound now, I think it's a big toss-up because I'm not too sure. But we're going to take a little break. We're going to let the desk take it away when we get back. So get ready to go. Last map of the day. We'll see you in a bit.
welcome back. Thank you again, Laz and Pandoxin, after this break, man. I just have to say, very exceptional performance from TBI looking into Game 2 now, because Game 1, it seemed a bit off.
Now they're on client.
Now they're locked in. You can tell.
Yeah, definitely. Now the guys are hitting the shots more. We've seen FaZe, man. The clutches that he did, the 2 kills that he did in CT, and then the last clutch 1v1. It was very close. Both of the players were low HP, but FaZe, he kept his composure ready and he stayed very calm until he got the kill and got the round for his teammates. Well played by TBI, coming back into the game after a very big downfall. We said that it was a very, very convincing win for Swamp Gaming on the first map. So now in TBI, it's a very convincing win also for them on the second map.
You can see in the set summary, 4 out of the 5 players of TBI have a positive KDA, so even Hunt, I wouldn't cancel him out or say anything negative about him. He did really well. Noxon is someone I'd also like to highlight. Exceptional performance, so clean with his picks, man, to say the least. Same thing goes for Famous and them, but I don't know, HCZ played good, Josh played good. Snox, I did not see him this game as much as I hoped.
Yeah, because it's NA, as we said. Snox usually got used to play on ping 8 ping, sorry. 8 ping. Now he's playing on 80 or 90 ping, which is
10x.
actually 10x his ping. So we would not blame him that much. But the other guys, they were doing very, very good. But it's 10-5, so it's not when the game is 10-5, we can blame one player or say that maybe his rounds got them off guard, but no, it's 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think TBI just played better.
Yeah, TBI played way better on any server. That's something that we did not expect, to be honest. Having TBI losing on EU servers, then winning back on the NA servers is something going wrong with the guys.
This is something Laz and Pandoxin highlighted, that the first pick, which was for TBI, if I'm not mistaken, for Swamp, sorry.
For Swamp. First pick for TBI
and
on the
Swamp
EU servers.
And then the next pick was for Swamp and TBI won.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
At least we're getting a best of 3 for today, The other 2 games were pretty close, other 2 series, but they ended too fast. Yeah. I'm not ready to go home yet, are you?
Yeah. So now we said if TBI is winning Ankara, that means we are going compound, undefeated so far. Swamp Gaming, last time they played compound, they lost 2-10 versus PingPongPals, which already TBI beat in compound as well. So on papers, TBI have the upper hand now.
Yeah,
because they have the
beat Swamp Gaming and then TBI beat PingPongPals, then there should be a direct correlation.
Not only this, but TBI also beat everybody on compound. They beat Gaimin Gladiators on compound. They beat Anubis on compound. They beat PingPongPals on compound. So now they are ready to win compound for them. Swamp Gaming want to come back and crawl back from the loss last time on compound.
Yes, 100%. Let's take it to our final game with Laz and Pandoxin. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the third map. It is going to be compound. We are here. We are ready. It's going to be the esports server, which means AU. So I would say TBI should have the upper hand for the beginning. But historically, well, maybe not.
Yeah, no, I'm being a little cheeky. It's hard to say, right? Because again, like we always think if it's the NA server, it's going to be the better server. But I don't know, man. I don't know if the server thing is really going to make the biggest difference. I do agree with Penguin's, opinion about like for someone like Snox, where he typically plays a like 8 to 10 ping, and then if he's jumping into an NA server, he's going to be like 8 times that, right? It's just going to be ridiculous. So I get that part. So that's where again these teams are having to adjust to the ping adjustments and understanding like how to shoot a little bit differently, move a little bit differently. It's all a little bit off, right? But I don't know. I don't feel like there's a hard advantage one way or the other. I feel like we saw the first map, Swamp played so well. They played such a solid game. Then the same thing happened with TBI. Like they just played a way better Ankara. Everything was working a lot better. The teamwork was just a lot more polished, a lot more clean. And now we're here in compound, where honestly, I don't know. I really don't know where to lean this, because I'm not overly convinced one side over the other. I just think it's more about, who's going to show up. I think that's the biggest question now.
Yeah. One question is what is going on? We see players joining and leaving twice now. We just probably just remake the lobby real quick, and yeah. You probably you're right. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be very interesting here on Compound. Again, I said it earlier on. I think that Swamp Gaming feels very comfortable on this map. But hey, I'm judging by the player camps right now, and it seems like Hunt is having a party right there. You see that? He's literally dancing. So definitely in a good mood. This is very important for him, because if he's in a good mood, he will hit his shots, and he needs to hit his shots right now. And we'll see. We'll see. We are back into the game. Hopefully no one leaves, and this looks very good.
Oh, looking like it. Yeah, looks like we're ready to go. Okay, everybody's running around. Everybody's getting ready. So Swamp now on the GR side. TBI for the BL, and double snipers here for TBI, interestingly enough. Oh, no, it's okay. It's going to be switched up. JK, LOL. All right. Double snipers, though, for Swamp. It's going to be Kai's and Josh. They're both ready to go for this. So they are going to mix up their inventory just a little bit. Change up their game plan. Really aggressive work here. So now they've already pushed through B main. They're actually towards the doorway. This is interesting, because now, if they can find the perfect timing, if they can do this a little bit quietly, they might be able to catch these guys off guard. They might not expect this at all. Now this gunfight's important. Famous is going to lead this. He's got the HK. Can he be able to find more than one? He will not. It's actually FaZe now that is putting himself in multi-kills, and he's still kind of maintaining his lead here from the second map, my apologies, into the third.
Yeah. FaZe yet again steps it up for TBI. We'll see if he continues to do so, because hey, it's now or never. I'd love to see it. Now Swamp Gaming again in need of recovery. I mean, obviously it's just the first round, and yeah, it's not done yet, but it looks like TBI still has the upper hand, converting into the third map here. We'll see. Snox gets a lot of info there. Doesn't really go down as well. Josh wants to swing in, but FaZe takes him out, and oh, this is now a very scary situation now, because Kais, he's nowhere near to be seen. Snox fully blinded by the lights. Can't really stop this push from happening. Yeah, it's gonna be Kais left alone. Surely not 1v3. He goes down, and yeah, TBI, a very good start into this matchup though.
Yeah, not bad at all, honestly. So getting yourselves right back into it, and love to see like someone like FaZe that, like I said, is, I felt like he was playing not the greatest. So like the fact that now he's starting to really pick up some steam, he's starting to get some kills, that's not a bad thing at all here. So good note here for TBI fans. Just a little bit of chip damage here, 5 to be exact here against Snox. He's going to play a very close angle, pretty aggressive here through A main. He's got the HK as well. And TBI just kind of playing passive. Snox is going to throw a deep nade. Doesn't really actually make the connection, so it actually isn't going to do too much. TBI taking a very, very slow approach on this, waiting on the back skirts of mid. Swamp have actually put a lot of attention through mid, so they actually have Josh as kind of just an A door, but then you also have Famous that's just kind of hugging on this right-hand side, which is really important, because him and Josh are going to play this kind of like little tag scenario. Like Josh will be the first one to go for the swing, then Famous theoretically should be able to, initially get these extra kills needed, but TBI looked like they were maybe going to go for HEZ instead, but now they might just go right back for mid control. They're going to see what they can do. Deep utility getting thrown here. The smoke going to block off the B doorway, but are they going to commit to this? Famous has now gotten some warning shots off. He's kind of just letting them know he's here, but he's going to pull back on it.
TBI in preparation. They're just about to take over mid control here. Let's see. A lot of util being thrown. There's no movement just yet. I mean, they're really taking their time, but they will go through eventually, undetected. But Swamp Gaming, they have an idea, and Snox with the HK finds one, finds two. Oh, there's Hunt with the sniper though. Found one as well. It's not gonna matter. 3k for Snox, the HK. I mean, everyone that uses the HK, every time they get multi-kills, it looks so clean, right? Because the HK is such a different weapon compared to the AK, and I'm just loving it, right? So please do more.
Really, yeah, I actually, like, I was a little bit questioning it in the beginning when I was watching the new meta, and I was wondering, like, do I love this HK rifle? But you know, I think it's pretty lethal, man. Like you got to be really precise, but at the same time, like if you can control like your recoil, like it can just be so good. And I feel like we're seeing a lot of players like giving us some big highlight reels with it, which is a cool thing to see. So I'm actually not against it anymore. I think it's been a really nice addition. Oh, obviously all the other guns too, but I know it's just extremely overpowered in the sense of some players that are so good at the one taps. But again, not every situation is going to put you in these one tap scenarios. But Snox putting himself in that triple kill in the previous round was a sight to behold. I mean, that was something we talked a lot about in the first map where he actually was doing really well, like putting up some big numbers. Maybe now this could be the third and final map where he wants to get that done again for himself.
HEZ, I think he spotted some of the TBI players there. Not too sure. This timing might be a little off. He looks away. King almost gets a freebie, but it's actually going to be HCZ. Good for 2. Make it 3. This guy looking for potential 4th. I'm very sure he saw Hunt as well. Hunt looking for redemption. Not going to get it just yet. He will find it though. But again, Hunt now left alone. And HCZ should be dead. But for some reason, King wasn't really able to get it done. And this is just falling apart now in this round. Hunt not able to connect. It's gonna be him dead on the floor. And yeah, it's Swamp Gaming for the taking right now.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. And again, it's kind of making the question look like, you know, where was Swamp at the second map, right? Like where were they like not putting up these kind of fights? But I don't know, maybe they were a little tired, maybe things were a little bit winded for them, but now it looks like they've caught their breath and they're doing better on the Giro side. They're starting to put up some really decent rounds and some really decent kills, but we'll see if they can continue on. TBI have definitely been able to show us they can persevere through a lot of scenarios. Now HCZ, he's going to be this anchor. He's going to be the one player to first go through the test. His teammate, which is famous, is close on by, so he's kind of anchoring, watching through mid-connector this time. HCZ, though, a great reposition. Allows for them to play a little bit more of a combination together. He's got the AK in hand, not this time with the HK. I thought the HK would be a little bit better in a scenario like this. But he's going to keep the old faithful, the old AK in hands. TBI taking some good map control. Bomb's not in their possession yet. They haven't fully decided if that's the plan of attack. Actually looks like could be a split. So they're going to use FaZe to potentially go into this B hit late. And the rest of them will go through mid-connector.
Yeah. I mean, Swamp is not buying it at all. You could tell. No one really moved at all. We'll see if, TBI has something else in store. I mean, they took it pretty convincingly, but then they, fell back. So now it's back to nothing. HCZ gives them the respect, though. But he will eventually clear up. Gets the info now. Josh can't really connect anything, but there's Snox with the HK, famous as well. Doesn't get anything done. That was a little bit uncomfortable almost. And Hunt and King, they clear up a lot of players. Kais and HCZ. Left in recovery now, looking for the clutch. The retake now in the making. Yeah, I'm pretty sure TBI, they will not give him anything from there. They play a very good setup here, not giving them anything. FaZe gets the info. HCZ still able to find Hunt though. This might be the beginning of the end unless... Look at this. Oh, Kais, that was amazing. Looking for more though. Doesn't connect on FaZe, but look at this. This is very doable right now. Kais needs to swing around. Timer is ticking and it's not gonna work out. Knocks in. Saves the day there with the wall bang there with the sniper. That looked too easy almost. But yeah, hey. Looks, Swamp Gaming, they keep it competitive. They don't get the round in the end, but still was very nice to watch. And hey, I want to get your opinion on this, but what do you think about Swamp Gaming on the EU server? Because I'm asking because they play so much better on it for some reason, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Like, it really just kind of feels like it's it feels like they're unfazed, honestly, what server they're on. That's what's really funny to watch them now. Whereas before, like, it was always like they always had to play for sure on the NA server if they wanted to get rounds, but that's not even the case anymore. So I don't know. It's a good thing to see. Like, they're used to the ping difference, but it makes them even more scary than normal, right? So I like it. It's good to see.
For some reason, I was thinking, what if Swamp Gaming also wants to play on the EU server? I mean, yeah, I get it. You want your opponents to have a little bit of a disadvantage on the NA server, yes. But if you are only, let's say, competitive on the EU server for some reason, I would say this could be a nice thing to try, maybe. But maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe everyone is like, what the fuck is he talking about, right? I get it. But still, I would say it's a very, doable thing once or twice. But anyway, Snox gonna find FaZe. His former teammate goes down, and King looking for more. Noxin already good for one. There's a trade, or well, there's another addition. Kais now finds Hunt. Very important kill. The damage has been done to TBI and Noxin, and King a little bit tagged up. Just a matter of time before Swamp Gaming will go for the retake now. And it's going to be Kais. Look at the wraparound. He needs to step it up a little bit. He can't waste too much time. Snox already been spotted. Booker very ready. But there's Josh from behind. Takes out Nox. And though now the retake will come through. And it's a disaster. TBI go down 1 by 1. And this is clean though.
Yeah, that actually was really, really nice of a retake because, again, I always remind people, and I think everybody in the community knows, it's a very difficult site to retake into, right? It's one of those things where, in that kind of a position, you could see, I can't remember who it was from TBI, but they were playing on that stairway in the front of the doorway, and when you have the HK, it's like, yeah, you can one tap, but if you miss those one taps, like, it gives you that, like, very split second where you can kind of slip through it, right? Like, it just gives you enough time where that recoil and that control might not be in the full favor for them, so Swamp did a really good job reacting to it and taking it pretty calm and collected for a retake, which gives them the third round to put him back in a slight lead in this one. But losing Josh early on, now Famous is playing in a very aggressive angle. He's really hoping for a double kill here. Nades getting thrown here from TBI. They're thinking somebody's close on by. Knocks him with a great jump spot. So they got a good read on Famous's position. And he's not even backing off. Like, he's actually still committing to this. He doesn't even care. Like, he wants to go for the gunfights. He doesn't give a hoot that everybody knows exactly where he is, because look what he could do, man. Oh, good gracious. He's putting himself in the triple, and he's now just finding all these heads, giving fresh haircuts, and all of a sudden now Booker by himself with 73 HP. He's like, okay, well, I got a 1-on-4, and I'm stuck in the back of middle, and everybody's just going to go for the fight here, and there we go. Famous, we get that glimpse of what he can bring to the table, and man, oh man, when it was much needed, it's on a silver platter.
Yeah, Famous magic, right? I mean, wow. Very convincing one-taps. And obviously TBI, they're not happy with that. Gonna stall a little bit here, gonna play much slower. Famous! What is he doing, man? He's not even done yet. Takes out Hunt as well. So, Swamp Gaming, again, I'm telling you, they are looking so much better on the EU side. So, yeah, Famous, you keep going, man. I mean, if you want to win alone, keep going. Really, I'm a little bit upset almost, right?
Yeah, honestly, I like it though. Like, it feels like a little bit of, I don't know if he was like constraining himself a bit or like just playing differently, but it's like, look, like, that you guys have a lot of firepower behind this team, so you can play a little unorthodox, or you can play a little bit loose at times to catch these guys off guard, and that's exactly what he's doing. Like, the fact that he's putting a multi-kill 2 rounds in a row, it's grabbed them 2 rounds in a row. Like, unless of course Booker does something big here, but honestly the likelihood is so minimal. But you love to see it for Swamp Gaming fans, because that's what you kind of need, is you just have to kind of throw these, a little bit of element of surprises and like the rabbit out of the hat. And I mean, now Booker here in the situation of the post plant, Snox is just going for a full hunt. Easy job, and there we go. Yeah, these guys are looking a little bit more dialed in right now. Timeout going to get called from TBI, rightfully so. They're starting to lose this control once again.
Yep. Once again, I mean, Swamp Gaming, last map, they started off 3-0. Then TBI, they won 6 rounds in a row. And they even won the map in total. So it's not over until it is. Obviously, this timeout is very needed. Not necessarily because they do something wrong. It's just because they need to stop Famous momentum, right? I mean, this guy looking for these one taps, and he gets them 1 by 1. So this should, cool him down, and it gives TBI another opportunity to talk things through, to consider the options here and there. But, for Swamp Gaming, there's not much to change right now. I think they play pretty good. Not too aggressive. Obviously, I mean, Famous has interesting positions. But other than that, I wouldn't give them too much criticism right now.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have any like criticism right now for Swamp. I feel like they're playing the right game. They're, like I said, they're mixing up the playbook, and now where it feels like, Famous is like, again, I'm not just making it about Famous. It's good to see like he's finally like putting up some rounds where he can just put up some multi kills. Like we know with that HK, it's been a gigantic buffer for someone like him, right? And like a one tap machine like that, you want to be able to like find yourself that 1 or 2 kill just to really accelerate the round in your favor. So I feel like, for these guys, I would like to see Kai's getting himself a little bit more active in this situation. I feel like he's been a little bit cooled off, but he had himself a pretty good first map. Not bad of a second. But now TBI, they take this timeout. What are they going to do differently? It looks like they want to get a little bit more aggressive in this B main. They're going to keep the lurk of King. He's just going to, again, investigate in mid just to make sure nobody's overextending. Swamp actually do have a really nice mid take that they've done time to time on this map. They don't do it this time. They wait it out. And now TBI falling right back into the mid execute. They want to go with this, but where do they want to go? What is the direction going to be? Do they want to go towards A or do they want to go towards B? And Josh, oh man, I don't know how he survives to even get this 1 kill, but he does. Not bad timing, but now even Snox can't seem to find himself that kill. FaZe has now put himself in double digits. And a miss from Kai's once again. The sniper player missing the critical shot needed. Now things are getting a little bit awkward. Things are getting a little bit hectic, but HCZ somehow, some way finds a double kill, and there's Famous once again to find himself another multi-kill. There's a lot of misses happening here from the Swamp Gaming side, but I mean, look at how fast they were able to recover.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not, an S-tier gameplay here, but definitely a very back and forth matchup so far. I mean, Swamp Gaming 6-2 right now, pushing it to potential 7. Josh makes things more likely. Picking up Hunt is a huge kill. Hunt, who can be very clutch for his team. The trade is there. Good. King gets it done. We'll see what they do from there. Look at the aggression from King. He's so deep there. Not looking to find anything just yet. I mean, Famous, he knows what's cooking, right? He has an idea, but now towards Belong, we'll see another aggressive play here from Booker, but HCZ, he's prepared, repositions himself, and yeah, hey, what a very aggressive start here into this round here. But Kais barely gets away with his life. He's shocked about it too, but King, he goes down, man.
Yeah, it's good to see, like, again, like someone like Kai's that's finding a little bit of these shots here with the sniper, which is important. Again, like this is, when you don't have your sniper kind of hitting these shots, it really does kind of put a big dent here for your gameplay for any team, right? More especially I feel like on the GR side. But now Swamp, ever since that timeout, even from TBI, it feels like Swamp are still just kind of full speed ahead. They're on the right waters here. It's been a little bit smoother for them. And a 6-2 is definitely a massive lead that they want. If they can get, another one here to get things over for the BL side, that's just going to feel so much better. Now TBI running into a little bit of a bear trap on this one. Famous, unfortunately, can't find the kill, but HCZ will help him out. And HCZ, truthfully, for a guy that, statistically is the lower KD player, what we were talking about in the desk earlier on today, like he has really had himself a better game. Like he has really put up double kills here, the odd triple kill here, even like the singular kill to like slow down, bomb plants. Like he's really playing his role very, very well today.
So right now we are switching to the NA service, and this is the point where I'm not understanding why they don't, if it's allowed, to be fair, why they're not staying on the EU server. So the thing is, they play so well. With the switch now, they take away all their momentum, right? They switch the servers, and all of a sudden, it could be going the exact other way, right? So obviously, I get it. They want to play on their server. They feel more comfortable with. But again, look at the first 2 maps we had, right? So for some reason, the NA players are so much better on the EU server, and it doesn't seem like to be a big issue for TBI on the NA server, right? So I don't know. We'll see. I think they could have stayed, but I don't know, man. But so far, so good. Swamp Gaming, they play a very convincing third map so far. TBI, very quiet, not sure what's going on. No one really seems to have an answer, and yeah, obviously none of them are looking too happy about it.
Yeah, they're looking, you know, I mean, it's hard. We always kind of say this, Hugh, like the one thing I love is that we get these player cams and kind of seeing, you know, kind of the visual representation of how players are looking. And it's hard sometimes because it's easy to say like they look flat or they look defeated or, you know, things like that. You just never know. You definitely get the glimpses of your like happy moments and people fired up and things like that. But right now, like I'm just thinking for TBI, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, right? I mean, the first map was just absence from them. Second map, they came back with a huge swing and, you know, getting a home run, and they get themselves right back into a third map series. But I don't know. This is a tough one because they took a bit of a beating on this first half. It really just felt like they were doing okay in the beginning, and then it just felt like they lost control so quickly. So right now, I have a little bit of extra time. I'm assuming this is a bit of a technical issue, I think, potentially on this too, but yeah, it's a tough one for TBI because it's been some tough roads for them in some regard. But look, I mean, we've seen them be able to make comebacks clearly. So I mean, that's the thing here. It's just all about winning that first round if they can. Just, you know, build that momentum a little bit, build some confidence, and you know that could be all she wrote.
Yeah, sometimes it can take a little longer to, you know, get back into the lobby. Yeah, I mean, everyone is, you know, calm and collected, just ready to hop back into the game. Just you know, a matter of time. You know, even though Swamp is leading pretty convincingly, they don't look too. They don't look let's say sad, but they don't look too happy either. I mean, they just want to get it done, right? They want this to be theirs. They want to take home the victory here, and I guess the job is not done yet, so you can't really blame them. On the other hand, TBI, again, yesterday, super convincing, super strong. I love the roster, right? But not too much today, to be fair. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, it goes back and forth. Obviously, they had their moments there. They had their fair chances to, you know, win. But overall, maybe a little bit sleepy. Maybe it's the weather. Could have a lot of impacts, right? We'll see. We'll see. I guess we take a little bit longer until we get back into the lobby. Well, seems to be a little bit of a longer issue to resolve, guys. Stay patient. We still have a little bit to go. This is what I would assume, at least, unless TBI has an idea. Famous, leaning back in his chair. Considering how he played, I would say that's crazy. Like, how can you be that good and just lean back and be like, yeah, you know what? All right, that's cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely makes you wonder. That's no question at all. Definitely know I couldn't do that if it was me, but yeah, it's some players are just built different, you know, kind of. That's just the thing.
True.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go back into this. So yeah, there was just a bit of a lobby issue, I think, or whatever. But look, doesn't matter. We're here, ready to go. 7-2. TBI now needing again some hero plays. to put themselves in a position here to bring this game back, right? I mean, that's just 5-round deficit is not going to feel good. Snox, I'm not actually sure if he spotted, I think that was actually Hunt that was kind of making the crossover. That would have been really close to see, but nonetheless, I mean, now we see TBI. This is where, like, do we see some crazy plays? Do we see something a little bit different? Do they try something a little bit surprising? I don't really honestly don't know. And ooh, that's a great start here. Hunt actually does get himself that first kill. Finds a second one too. Now he's hungry. Make it a third. Why not? Hunt is just single-handedly looking to find himself an ace. And now he's got the quad kill right there. Snox is going to shut down that dream, but at least Hunt now surely should have been able to build themselves another round, putting his rifle abilities to full effect. Now Snox needing to put up a clutch, but it's just, again, way too many bodies he has to go against a TBI. You can count on the young gun of Hunt that's able to pull up through really, really big.
Yup. Nice 4K. Hunt really trying his very best to convert, but we'll see if he can do more than that. As we are in the second round for the second half here. It's already looking a little bit shaky here for TBI. King goes down. Some more players need to step up from the side of TBI to make things more likely to go their way. It seems like, Swamp, they're just playing a little bit, standard protocol here. Go back and forth, see what you can find. Group up towards B once again, and I think it's only going to be HZ left in mid, so he can get a little bit of info, so they don't get backstep. This is the case here. Booker. He needs to find the information as soon as possible. Utility will come through. Swamp Gaming approaching towards B, and they will get it done. They will get a lot of map control here, and don't even think they will continue this through. They'll just get, like I said, they will just get the map control, fall back, regroup in mid, and see what's game plan here. And, again, very standard gameplay so far.
Yeah, pretty standard. Again, like you said, waiting things out. But again, the fact that they can take down the IGL is a nice little bit of a note here. Now they can wait things out just a little bit more. And they're actually going to group up towards mid here, Swamp. So they're going to refight for this control. Looking for the basic execute. Smoke going to get thrown. That should be able to block off A main here. Just for them to get some intel a little bit. And actually Hunt, again, man, he is just putting up some really big triumphant efforts here. He's really just trying to be the playmaker. He's the guy that's just trying to get, things steered a little bit more in the right direction here for TBI. Now Noxon, I don't know what that swing was for. He went really aggressive on it. He thought he had the timing. Now FaZe, I don't know how in the heck he's able to get himself a double kill. But TBI, they're starting to show a little bit of this magic where, him and FaZe together, a combination, putting up some multi-kills round by round here. That's exactly what they need, right? I mean, that, like I said, Swamp has a buffer, but it's only by so much.
The dream is not dead just yet. Hunt 7-1. All that heat. Is it gonna be enough or not? Well, Swamp Gaming. This is what I meant, right? I mean, hey, to be fair, right now it's Hunt really, really stepping it up. Huge, alright? Huge. But on the NA server, Swamp tends to play less good. And this is the exact same case here. It might also be, the BL side of things, don't get me wrong. But I'm saying it happens, and I was right. At least once. Well, yeah. Anyway, TBI, they have an interesting setup for now. Triple stack towards A. It's going to be Noxon that moves slowly but surely towards the mid here. Maybe they're going to go for a peek. A little bit of info play wouldn't hurt, I guess. There you go. Swamp Gaming. Rushing towards highway here. They will be uncontended so far. No one near to be seen. It's going to be Booker with the AK. That's not really comfortable. They will take the bomb site B, and it's all falling apart. FaZe trying to reduce the damage a little bit. It's not done just yet. Kai's a good angle there. Can't really connect onto FaZe. What is this? FaZe and King. They try their very best to get this round back, and it's actually going to work. Look at that.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened, honestly. I mean, they did such a great job just going for these gunfights from both different directions. And Yeah, this is, again, this unique situation where we see with, like, Swamp, like, they look so good, and then things just, like, they just fall apart. Like, but that's the same thing, like, on the other side of the coin, it's the fact of, like, TBI. I don't know what it is, but something about being on the boards or on the ropes, and they ain't done yet. They want to show the resilience. They want to be able to show what they can bring to this, and, I mean, they are making things close. You can see King, he's getting really excited, he's getting amped up, and that's what you need. That's where you need your IGL to be in the most positive mindset. So it's good to see him still being very, you know, enthusiastic and you know, getting excited about this, because that's what you need. You need your captain to be the one that's putting in the best environment as much as possible, even when things are in the deficit. I mean, it's getting closer and closer, and now for Swamp, it's like, hey, look, what are we going to do differently here? Like, we have ourselves a great lead. We were just popping off. We were just winning this game so convincingly. And now things are questioning now. Things are questioning pretty hard here, Pando.
Yep. Man. It is looking a little bit scary for Swamp. It's looking very good for TBI, though. Either way, Famous is going back to sleep. Nah, just kidding. So yeah, so far so good. I mean, after we switched to the NA server, it's looking a little bit scary, but it's also the thing that Swamp isn't really able to hold once the bomb is planted, right? I mean, they rush towards, you know, highway. They got onto the bomb site pretty much uncontested, right? And for some reason, they weren't really able to hold, thanks to, I think it was King. He just jumped in and gave it his very best, and yeah, it worked out great. And once again, unfortunately, it seems like we have a little bit of an issue going on. We'll see how much time that will be consuming, though.
All right, looks like we're ready to go back into it. 7-5 is the score. And again, no, this question of, you know, good nade coming in from FaZe. He's just trying to, well, an attempt from FaZe to throw some deep utility. He doesn't get caught here, but it's a nice attempt is what I meant to say. But a lot of passiveness from both these teams. Now FaZe is just going to be grouped up on the backside here. He's just going to play with the sniper this time. Hunt's going to be equipped here with the rifle instead. And now Swamp, you know, again, 3 rounds needed to get this thing done for a 2-1 victory in this best of 3, but TBI 2 rounds needed to push this thing to a tie game and being up for grabs. So TBI in a bit of an interesting scenario where they're actually just leaving Hunt by himself in A main, kind of being the one that's spotting mid, and then the other players are kind of pushed out through B main. Now they're going to reposition themselves with these smokes and the utility they're throwing late in the round. They're going to use this to their advantage and try to see if they can reposition and group up together.
Seems like Swamp is looking forward to another mid go. Snox will go in. Joshua already dead. Almost dead, perhaps. Let's see if he is able to convert anything from there. Swamp Gaming, they're stalled a little bit too much in my opinion, but Snox, good for 1. Famous will go down. Noxon will find Josh as well. And again, TBI, they look so much better all of a sudden. I'm telling you, they love the NA server. So, Kaiser and HCZ. They need to find a round. Come on, guys. It cannot be like that. You cannot go down like that, right? So, let's see. The bomb is dropped in a very unfavorable position. Kai swings around. Not going to be able to find Nox, and King helps his brother out. Finds HCZ. And look at that. They're looking very, very strong right now.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I mean, it's great to see here for TBI because, again, they really want this win. They really want to be able to get themselves a little bit more up in the leaderboard if they can. But I don't know what it is with Swamp. Like when we do these server switches, it feels like it's just not the same Swamp we've seen before. But either way, 1 round is a differential. I mean, I think it was a 7-2 if I'm not even mistaken, or 7-3 at one point. And now TBI have been able to find pretty much just rounds in their favor. FaZe, a little bit of an attempt on the shot, misses it, but now they're going to try to see if they can capitalize on it. That's a great double kill from Snox. Maybe a triple? No, unfortunately not. But now, 2-2 we go. Booker's able to get a jumping kill. Oh, man. Just when things were looking okay for Swamp, and now it looks like even Kai's is going to have to go for a bit of a clutch scenario. The 1-on-2. He's got the full bullets in the USP. TBI are going to be grouped up together. Kai's might be able to find maybe the slightest timing. He might be able to just find something here. But these guys are running around. They are trying to clear everything right now. They aren't even being quiet about it. They are making so much noise. And look at, even Kai's is kind of just wondering, where the heck are these guys? What are they doing? They've all just kind of been dancing around each other. Bombs dropped in pretty much the middle of the site. It's a tough one here for Kai's. He's going to retry this through GR spawn. But this is not great. Because TBI, they just have to play together, like I said. If they can play the numbers, this could be a good situation for him. Kai's isn't even bringing out the sniper. He's actually just committing to the USP fully. He is so paranoid that they are just waiting around one of these corners. He's got such a bit of angst, just wondering where the heck these guys could be. This is literally just, he's trying to find a ghost. He has no idea. And now he's going to maybe try to go for the swing. He finds his first kill, and there we go. King is going to be able to find this right back into a tie game. And Swamp, they're quivering in the feet now. They're shivering in these boots. They cannot find rounds.
Yep. Oh, wow. Swamp hasn't won a single round ever since we switched. This is the unforgivable almost. I mean, you have to convert one of these rounds. I mean, they have been close here and there, yeah, but initially it's not going to be enough. TBI looking better than ever. Hungry for the victory here. And not going to lie, they will deserve it. They came back on map number 2. They came back on map number 3. Hunt missing a shot here, a little bit weird, but now decides to back off, play it safe. Good decision making here from him. Kai's already dead, so what does it mean? I feel like Swamp Gaming, they are looking for answers and they cannot find anything. So, not too sure what they can do. I mean, Famous, he had his moments as well. With the H key, got a couple of kills here and there. Very, very convincing performance from him, as always, of course. But in map number 1, if you remember, everyone was playing super well, except Famous, right? What's happening right now? I'm not too sure, but nonetheless, the push will come through once again through mid. Swamp Gaming looking for anything, and then the wraparound from Noxin. He finds Josh, but Famous trades him out, though. Very important kill to keep things alive. Famous looking for even more than that, and yeah. He will be taken out as well by King, HZ, and Snox. Left alone, and man, this is not looking too good for them at all. Face. It's actually going to be Booker that finds Snox. Now HZ looking for an answer. HZ's been pressured all over the place. Surely not the 1v3. Gets one though, but he will be taken out. And now TBI is actually in the lead though.
Yeah, that's what's crazy too, is like, again, like, it's a great lesson here, folks, is like, look, even when you're playing your games and things are not going your way, like, it doesn't mean the game is over until it's over. Like, this is a great example of that. Like, TBI were, honestly, they were just battered and bruised and everything. Like, they took a huge beating in the first half, and look at the difference now. Like, this is, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Swamp hasn't won a single round in this entire second half. If I remember, it was a 7-2. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident. But look, it's just been, you know, really just abysmal here from Swamp. They finally get a bit of an opening duel against King, but that doesn't even mean that's favorable at this point. Like, it hasn't been convincing, to say the least, here for Swamp. It feels like it's just desperation.
Yeah. And they have every right to be desperate, not gonna lie. But this time around, King, the first one to go down, gives Swamp Gaming a little bit of an advantage in this round at least. I mean, Swamp Gaming, they had advantages earlier on as well, but they weren't really able to convert these rounds. We'll see. This time around, Swamp Gaming, they don't go for a mid-go, which I appreciate it. Some change up, but TBI, they have a great idea, stacking towards B here. And yeah, something smells fishy, and good call here from Swamp Gaming to just go back, leaving Kais behind. Noxin catched off guard here by Famous, but there's one more player towards A-Long. It's gonna be Face. No one's looking for him. If the timing is right, He will find anything. He will find Famous, though. He misses a cool shot. Famous, slow with the turnaround, still gets it done. Alright. Now, slowly but surely, this round should be Swamp Gaming's. And there you go. Finally, a relief. The first round, though.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong, was I? It was a 7-2 first half. Am I crazy?
Yes, it was.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, I know this has been a long game, but like that's wild. Like, put that in perspective. A 7-2. We're at an 8-8 right now. Like, so TBI, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that they can bring, like that many rounds back into this, and like it's like a 6-1 essentially, which is nuts. Like, you just never get to see that. And Swamp had been pretty decent on the BL side too, so that's where it's even more surprising that it's just been really hard for them to get any sort of connections or any sort of like abilities to really build on any of the rounds here. So, but that's just kind of showing again what TBI can bring to the table. So now it's a tie game scenario. It's an 8-8. And again, this is just way too. I don't even think like the analyst desk could bring this in to say like who's going to win this game. I mean, I think you can argue like TBI are in a slightly better position considering they're riding on this huge high of the momentum of what they've been able to bring into the second half. But all it's going to take is Swamp to win one more round here, and that could really just squash that feeling and those emotions. But it's a 5-5, and everybody's putting a ton of respect on this round. Everybody knows how much is at stake here, because this is going to put a map and series point. Whoever finds this round. And now Hunt, oh man, a beautiful little bit of a spray here with the M14, and Oxen, look at that, right after him, able to help his teammate with a double kill. Snox once again finds himself a little bit of a scenario where he can get a bit of a trade, but this is a great position for TBI. Look at this, bombs down, Swamps still have to go for the fight, and now they're hungry for a duel. They're just hoping that TBI overextend too much here, but I just can't see it.
Yeah, no chance for Snox to collect the bomb. It's gonna be Kai's in a 1v3 clutch. I mean, how is that gonna pan out? Surely not. The positioning is just too off. Doesn't really connect the shot. King. I mean, man, look at the position we are in. 7-2. We switch to an A. It's all dead. It's completely dead. Where's Swamp going? I mean, it's so weird for them to drop like that. And honestly, I mean, I really want TBI to win now because they deserve it. They fought so hard. And look at their positioning right now. They're just ready to grab it. And of course, a little bit unlucky here. Attack pause coming in. But the momentum is still given to them 100%.
Yeah, a little bit of a interesting timing on the technical pause, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, it's one of these situations where it's hard not to, root for the team that's really just persevered through so much, right? Like a 7-2 first half, switch things over. Everybody thinks it's all over. You go to the NA server, you're like, yeah, it's a done deal. Like, Swamp are going to be able to get themselves. I think it would be a 4-2 record here today if they would have found the win or something like that. But that just wasn't the case. And that's what's really interesting too, is that we're just not seeing when Swamp switch over to these servers. Like, you would think it would put them in a, not like a massive advantage, but a decent enough, much of an advantage that they will feel better. But it's just like they're not even performing well when they switch over. So that's what I've been really scratching my head on all day today, is to understand, like, how is that even the case? It's TBI that have really, again, just found a way to do the impossible.
Yep. Right now, it's actually going to be Hunt joining back the server momentarily. We see the moods in TBI's gang is pretty cool. They're pretty happy with how things are going right now. Obviously, I mean, compare these faces with 7-2.5, right? I mean, that was devastating. But now everyone is like, yeah, you know what? We could definitely take that. And oh boy, on the other side of things, yeah, I don't blame them. They had it. They had it all night long, and then all of a sudden, boom, we are break even. Well, not anymore though, but we were for a second, I guess. Well, what is there left to do for them last? I'm not too sure, man. Like, they had such a great start. It's all falling apart, and now they're left in they're literally left in tears right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, again, like for any Swamp fans in the chat and stuff like that, it's gonna be a tough night here for Swamp if they let this one go. Just considering like how well they played, and we'll see. It ain't overdone. It ain't over yet. The TBI, I mean, it could be a big round of celebrations here tonight. The team could feel really good about this if they can get this done here and now with this one singular round to be done with this best of 3. Otherwise, we push this thing to overtime. So it's a matter of just like what could happen here. It's we can't solve this problem. We have no idea. King now, he's been spotted. He's trying to be careful in his positioning. His teammate Booker, I believe, is trying to help him, but King can't get the kill, but he's done some damage. Josh and Famous have now taken a ton of HP, but Hunt has now put himself in the site. He's tucked himself away nicely. You can see how fast TBI have been able to get themselves back in this B site, so at least they can cause this little bit of commotion right now. And there's Hunt, able to find himself a little bit of a strangling kill. That's not bad at all. Swamp, though, regrouping, grabbing the bomb, and now they're playing a bit of a reset. Now they have to figure out, what on earth do we do?
What do we do? Great question, though. A lot of damage onto these Swamp players. Obviously, still very winnable for both Nox and the young blood, the talent, the guy that Penguin brought into this roster. He gets a good kill, though. But it's not gonna be enough just yet. I think we had another disconnection, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Hunt is gone. I'm not too sure if he was still alive or not. Nonetheless, Swamp Gaming, 30 seconds on the board. They need to decide what to do as soon as possible. I mean, for TBI, it's you know, they're pretty split up right now, which I don't think is the best solution here. I think they should just group together and play from there. But Swamp Gaming, they're actually taking a lot of time here. 15 seconds on the board now, and something has to happen, and it's gonna be Nox in here. Oh, it's taken out. This gives them the opportunity to get the bomb down, and they will, though.
Yeah, not FaZe again. You know, losing a player early on like that, just okay. We go the distance. We go to overtime once again, and you know, honestly, I think Swamp were given a bit of a saving grace there. That player disconnecting, I think, allowed them to get right back into this, and that's really unfortunate. I can't remember who that TBI player was that was locking into the B site, but honestly, they needed to just play that. I just feel like they had to play that way more passive. Like I feel like the fact that they played that close stare engagement, just that's so risky because the time was so low. Like honestly, all you had to do is create the distraction, maybe find a kill, and then that could have been the round. Like it could have been almost the round, and your teammate could have been there on the rotate. So it's just a bit of a misplacement in the calculation, honestly, which we do see from both these teams. It's kind of these like micro decisions that just get really questionable in the midst of the action. But now we go the distance. Here we go.
Here we are again. Hell yeah. I mean, thank you, people in the background. It was Hunt, by the way. We are just ready to hop back into the game as Hunt joins into the lobby. Yeah, we are going overtime. I mean, 7.5 back to overtime, huh? I guess no one predicted that. Anyway, we are here now. Overtime. I think... not too sure how overtime works with these servers though, but if we go to AU and Swamp Gaming is good again, come on, what else do you need? How much more convincing does it need to be for you to understand that the NA people are good on AU, right? So, I don't know, man. We'll see what happens next, I guess. Oh yeah. Also, we were just given the information that first half is going to be on AU. Second half is going to be on NA. So this is probably why it's taking a little bit longer here. Just to let you guys know. So who's ready to see Swamp Gaming play good again, huh? I am. I am very ready to go.
I'm just actually waiting for TBI to clean this up. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, again, I made the analogy earlier on about playing catch up, and it felt like, you know, in this series, I feel like Swamp are kind of doing that now, right? It feels like these rounds where, like, let's not forget 7-2 first half, and then like they've been just grasping for air. Like, they've been getting these rounds randomly where it just keeps them just alive in this game. And even that last round of pushing to OT, it was because a TBI player disconnects, and you're like, uh-oh, this maybe, and then yeah, it happens, right? Like they given this little bit of a moment to go their way, and it works, and now we're sitting back in this position. So I don't know, man. Like, it's a tough one. It really is. I think TBI have really shown the good teamwork on this, and Hunt's been playing really, really well. Noxon's honestly, you know, finding himself these great trade scenarios, which I love to see. So it's been really good to, you know, kind of see all these guys just contributing when they need to. So we'll see. FaZe is kind of getting himself a little more active with the snipe, which is cool to see as well. But yeah, definitely will be curious what the stats will be at the end of this, because I feel like Hunt is, I feel like he's put himself at really high digits here. I'm pretty sure.
Everyone is still waiting for the match to start. I think it was kind of funny that FaZe was completely leaning back, right? I mean, he was fully in chill mode, and then all of a sudden, okay, I guess I have to play again. All right, here we go. Back into the action. No more waiting. We see a slow start from TBI, not too over-aggressive. Not gonna rush in just like that. Same for Swamp Gaming, by the way, very standard play. Double mid-hold, the rest is just chilling. But eventually something has to change. I mean, Famous once again very aggressive here with his HK, his favorite weapon of choice. Smoke in his way though. Still holding the angle, which is very surprising because you would expect someone to jump through, and it's the case. FaZe gets it done. Good for a 2 though. Hunt taken out by Kais. The trade is there, at least one. Kais looking for more. He's completely blinded though. This is a good setup. HCZ and Kais. They have the perfect crossfire scenario. HCZ actually gonna swing in onto FaZe, and that's a good kill. Snox gets the information. They're pushing through A main. The trades are there though, but it's not over till it is. The bomb is dropped. HCZ good for another. And he gets a second. It's actually gonna be Noxon with the double kill, and look how much it means to them. The player camp's going crazy.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it's really sad we missed that very end of it, because, you know, I talked about this in the beginning. Like, you know, we know, like, players like Hunt, you know, he's very, very emotional and very expressive, but, you know, King's right there too, man. You can see he was just belting. Like, he was just fired up and so excited they were able to get that round. And again, it means so much to these guys. So the fact they're able to find it, Noxon, again, I gave him a lot of kudos. Like, that was a triple kill for him to get in that round. And then FaZe to find that initial double opener, which was just gigantic again here for TBI. And now it seems like Swamp, they're getting through some mucky waters. It seemed like it's a little bit hard. It's stuck in the mud, if you will. And now Josh maybe going for a bit of a hero swing potentially. Flash is getting thrown, but Josh actually does find a connection here. Good little bit of a spam through the smoke. Does connect onto FaZe, where he's been good. He's been lethal in the entries. Now Famous finally getting himself a little bit of a redemption arc, if you will. He's looking to find what he can do. A triple kill for him. And here we go once again. A bounce back and forth. The ping pong match is never ending.
Ping pong match, but no ping pong pals, huh? Well, I guess. Yeah, 10-10. 7-2. Come on, what's going on? Anyway, 10-10. Very close matchup. In the end, it's very competitive though. Swamp Gaming, they finally show some response after a lot of losing rounds. And so far, so good. Once again, TBI start off slow. Slowly but surely clearing up mids. Some more map control for the taking here. And Swamp Gaming, they don't like to aggress towards Belong, I just realized. if you compare it to other teams, we always saw them, pushing towards B-Long, getting some frags, go back and smoke off or whatever. But not Swamp Gaming. They don't like it. They rather just chill in the back, give them the map control, and go from there. And TBI with a nade stack, not gonna do too much, as HTZ already repositions himself, and he even goes further back to be completely safe and secure, though.
All right, make control a little bit up here for, that looks like King. Yeah, he's going to be the one that's going to lead this charge a little bit. Good utility, again, just trying to bite these guys a little bit into this. But that's going to be HTZ here on the defensive side, and now he's got the noise cube, but can't get the shot. Noxon removes his head, and now Famous, in a desperation mode, needs to be able to pop off, and now his teammates are joining him. At least this little bit of the regrouping of troops going to be enough. FaZe finds himself that first. Doing everything he can, but this is just back and forth, and Kai's and Sox finally get it done. A little bit of excitement, a little bit from Famous. You can see he's getting a little bit amped up here too. Okay, round by round we go. Goes one way, goes the other. And this thing ain't over yet here, Pando. This thing is gonna, I just feel like we're going to the golden round. It's just, there's no way it's not, like the way this game is, but just wild.
No joke, if it's gonna take the golden round to make things clear, I'm all for it. Hey, we went full distance already. The golden round might be around the door here, so I don't mind it. We are just taking a little bit of a time out again for, I believe, the server swap, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I've said a lot of things. I'm looking for words to say right now. I think this game has been, first of all, it's very long. All right, it's very weird and confusing. None of my predictions make any sense. They usually never do, but now they are extremely weird. Yeah, it's a long road to go for Swamp. I mean, they were very good. Now they're here, potentially pushing it to the golden round scenario. Obviously, hey, okay, listen. When we started this match, Snook's room was bright. All right, now it's dark. This should tell the story.
Yeah, well, we'll just wait and see. I mean, it has been a really long game, and honestly, I think it's just because of this back and forth server nonsense, which is just, it always kind of creates a little bit of dragging it on a bit, but we'll see. I mean, again, it gives these teams a little bit of that extra time. Clean up the strats, clean up the ideas, figure out what they want to do, but that's kind of the gist of it. I mean, we've had a pretty smooth day, all things considered, so it's good to see. I feel like this game has been the most, like, technical issues and server problems and players' computers blowing up. I don't know, everything. Just feels like every scenario's happened in this one.
His computer has blown up. That's that's interesting. Yeah. Is it time again to talk about the weather? The weather's still not good. Still raining. Still hot. What about you, Lass? How's the weather?
Don't know yet. Locked in the basement. Can't see. Can't see anymore. I'll tell you after.
All right, that's fair.
I'll hit those DMs, dog.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, guys, we're literally just waiting, just like you. We have said a lot of things. It's not more to say, at least for now. I mean, this is a very close matchup here. Kai's very calm. Well, and of course the TBI squad here also just waiting to jump back in. Seems to be once again a little bit of a longer timeout here, but we will get things settled as soon as we can. I think they're teasing us, Laz. They're teasing us.
Yeah, kind of feels like it is, doesn't it? Yeah, a little bit of a toying with it and getting everyone excited, and then they're out. But yeah, no, we're getting close, folks. I think relatively. I'm hoping. Just getting some updates here from our lovely production team. See what's going on. The game of tech issues. I always remember, when I first joined Crossfire. I remember hearing, unfortunately there is sometimes some tech issues. I'm like, oh yeah, that's just esports, right? Esports in general, like there's always, things are delayed. There's always going to be a tech issue. But I think we all had to wait like over an hour for one game to go back live. There was something wrong with like, I think the anti-cheat or like something was just broken. And that was my first time ever casting Crossfire. And I was like, huh. Okay, and then then it's been great. So it's like, it's kind of funny. It was a little bit of an intro to it, but again, you just never know, right? There can be, like I said, maybe someone's computer's not working well, maybe internet issues. It can be a whole thing, right? I mean, we were worried about you. You got some rainstorms and stuff happening, and some thunder, I think you said, right? So
true.
You made it through. So we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh man, sometimes things don't go the way you expect them to go. You could put that sentence in many life situations, I'd say. But yeah, hey, we were still here, still dancing. Just about to hop back in, hopefully, as we still are on board with the famous squad. Just watching. I mean, they don't look happy either. I mean, obviously, this is one. I think this third map is longer than both maps we had before in together, right? So
yeah, no, like not even and I think it's really just because again, it's just down to like some tech issues that have been happening, and then just the server swaps. That's kind of like where it feels like it's going quite long. I definitely agree. This map alone has overtaken the first two by no question. But I'm hearing noises, I'm hearing games, I'm hearing good stuff. I don't know if Famous doesn't look happy.
Teasing.
He looks like me right now, so I don't know.
All right.
Molding, waiting. I'm also doing a half HCZ right now. My hands are up in the air. I'm just like rubbing my head, hoping for the tech gurus and everything to work and all the stars to align properly.
All right. This it's just very unfortunate, really. I mean, it's no one's fault, really. It's just very, very unfortunate, and we'll figure it out. Famous already leaning forwards again. Good sign. I can hear go goes, and it's not looking good. It's and we're out again. Famous not looking too happy. I can understand it though. Well, shoutouts to the chat, of course. Thanks for hanging around. I'll see you guys are very happy. Very, very chatty as well. Hope you guys are all doing okay. All doing great, having a great time. Hope the weather is better at your places. I hope you guys have a wonderful Saturday with some good food, some good entertainment. Yeah. I also noticed that Booker's cup seems like to have infinity water or something. He's been drinking from that cup all day long, and I haven't seen him refill it once. So either he's a very slow drinker or he has a magic loop of water or something. I don't know. Well, guys, we are still waiting to hop back in. Again, very unfortunate. But it's just a matter of time before we go back in, though.
yeah, we were just getting word that they should be going right back into this pretty quick. So I'm hearing the game noises, hearing things. Let's hope that everybody stays in the server. Looking good so far. So, okay, we're ready to go. 11 to 10, like anybody was aware, and I know it's been a long time, but Swamp, I almost called them Swag, but Swamp are, I'm getting delusional now, but yeah, Swamp are definitely putting themselves in the 1-round lead, but again, this is honestly just been back and forth. It just, nobody knows where this thing could go. But, I mean, I think the prediction is, we don't know what the desk is thinking, but you and I are thinking this has got a golden round written all over it.
True.
To see. But, 2 more needed for the Swampers. And 3 needed for TBI. Quick math for you guys. You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
Sure. Woo-wee. All right. Let's see. Swamp is cooking. Swamp is preparing. It's going to be Hunt on the highway position here. Good grenade, I think. Kai's a little bit tagged up. Not gonna be from the grenade though, but there's some damage being done. Knocks in, good 1-tap. Gets the second. Huge step up from him to make things possible. Famous goes down eventually. FaZe takes him out. Kai's left alone. 1 versus 4. This was a clean round from TBI though.
Yeah, it really was. Honestly, like, again, it just, I don't know, like, this is the weirdest BL side I've seen from Swamp. It just feels like, again, like, they can't really get things moving. Like, I felt like they've actually been relatively decent on it, but it's the same thing here, too, in the same breath where you can say, like, TBI are just honestly playing a really good GR side. And Noxon, you know, truthfully, like, he's a player I didn't really know too much about, unfortunately, but I know he joined this team this season, and been really happy to see what he's been able to do in this late in the series. Like, he's put himself in multiple situations with double kills. Even this last round, we saw him getting the triple, right? So it's, again, like, the new addition of TBI. Like, he's really just proving his worth and wanting to showcase why he wants to stay on this roster or things like that and what he can bring to the table. But now we're back to an even game. We'll see what can happen out of this. And now Swamp again. Kai's just hoping to find some kind of opening here with the TRG, but it's been a bit more of a rough affair for him. He hasn't really been able to find the openings he's been wanting, like what we saw earlier on today in the map 1 and even partially in map number 2.
I wonder if Trav's Law also, you know, works for overtime. We'll see. We'll figure it out just for you.
Nah. Trav's Law is only 9 rounds. Doesn't count into OT.
That's a question.
Pretty sure.
We'll see.
I'm pretty sure. I'll ask him myself, but I'm like 99% sure. I feel like it's the 9 whatever score.
Maybe.
We'll find out. Like you said, we'll find out.
Look at that.
Either way, this is a weird round because a very slow pace round from Swamp. Like, they really haven't changed anything. Like, they just playing passive. They've been just finding these kind of individual fights and now been able to find FaZe down and also King. So now they put themselves again in this prime position where they could be able to get themselves to swarm into this B side. But look at TBI. TBI has already gotten the full read on this. They have a good inkling. Hunt, it does get 1 rotation kill. Okay, nice little bit of retaliation, but Noxon, oh my dear goodness, no! He finds another double kill. Swamp, in an advantage situation with a 5-on-3, is turned down to the 1v1. Noxon versus Famous. A well-known name, Famous. He's on the hunt. He's trying to do everything he can. Knocks it with a pistol, and there it is. Everybody excited. King just hooting and hollering, and knocks in the bottom corner there in the dark. He's the boogeyman. Maybe to get this thing done for TBI.
Whew. Hunt is, actually, it's King. He's so excited he has to hold on to his headset so it doesn't fall down. Hell yeah. I'm loving it. TBI looking for closure. 12, 11, do or die situation for Swamp. Golden round or nothing. And it looks like TBI, they found a way to come back from 7-2. Make it overtime. Make it a potential golden round. I mean, they already secured that. It's only gonna be Famous. Literally on what, like 2 HP maybe? Yeah, well, it's actually 2 HP. Crazy.
Wow, that's a really good guess.
Yeah. And of course, Kai's left alone, looking for anything. And man, how did we end up here? Tell me.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like it really, like again, like we'll wait for it to be over potentially, but again, it's a 2-on-5, and like you said, 2 HP in a dream. Famous looking to see maybe. Yeah, nothing. I was gonna say maybe to get a shot, but it's sweet dreams for him. And now it's down to Kai's, a 1-on-5, catches the shoulder, the hand of King, gets gifted a kill. But now he's picked up the bomb. He's just got over a minute to work with, and now TBI in a position where they might even just try to go for the full fight. Look at this. All 4 of them are going to group up together. They're going to swing this because they know that Kai's has just got the sniper, plus he's got the USP in hand. Unless he hits the most insane shots in CrossFire history, well, maybe not, but I'm just going to say CFWL history in this season, maybe, but no! TBI will be able to seal the deal. King is excited. Everybody here in TBI up on their feet, and look at that. He's even amped. He's getting the peace signs. He's excited. And honestly, a very well-deserved win. TBI take it with a 2-1 through the thick and thin. They get themselves right back into contention here in the standings.
Ooh, okay. TBI, they bring it back. Even FaZe was smiling a little bit. He didn't smile yesterday when they won, but today he does. Rightfully so. I mean, that was such a long road to go down, and we are finally here. We got it done. TBI, they will bring it home. It should have been Swamp's game all day, all night. But it is what it is in the end. Guys, thank you very much for having us. We bring it to the desk.
Thank you so much again, Laz and Pandoxton. Great analysis and casting. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Man, this is one of the best comebacks I have witnessed live.
Yeah, maybe this is way better comeback than what 999 did versus InnerCircle when we saw them coming back from 9-5, 9-9, and then winning the game down 2-7, going back into Global Risk, winning 8 rounds. 7 rounds, I'm sorry. 7 rounds. You would almost win the 8th round, by the way. Yes, I know that Pando said that should have been Swamp Gaming's game because the good performance that they did. But you didn't mention that Hunt DC'd in the last round when it was almost
and
a
he was
win.
in a strategic position as well.
And
he was behind the crate.
Yes, he was behind the crate. He was going to kill them behind. And then he DC'd, gave Swamp Gaming hope, played very good in the first half of the extra time. He destroyed TBI in the pushes, and then suddenly everything fall from Swamp Gaming to TBI. From a down 2-7, TBI takes it home.
Yeah, I really think TBI's prayers were answered one way or another this evening, and I'm glad we all got to witness it. Tough luck for Swamp Gaming. There's probably a lot that they're gonna look at watching these previous best of 3, and hopefully they can come back as strong as they once were, you know? They're still strong, don't get me wrong, but I just mean, like, if I was in their shoes, I'd be tilted. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, definitely, and TBI, I guess they should thank Noxin for today's games.
Really?
This guy today single-handedly won Compound. No one ever have seen him playing consistent in Compound except Noxin. Yes, FaZe had multiple rounds. Yes, maybe Booker had multiple rounds, but only Noxin, this guy, his skills is with rounds. He did very good job for his teammates. Famous played extremely well, and this is casual for Famous. I mean, you don't expect except this from Famous. He's always the guy who's fragging, trading, killing, multi-fragging, locking down sides. Yes, locking down sides.
Yeah, I mean, so if you hide the scoreboard and you looked at both teams, you'd say either it could go to either one based on the KDs, but nonetheless, great MVP here, perfect selection. FaZe deserves it. He has done phenomenal. One of the few times I've seen him actually show a lot of emotion, and we saw it on the camera earlier, and I feel it too, you know, that they managed to secure this win when it seemed like a very small percentage chance for them to do so.
Yeah, it was very hard for them, especially that the guys were so down when they lost 2-7 in the first half.
Then
Compound and then coming back mentally. Now I guess we found a better mental team than 999.
Yeah.
The guys did a very good comeback from 2-7. Yes, the server helped it, but from 2-7 winning back all map and flipping the series with the reverse sweep versus Swamp Gaming after a very bad start and a very tough game on Subbase. They played really miscoordination and no hitting shots. The guys played like almost very weak we would say. But
Wow.
then coming back and
Look
then
at
suddenly.
the standings. What a jump for TBI, man. They are in second place. ROC still has a match to play, and that's about it. Everyone else has played 6 games, possibly even 7 for PingPongPals. They're in the 7th place as well. 999 still struggle a little bit. Like, I think your guess was pretty accurate, the one we had in the first week, about who's going to be looking to challenge the top 4 contenders.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, the top 4, we're definitely going to have 2 top teams or 3 top tier teams, but I'm pretty sure that
And
there
one
will
of the
be
underdogs.
Yeah, there will be a surprise. One of the underdogs will go to the playoffs of the West League season. 2, one of these underdogs is going to be PingPongPals, Swamp Gaming, or TBI, but with the win of TBI versus PingPongPals and Swamp Gaming, now they are the closer for the playoffs.
Yeah.
We are talking still too early, but it's almost split 1 ended. Only 1 game to end split 1.
Yeah, and speaking for myself, I am fulfilled and satisfied from today. What
an ending.
What an ending. What a couple of series that we got to witness. I'm saturated in CrossFire right now. I hope you guys are as well. Is there anything you'd like to add, Penguin?
What an end, as you said. Perfect end for today's games.
Perfect day. And we'll see you soon next time on CrossFire West League. Stay tuned in the schedule. Thank you. Good night.